You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
As the agent for Peyton Ansley John Milton, you are indicating to me that you're quite familiar with Peyton Ansley John Milton, and that's basically you. Is that correct?
I am the agent authorized to represent Peyton Ansley John Milton, as written in all capital letters.
All right, and you understand for my purposes, though that language doesn't make any sense. So
No, I do not.
I understand. Okay, well, I'm telling you that. And so I am, until you disabuse me of the motion, or the notion, I am inclined to believe that you are both the agent and the person, so. And it's in
I'm
all
not a
caps,
person. I am one of the people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I was waiting for it. I'm not a person. I'm one of the people. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you're having a fantastic morning. Just an absolutely wonderful morning. I am. Got plenty of sleep. No need to question why I look so tired. It was so hot last night. It was just muggy. It was just, I don't know. I stayed up till about 1:30, staring at my phone, expecting it to do something cool. It didn't. So I eventually went to sleep, and then I slept in. And so I got plenty of sleep, but it was on the tail end. Anyway, we're getting ready to get started this morning. We've got a few things to do first, obviously. I need to first eat my other. I made a delicious 2-part breakfast. It's almost like a 2-course meal, but it's a very well balanced diet, and I've eaten half of it already. But the other half, the other Pop-Tart, is still in the bag. So I'm going to have to eat that eventually while we're getting started. Probably after birthday singing. I'm not sure what that'll do to my voice. Okay. A million notifications.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
All right. We probably should, but we won't. We have to do water. That comes first. We have to say a huge shout out and a thank you. Oh man, I forgot I don't have an iPad today, so we'll have to click manually on the computer. See how tough my life is.
That was terrible. I apologize.
I'm pretty sure Kim R won the internet this morning. I forgot to save it. Kim, is that right? Are you on the hook for all things internet related today, as far as maintenance goes? I'm pretty sure that's you. Okay, so Kim has confessed. Basically, she pled guilty on her little hearing. That's good water. Deer Park Water, it's great. Can't wait for them to sponsor the show. One day, maybe it might happen. Kim, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and award that to you and just add that to your permanent record.
I'm not a camel.
Which will be good. Little water ASMR with a cackle in the middle as well. That was nice. Good timing. We did mind the laptop. We're all good. What we have coming on today is yesterday afternoon's trial. Well, we wait for court to begin this morning. Let's see. Judge said they'd start at 9, so noon today. That means I have to start early. We have to get going. I don't have time to waste. The judge. I'm not even going to get a lunch. Man, this is crazy. So here's what we need to do. Birthdays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Let's see. Cass, does anyone else have a birthday today? Not sure how my pipes are going to do this morning. La, 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 la. Yeah, it's going to be rough. I need to sort of come up with a different style of singing as well. I was going through my history and saw Sarah Boone letter thing and freaked out that I missed it. Like, no! Don't waste time. We won't waste time, but singing happy birthday is never a waste. It is our privilege to be here with anyone who has a birthday, so I would like to include that. I think that's all. Future son-in-law Tate. Is he here, Tammy? If he's here, I'll include him in the song. Otherwise, happy birthday, Tate. You'll probably watch it on a replay. 25. Let's see. What happens at 25? You can rent a car now. Or is it 26? I forget. Most states, you have to be 25 or 26 to rent a car. Bat signal activated. Thank you very much. There's a couple things that that I need to say before we start as well, and I think we mentioned this just briefly in passing, but it deserves a little bit more attention than we gave it initially. And let's see, is Carrie H in the house? Carrie H, are you close to a keyboard where you can respond appropriately to indicate your presence? We'll give her just a second because there's a tiny bit of a delay. But Carrie H, there, yes. Carrie, I hear a rumor that you were nominated for a Daisy Award, which in the nursing community is basically equivalent to winning like a Nobel Peace Prize. That is amazing. That is somebody who's gone above and beyond in the realm of nursing, in their service and how they treat people, and just how they're viewed. Basically, it's a nomination. So these are people from the outside who view you and say you have done amazing and needs to be an amazingly good job in this specific area and need to be recognized. Carrie, congratulations on that. That is awesome. I know we have a lot of nurses or family members of nurses here in chat. That is really, really cool. We wanted to just take a minute and say, good job. We're so proud of you. Daisy Awards, very hard to get. Those who know, right? If you are familiar with exactly what the Daisy Award is, feel free to let a few of us who aren't as familiar. I just learned about this morning. I saw it going through chat and we talked about it, and I'm like, holy cow, that's much cooler than I thought it was. That is really, really cool. Anyway, how did I hear that? A little bird told me, Gary. A little bird sat on my shoulder and whispered sweet things about me about you to me in my ear. Oh man, I messed that up. The big oops right there. But congratulations. That is really, really awesome. Okay, so anybody else's birthday? We have to get this out of the way because we've got court starting here soon. Let me switch from here to there. This is going to be over there. Full screen. Okay, so that's ready to go. Now we just have to sing. I think it's just Cass. Oh, and Crystal M. Last minute. I apologize in advance. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Cass and Crystal M. Happy birthday to you. There we go. And if there was a special song to sing to include Carrie H as well, we'd do that. Happy birthday, or happy congratulations, Carrie H, on the Daisy Award nomination. That is incredible. You're clearly one of the good ones. Thank you very much. All right. With that said, we have to get court underway. This is what we all came for. We'll skip all the pleasantries and just dive right into the murder side of things. Let's see, where are we at? Right down here. We've got mics going. I think so. Okay. Daisy Award is a not-for-profit 501c3 foundation started in honor of Patrick Barnes. Diseases attacking the immune system, and his international award. You have to be nominated and selected to win. That's cool. My a very close family member had ITP when she was born. So that is just really cool. Judge is in, but she's clearly nowhere near a mic.
Thank you.
So we still have O'Kelly on the stand. I don't know why we beheaded him right there, but cameraman,
I want to go
do you
back
set a
just
book
one
on
thing.
it?
It kinda
There we go.
deals with the interview, but also the scene observations. Do you remember seeing a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
Okay. How do you first learn about the fire extinguisher?
Its presence at the scene. I could see it lodged or right up against the right front tire of the Pontiac G6.
Okay. Publishing 47. What are we looking at there?
That's said fire extinguisher, and that's the right front tire of the Pontiac G6.
Right. Publishing 46. What are we looking at from this angle?
So you're standing at the south wall of the garage looking north along the passenger side of the Pontiac G6, and you can see a portion of the fire extinguisher.
I'm publishing Exhibit 44. What is being photographed here?
There is a small black strap that goes to the fire extinguisher. It was laying on the ground on the corner, on the northeast corner of the refrigerator.
How do you know that? Did you match it? What did you do? How did you figure that out?
No, there's a mounting bracket still on the fire extinguisher, and there was also a drywall screw that was adjacent to the refrigerator that had been pulled out and slightly down. You could still see drywall dust inside the hole and on the screw itself. So it appeared as though it had been pulled out of the mounting bracket on the wall.
Publishing 45. I want to zoom in if I could. Are you seeing that screw?
Yes, I do. It's right there.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified, well, he says it's a screw, but it's a black object kind of between what appears to be a step stool and the refrigerator in States 45. So, when you looked at the garage in the house, was it fairly well organized and kept together?
Yes, it was. It's better than the garage is neater than my own. I have 2 boys home from college, so there's an excuse, but it's pretty straight.
And I understand there's a lot of things,
Put the
so
kids
for
under the
example,
bus?
like, when you look at 48, there appear to be a lot of things on the ground, right? Mr. Miller, hats, ski masks, leads, things like that. But
Mr.
is
Miller
the
is
rest
not one
of
of the
the
things on the
garage
ground.
in this sort of condition?
Yes. Oh, no, I mean, the rest of the garage is pretty neat. They have storage racks and things are out of the way.
Okay. And so this appears to be the only item that's on the ground in that area.
Yes.
Is that why you had it photographed?
Yes.
When you start to listen to listen to the defendant's first interview, or maybe you got briefed by Detective Mogg, does the fire extinguisher get brought up?
Yes, by Detective Mogg when he came back to the scene and briefed us on the statement.
Okay. Does the defendant discuss in interview number 1 the fire extinguisher?
Yes, he does.
And what does he say about the fire extinguisher?
He said that after he shot Mr. Miller several times and he went to the floor of the garage, that he started to go back into the house and look, and then he heard a loud noise, which prompted him then to shoot Mr. Miller once or twice more, and that he later realized that it was the fire extinguisher that had fallen from the refrigerator.
Did you take any steps to look to see on the top of the fridge? Did you look in that area?
Yes, I did. There was a crock pot, as I remember, and there was a oscillating fan that was on the crock pot. There was a container of sidewalk chalk that was there, and then there was kind of a clear area on the northeast corner of the refrigerator.
Publishing states 60. Are you seeing those things that you just described?
Yes, I am.
Did you see any dust ring, kind of consistent with a cylinder, as if in the ring of the bottom of the fire extinguisher, anywhere on the top of that refrigerator?
No, I did not.
Did you take any steps to bang into the refrigerator to see if the fire extinguisher would fall?
Yes, I did much later, though.
Okay. What did you do?
After we were done photographing everything.
Just for the record, I previously made an objection as to this point, and just that it's not scientific, that it's not videotaped, and so at this point we would object to this type of experiment being done.
It's an investigator. It's not scientific.
Well, he can testify to what he did. This jury can make their own determination as to the credibility of what it is.
All right. So what did you do?
After everything had been photographed in place so that we had it documented, and I documented it in my report, I placed the fire extinguisher up on the open area on the northeast corner of the refrigerator. As you're looking at it right about in this area.
And let the record reflect the witness has kind of identified an area in front of what appears to be kind of a plastic tub of chalk. that you would use for outside?
Correct. That was really kind of the only really open area. I placed it there, and then I shouldered the refrigerator. I kept banging into it to see if I could get movement out of this, full fire extinguisher on top of the refrigerator. And it took up until the point of actually moving the refrigerator with such force to finally get the fire extinguisher to move as if it was going to topple, although it didn't.
During interview number 1, does the defendant ever offer any explanation as to why that strap was in the garage?
No.
During interview number 2, does the defendant offer any explanation as to why the strap is on the ground?
No.
If it fell off the fridge, is it possible the strap could have broken off?
I want to talk about interview number 1. You obviously had an opportunity to review it for yourself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does the defendant offer an explanation as to what hand the gun is in, Mr. Does the defendant explain at some point seeing Mr. Miller holding a gun?
Yes.
Okay. Which hand does he say he's holding the gun in?
In his right hand.
When you review interview 2, is that what the defendant says?
No.
What does he say in interview number 2?
That he's messing around in his waistband, and that he might seen a portion of it, that he doesn't say that he had the gun in his hand.
At some point, does he say he's holding his hand up and it's possibly his left hand?
Tommy's
I
giving
don't
instructions to
recall.
his
Okay.
attorneys.
During interview number 1, does the defendant ever say that when he first opens the door, he sees Mr. Miller kind of standing ready to shoot him the minute he walks in the door?
No.
Morning, Kathy. Welcome.
I want to talk about that, the door that leads to the garage. What does the defendant say at any point in that interview propping the door open?
In the first interview, yes.
When does the defendant tell your fellow detectives that he propped the door open?
After shooting Michael Miller, he propped the door open so that he could keep an eye on him laying on the floor in the garage.
Okay, so he doesn't say when he first enters the house he props the door open. It's after he has shot Mr. Miller.
Page number, counsel.
I don't remember offhand. I'd have to look, so sorry, I don't have it off the page number off the top of my head. Just court's indulgence for 1 second.
He's like, you can Google that. Just search the document. Find what page it's on.
Okay, so during the walkthrough, does that change?
Yes.
Okay, what does the defendant say 1 week later?
He started to prop the door open, and Detective Mogg told him the door was closed. And I'm sure based on the first interview. And Mr. Randolph objected and said, no, it was open. And then he continues in the walkthrough video to fold the carpet over and prop the door open.
I want to ask you about that door. Does that door kind of close on its own?
Yes, it does.
From your observations, it kind of shuts on its own.
Yes, it does.
Detective, from looking at that hallway and understanding what the defendant said occurred in that hallway, would the door be closed be significant in terms of the location of things like cartridge cases or bullets?
Yes.
Why?
Because if Mr. Miller was running towards a closed door and Mr. Randolph is shooting him repeatedly, and we know that some of those rounds were perforating gunshot wounds where there was an exit and bullets were coming out, you would see impacts on the door potentially. You would see blood potentially on the door, potentially bone fragments, tissue. You would see evidence of that door being closed as he ran towards the closed door.
I want to ask you about the garage light. At some point in interview number 1, does the defendant talk about the garage light going off?
Yes.
What does he say in relation to that?
He said that he loosely quoting that he nearly pissed himself when the light went out. He was out in the garage at that point in time looking for the gun that Mr. Miller had when the light went out.
Okay, so this is, just for context, this is, he's on the phone with 911, suggests the gun, and he's kind of given instructions, well, maybe go find the gun. And he's saying in that process, that's when the light goes off.
Correct.
All right. Now, did you have a chance? So here's the thing. So he said it was, how dark did he say? Does he explain how dark it is, or he just says he's scared because it kind of, the lights all go off?
He said it was dark in there, and that to the point where he had to take an exaggerated or a giant step because he was stepping over Mike Miller's body, and to avoid stepping on Mr. Miller or stepping in anything that he couldn't see.
Okay, so I want to ask you this. Did you have an opportunity to stand inside that garage
We're going to count.
with
Would you
the door
agree
closed
today?
and the light off?
Starting
No, I didn't do that.
Didn't do that. Did you have an opportunity to stand in that garage with the door open with the garage light going off?
Yes.
What was the condition of the lightings with the door open?
Well, with the door propped open, you had all of the light washing in from the light being on in the hallway, so you could still see fairly clearly. I mean, there's darker portions deeper into the garage, but in the area of the door, you could see quite clearly.
So in the area around Mr. Miller, was it pitch dark?
No,
So with the door open, it wouldn't have been pitch dark even though the garage light went off.
it would not.
And you observed this because you experienced it.
I did, as I was in the process of timing how long it took the light to go off each time. I timed it 3 times.
Yeah. So, counsel, for the record, your question, it's on page 35. Middle of page 35. Not the light. You had a question about him propping the door open so he could see Mr. Miller. That is the first statement. It's on page 35 in the middle of the page. You mentioned timing on the garage light. Do you time the garage light?
I did.
How long does it take the light to go off?
5 minutes and 8 seconds.
Okay. How many times did you test this?
I tested it 3 times.
Why did you test this, detective?
Because I wanted to see the consistency of the timing on the light to determine that it was consistent by going 3 times. The 3rd time, I was literally 3, 2, 1, boom, the light went out. So that told me some things about the timing of when Mr. Randolph could have been in the garage on the 911 call.
And we are going to get to that. Just give me a second. Let me just take a look at something, sir. Give me a minute.
Oh, wow. The second interview sounds like it's going to be spicy with the
That kind of
language.
segues
Just a heads
into
up.
segueing into that. The timing of the shots. As you interviewed people, collected video surveillance, looked at the scene, did you start to become concerned about the defendant's explanation as to when these shots happened?
Yes.
Okay. So when does the defendant call 911?
The call to 911 came in at 20:44:54, so 8:44 and 54 seconds, 6 seconds before 8:45 p.m.
Okay. Do you get it when you listen to interview number 1? Do you get an understanding of does the defendant kind of explain kind of what he's doing on that night, like going to dinner and where he goes after that and where he goes after that?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so where is the hotel that he has dinner at?
It's at the Santa Fe Hotel Casino, which is just right around the corner from Mr. Randolph's house.
All right. All right. Did you recover video surveillance from the Santa Fe?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
So we are counting the "Would you agree" comments starting right now. So keep an ear to it. If I miss one, let me know, and I'll keep the count
Right,
going.
detector. We're going to come back to that because I just inadvertently didn't burn it onto a CD. But approximately, the timing of that is around, I don't know, he's exiting around what time? From
Around 8:20,
Okay. So
coming out
8:20
valet on the east side of the casino.
Okay, around 8:20 p.m. Where is the next place in interview number 1 does the defendant say he travels to?
He went to the Funnies gas station right across the street from where the Santa Fe is, 4747 North Rancho.
All right. And I'm going to publish, if I can find it, of course I moved it. Court's indulgence. Here it is. Publishing exhibit. Oh, can we switch back over? Publishing 310. I'm sorry? I'll hit it one more time. It's flashing red.
That can't be good.
Try pushing.
Flashing blue.
Try pushing the blue button, or maybe jiggle the cord.
Is the overhead on?
Well, the mouse, like the mouse and the cursor
Yeah.
are, and now we're back to flashing red. I'm sorry? Okay. Well,
Okay, so if we combine, is it fair to say, and would you agree? Is that what we're going to count? Is there anything else we should include in that? Just any variants of that?
yeah, my laptop's not connected to it anymore. Well, we'll do it this. We'll do it the old-fashioned way for right now. Publishing 310. That's what you're looking at there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what are we looking at there?
You're seeing, it looks like it's probably on here, says Google, but a Google map depiction of the travel from Funnies gas station to the Randolph residence at 6517 Rancho Santa Fe.
Okay. I'm going to try to see if I can. Is there, we really do need to, I don't know that I can.
Hey, Chris, have him hit the home button up there.
Which home button? So the home button, so we can't see the
The
home
one,
button.
the one that looks like a little house.
Paging IT support to the courtroom. IT support to the courtroom, please. We need a 16-year-old kid to come in here and fix the equipment for everybody.
How many lawyers does it take to do an overhead projector?
Turn it off and turn it on and get
More than, all right.
The bailiff comes up and pushes the button. The blue button.
Okay.
And Josh wants to see, what did he do? How did he make that work? I am super excited right now. I'm ordering some stickers to be sent to Brandy that she's going to be able to give away on her 10,000 sub live stream, which is coming sooner than she expects, I think. The only thing is they say that they can't ship to a post office box, so I have to trick them into shipping to a post office box.
Picture?
It's a miracle.
Counselor?
Yes, and I was like, where's the photograph? It's not. Thank you. All right, publishing finally states 310. So, can you just take your, where's Funnies?
Funnies is right here, 4747 Rancho.
All right,
the
so
very
let the
bottom
record
of the
reflect the
screen.
witness is identified at the bottom center of the screen, kind of, where there's some words that say Funnies. And then diagonally to the left in that photograph, what's that big structure?
That's the Santa Fe Hotel and Casino, where the charcoal room is located as well.
And do you see 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
I do,
All right, can you just put your cursor over by it?
right there.
All right, let the record reflect in the upper center right portion, there's a kind of a red dot indicating 6517 Rancho Santa Fe. Detective, did you ever drive this route?
Detective Mogg did. Well, I'm sure that I did, but Detective Mogg did for the purpose of timing it.
Okay. And at least from what was reported back to you, it took about approximately how long?
3 minutes.
All right. And then on this Google Maps, it's indicating 4 minutes?
I've looked it up. It said 4 minutes, yes.
All right. When you reviewed the Funny's gas station, what time did you see the defendant leave in his vehicle the Funny's gas station?
At 8:26:10, or 20:26:10 is what it said, so.
They're essentially walking on foot at 8:20 here, and they're eventually leaving this gas station 6 minutes later, and your estimates are 3 or 4 minutes to get to this location.
Correct.
During the defendant's interview, number one, does he explain that he deviates in any way in terms of, or did he just go straight from Funny's home?
Straight from Funny's home.
All right. So if you add 3 or 4 minutes to 8:26, what time range are we getting?
8:30 and some change.
I want to talk about Mark Bartlett.
Yes.
Right, that was someone who was interviewed by your fellow detectives, correct?
Yes, by Detective Long within an hour of our arrival.
He was a witness who indicated he heard gunshots, is that correct?
Yes.
And aside from what his phone record said, generally, what was he saying around the time that he thought he heard the shots?
Judge, objection, it's hearsay. And the man is testified in here, he's being cross-examined, so for him to start saying what Mr. Bartlett said, the jury heard what Mr. Bartlett had to say. We object to this.
We'll do it this way. Did Mr. Bartlett relay a time frame in which he heard the phone calls?
Yes, he did.
Or the gunshots, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did that prompt you to go and get phone records?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Did you review those phone records?
Yes.
What was the time that he had the phone call with his friend?
At 20:33:36, so 8:33 and 36 seconds.
After hearing what Mr. Bartlett said was the general time frame in which he heard the calls, and you reviewed the phone records, did you have any concerns at that point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What time was that 911 call?
At 8:44:54.
Okay. Now, does the defendant, during his interview, explain after he pulls the car into the garage, whether he opens or closes the garage?
Yes.
What does he say he does once pulling the car in?
He said he closed the garage.
Okay. And just to be clear, during this interview, he's not hearing any shots yet, right?
Correct.
So the defendant's not hearing any shots at this point, correct?
Not in that first interview.
Not in the first interview. He says he closes the garage, right?
Yes.
What is the timing for it to take that garage to automatically shut off, based off of your testing it?
5 minutes and 8 seconds.
So if you arrived home at 8:30, what time would the garage, and you shut the garage, what time would the light go off?
8:35 and 8 seconds, if it was precise.
If you arrived at 8:33, and then you shut the garage at 8:33, what time would the garage go out?
8:38.
What time is the 911 call?
At 8:44:54.
Okay, so not at 8:38,
Correct.
and not at 8:35.
No.
Okay.
I love this.
And when you listen to the 911 call, is there a portion of the call where the defendant tells the fire department, oh, I'm going to go look for the gun now?
Yes, he suggests go to look for the gun, and then the paramedic says go and look for it, to be careful.
How much later into the phone call, at 8:44:54, does he do that?
Approximately 5 minutes into the phone call,
Okay.
as I recall.
Okay. Could it possibly be 3 minutes?
It's possible. I'd have
But
to
it's a
review.
couple minutes after this call starts.
Correct.
So just to be clear, it takes 5 minutes for the garage light to go off.
Correct.
And the phone records from Mr. Bartlett are indicating 8:33.
Correct.
When you reviewed all of this information, did this collectively give you concerns about the timing?
Yes, it did.
I would like to talk about that 911 call, if we could.
Tommy's problem is there's too much time that elapsed that he can't account for.
Publishing 324. You've had an opportunity to review this 911 call, correct?
Yes, I have, many times.
So we've got some time stamps that are very fixed. We have the time that the neighbor across the street was on the phone, making the phone call. We've got the time that the 911 call was made. We've got the time he was at Funny's. And using those times and his story, things don't add up. Too much time elapses before the 911 call for his story to work.
Call at this time, but I'm going to begin by playing state 324.
2008, 20 hours, 44 minutes, 54 seconds. 911 emergency, Hernandez, 240.
My wife's been shot, and there's a guy in my house where I shot him.
Is he hurt too? Is he hurt too?
I hope he's dead.
Okay.
My wife's hurt.
What's your name? What's your name, sir?
Tom.
Where is your wife in the house?
She's in the hall in the bedroom. She's been shot bad.
Okay. Where is she shot at? Do you know?
Yeah, I think in the head. I was going to move her over and start doing this. She's been on some. I don't know what to do exactly.
Okay. And is the guy still in the house? Do you know?
No, he's in the garage. He pushed me up and ran on out. I know it. He's ripped me off. He's trying to rip me off.
Do you know what his name is?
Mike, I don't know if I
His name is?
Mike, I don't know if I
I'm going to stop right there. In that call, the defendant says, Mike, I don't know his last name. You had an opportunity to interview the defendant, correct?
Yes,
In interview number 2.
correct.
You also had a chance to listen to interview number 1.
Yes,
Did you also have an opportunity to review phone records of the defendant
yes,
and the level of interaction that he had with Mr. Miller via phone calls?
yes.
Okay. At any point in any of the interviews, did the defendant struggle with knowing Mr. Miller's last name?
Yes, he did.
Okay. What did he, aside from that phone call, does he tell detectives he doesn't know Miller's last name?
He said Milner
Okay.
or Miller.
Okay. How long from those interviews, how many months did he say he knew this guy for?
Approximately 5 months.
Okay. Did he indicate that he had this guy over for social gatherings?
Yes,
Okay. When you heard this, was this of a concern to you?
yes,
Resuming play.
Is he black, Hispanic? How old is he now?
don't know, 40s.
He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up?
Yeah,
He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up?
he's in the garage.
Okay. I'm going to conference you with medical too, okay? Don't hang up. May 8, 2008, 20 hours, 46 minutes, 24 seconds.
Fire department.
Hi, it's Metro. I have a conference. His wife was shot in the head. He needs medical advice.
Sir? Yeah. Is she awake? No, she shot me in the head. I don't know for sure. It's going to try mount CPR. Okay, put her flat on her back. I shot him.
I want to pause it there. At this point in time, is the fire department instructing him to lay her down to potentially perform CPR?
yes, he was, right away.
Does the defendant perform CPR at that moment?
Judge, I would object to this. This is cumulative. We've gone through this. We had a 911 operator on there. We've heard this from 911. And the jury can make their own determination. I don't know what the relevance of this is.
Well, then I'll rephrase the question. When you listen to this call, and I'm going to play it in a minute, but are there points in time where the fire department makes a recommendation, to the defendant to perform CPR on his wife?
Yes.
When the first recommendation is made, does the defendant perform CPR at that point?
No.
What was that of concern to you?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second recommendation to perform CPR?
Yes, there's multiple.
Okay. With these recommendations, does the defendant elect to do that the first or the second time?
No.
Okay. Was that concerning to you when you're listening to this call?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because the purpose for calling 911 and conferencing to medical is to get assistance for his wife.
During the interviews, before we get to playing it, but during the interview, does in interview number 1 and interview number 2, does the defendant indicate an ability to hear an initial gunshot or hearing no initial gunshot?
He said he didn't hear the shots.
Does the defendant offer you offer either you, or Detective Mogg, or Detective Hardy an explanation as to why he can't hear any initial shot?
Yes.
Okay, what does he say is the reason?
He said he had difficulty in hearing in the first place, and that when he had pulled into the garage, he had the radio on in the Hyundai Tucson at a loud volume because of his hearing impairment, and Sharon had gone into the house, and that he did not hear a gunshot.
When you listen to the 911 call, does the defendant indicate to 911 that he actually heard the shot?
Yes.
Was
Objection. He said shots. Judge, can we approach? Yes.
It's like, what do we say to that? Okay, well, while this is going on, I'm going to reroute my audio because we're going to have to do some... There we go. Got to fix this up here a little bit. We need to tune up. I'm going to have to do some work on this audio for the interview. Apparently it's a rough one, so we'll see if we can fix it, make it a little bit more listenable.
It's not bad. Thank you.
Oh, we heard voices. We heard voices. And now I hear a phone call. That's in my house. Never mind. I can see the phone, which means nobody's going to answer it. Oh, it stopped. Tell this witness I was worried that the state didn't prove their case. They are trying to sort of button everything together here, so this is good. And he does a good job. He remembers most things pretty well. A couple dates or numbers he's got, or times he's got a little bit off, but he's doing really well on this. Yes, the water mug is, or the jug, I forget what you call that, is still right there in the middle of the picture. So the state heard shot, and Tommy wants it to be shot. So that's what they're talking about right now. The state said, did he hear the shot? There was only one shot, supposedly, to hear when he was in the car. But apparently in the testimony, they're saying that Tommy said shots, plural. Now, if he didn't hear shots, he probably also didn't hear shot, right? There was only one round fired from the gun that killed Sharon. And I know this is a side note, but I'm giddy about this. I just got the proof from the stickers that we're sending to Brandy. These are custom stickers. I don't think they'll ever be produced again. But they are metallic, like holographic. So it has like the rainbow effect on it. And it has, looks like this. It says 13th Addicts on it. And it has all of Brandy's membership marks above the top and all mine on the bottom. It's going to be really cool. The only way you can get one of these is by winning it through Brandy's 10,000K stream.
We're going to play that call in its entirety. We'll do the first main chunk of it and all that silence at the end. and then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay?
That's fine.
All right.
So we're
let's
playing the
just-
silence at the end.
Let's just scroll back.
That'll be fun.
May 8, 2008, 20 hours, 44 minutes, 54 seconds. 911 emergency from Ayden 880.
My wife's been shot, and there's a guy in my house that I shot him.
Is he hurt too? Is he hurt too?
I hope she did.
Okay.
My wife's hurt.
What's your name? What's your name, sir?
Tom.
Where is your wife in the house?
She's like in the hall in the bedroom. She's been shot bad.
Okay. Where is she shot at, do you know?
Yeah, I think in the head. I was going to move her over and start doing this. She's too dark, so I don't know what to do exactly.
Okay. And is the guy still in the house, do you know?
No, he's in the garage. He pushed me by and ran on out. I know that he stripped me off. He tried to rip me off.
Do you know what his name is?
Mike, I don't know if
Is he white, black, Hispanic?
Black.
How old is he about?
I don't know, 40s.
He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up?
Yeah.
He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up?
He's in the garage.
Okay. I'm going to conference you with medical too, okay? Don't hang up. May 8, 2008, 20 hours, 46 minutes, 24 seconds.
Fire department.
Hi, it's Metro. I have a conference. His wife was shot in the head. He needs medical attention.
Sure. Yeah. Is he awake? She shot me in the head. I don't know for sure. It's going to try not CPR. Okay, where? The other guy on your back. I shot him. He's, wait a minute. How many people are shot? There's two. There's two. The guy that ran out and her. Okay, where's the other guy? Where's the guy you shot? He's in the garage. He was running out the garage as I was getting out. And I was coming in. Okay. Is he dead or what is he? I don't know. Okay. I just shot him a bunch of times as he had a gun and... Okay, let's focus on your wife. Who shot your wife? He did? He did. Okay, put her flat on her back. Put her flat on her. I don't just see it. Should I try to find his gun or something so they don't shoot him if he's not dead? Metro?
I'm sorry. Did you make sure that he left or you're not sure if he's still in the garage?
He's in the garage, I can see, but I mean... Is he moving? No. Go get a gun. Go get a gun quickly. Are you alone? Yes. Okay, be careful, but get the gun. Be careful, but get his gun away from him. Is he alone? Yes, well, as far as I know, I just heard shot. Okay, be careful. I'm going to put this thing down and get my gun. He don't seem to be moving. I got the gun. Okay, you got his gun away from him? Yeah. Okay, let's focus on your wife. Put her flat on her back. I'm going to lock the garage so he can't get in. Okay. Sir, you got to do this quickly. Okay. Okay. Put her flat on her back. Oh, fuck, there's blood everywhere. All right. I'm going to help you, but I need you to listen to me. I'm trying to help her. You got to listen to me so we can try to help her. Okay, put her flat on her back. Can you listen? Sir? Oh, God. Sharon, oh, fuck. What's your status, my son?
Where's the number to tell them I know I started that number 3131?
Oh, fuck, Sharon.
Sir, can you hear me?
Oh, God.
Sir. Sir, come back to the phone.
Oh, fuck. I can't roll it for a hairpin. She's got blood everywhere. She's got blood everywhere? Blood and streams everywhere. You can't move her? I can't get through. Can we try again? We gotta try to do CPR. I need you to try. Oh my God. Oh my God. She doesn't have a pulse. Okay, we need to start doing CPR. Did you get her on her back? Yeah, sort of. Okay, get her flat on her back. I want you to tilt her head back, okay? Okay, hang on. Did you do that? Okay, tilt her head back. Okay, tilt your head back. Listen, okay? We're just going to do compressions, okay? Okay. All right, now listen, I want you to find the center of her chest, okay? Okay. All right, right between the nipples. It's like the kitchen glass, right? You're right. Just place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of her chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that. I just want you to continue to do compressions. Keep doing them. I should go open the garage door, shouldn't I? No, keep doing what I'm telling you to do. You need to do this.
He's wiping his nose and then his eyes with a dry tissue.
We gotta continue to do this. Let him know the goodness of care, he says. Sir? You gotta count as you're doing it. Count. Sir, you gotta count. Sir, get ready to open the door. Sir? 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 Sir, can you hear me? Go open the front door. Go open the front door quickly. Can you open the door, sir? Yeah, he's open.
Look at Dan there in back, watching the jury and watching Tommy.
That very end part. Which door did the dispatcher tell Mr. Randolph to open?
The front door?
And not the garage door.
No.
So, going back to the beginning, do you remember near the beginning, maybe about 2 minutes and 20 seconds into the call, the fire department saying you need to focus on your wife to do CPR and him offering to go locate the gun near Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall about 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the call, once again asking him to do CPR and the defendant saying, I'm going to go lock the garage now?
Yes.
You remember the fire department kind of responding, look, we've got to do this quickly?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately 6 minutes into the call, as the fire department starts to give him instructions about putting his hand on the breastbone to do compressions, the defendant offers to leave her again to open the door?
Yes.
Do you remember the fire department saying no, that he needs to stay with his wife?
That we need to keep doing this, yes.
Did those 3 intervals cause you concern?
Yes.
Why?
Because Sharon Randolph wasn't being helped. It's over 6 minutes into the call before he starts the chest compressions.
Do you recall the portion approximately 2 minutes and 58 seconds into the call where the defendant says, I heard the shot?
Yes.
Okay, we've addressed why that was a concern to you.
I heard shot. I don't hear distinctly the word the.
Okay.
But it's in context of, is he alone, meaning Mr. Miller?
Based off of your being present for the interviews and listening to interview number 1, is that different than what he's saying on the 911 call?
Yes. And now having listened to, I need to interject, having listened to the call again, you had asked a question earlier about his referencing a mask.
Pending before Detective O'Connor.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's okay. You had just mentioned, just real briefly, that there was something that you wanted to add. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you want to add?
You'd asked a question if he had referenced in the 911 call the ski mask, and there's no mention of the ski mask throughout the 911 call.
Okay. Do you recall around 3 minutes into the call, around 3 minutes and 40 seconds, the defendant going to retrieve the gun?
Yes.
Or saying he's going to retrieve the gun. Now, how long does he put down the phone for before he comes back?
Approximately 25 seconds.
Do you hear any conversation between the defendant and the 911 dispatch or the fire department during that 30-second interval?
No.
Now, do you recall that happening around 3 minutes and 40 seconds?
Approximately.
Okay, so that time of retrieving the gun is the time where he said the light went off in the garage, correct?
Yes.
But that's only 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the call.
Correct.
If he had started the call at the very moment that he closed the garage door, does the garage door still have another minute and 28 seconds before it's supposed to unlock? Well, let's just do the math. The call starts at 8:44:54. If 3 minutes and 40 seconds elapsed, can you do the math on that? Well, let's just make it easier. That portion, that finding then happens at 3:40, right?
Yes.
Is 3 minutes and 40 seconds less than 5 minutes and 8 seconds?
Yes, it is.
How much time does it take from your testing of the garage for the light to shut off?
5 minutes and 8 seconds.
And his looking for that gun in that garage is happening at 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the call.
Yes.
Not 5 minutes and 8 seconds.
Correct.
Does the defendant make any remark of, the light just went off, anything like that when he came back onto the phone?
No.
I'd like to, you talked about the Santa Fe. I finally have a copy of that, so I'd like to.
Did they have card data?
I apologize. Sorry, counsel. We have this marked.
It's a rare shot for this courtroom. Bailiffs enjoying this whole presentation.
Is this 331? 332?
This time the state requests permission to admit state proposed 332. I don't believe there's any objection.
No objection.
Okay, 332 will be admitted without objection.
Publishing 332.
You've got mail.
I'm going to publish, open video Santa Fe exterior charcoal room.
Okay, this is the one I might need to do some work on, so bear with the
Santa
audio.
Fe exterior charcoal room .mp4.
No, this is security
Detective,
camera.
if you could, what is the
Casino.
date that you see below here?
May 8th of 2008.
And what is the time frame on this?
It's 7:24 p.m.
Do you recall approximately where, if at any point in time they're seen walking in this video?
Yes.
Okay, around what time?
I don't. It's been a long time since I reviewed it. I'll be able to tell you.
Understood.
I know Sharon comes out first, and then Mr. Randolph comes out afterwards.
That's because Sharon lost all her money and Mr. Randolph was collecting all his big winnings, according to his story. Sorry, Holly.
Do you recall roughly where they are in this video?
This would be the entrance that's on the northeast area of the Santa Fe, and then when you walk in from the outside, walking kind of southeasterly direction into the casino. So behind the camera this way are the doors leading into the casino itself.
That showed us nothing.
It doesn't get timed out. I think the network kicked us off.
I think you're accurate.
Try to reload.
Your IP lease is expired from yesterday when you first had it. They only last 24 hours on some networks. There's more to that clip. K-Mets, 3 months. Thank you very much for your support. She did have a $100 bill in her purse. Yeah, she hadn't lost all her money. Or maybe she had set some aside to gamble and then was able to stop when she reached that point. Good morning, Rocky. Hope you're doing great. I just want to see somebody win big. This is poor camera placement, having it stare right into a light from the top.
That's Mr. Randolph.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness is identified using Mr. Randolph, 1927 in this video. He's the figure that is standing just to the left of the slot machine in this frame. And the timestamp, at least at the bottom, is 3 minutes and 30 seconds. The timestamp on the clock for the camera is 19:27:31. I'm going to stop here and I'm going to play the other videos from this period.
His desktop looks like mine.
Your Honor, if they're not going to play that, then I'd move to strike his testimony, because what Detective O'Kelly said is, he said that Sharon came out first and then Mr. Randolph, and all we saw was Mr. Randolph, so I'd ask to strike the testimony unless it's there.
Okay. I'm going to publish the exterior cameras. I don't know if this testimony with respect to the interior of the photo, in the interior?
His testimony was you see Sharon Randolph first and then you see Thomas Randolph. So you need to play the portion of the video that shows that.
Well, did you see Mrs. Randolph earlier in the...
I did. I didn't make comment, but I did move the cursor up onto where she was at.
Let's play it again.
So you had already seen her in that video?
Yes, I did. She walks over. She's walking towards what's now called Letitia's restaurant, but it was called Cabo back then. which is consistent with what Mr. Randolph told.
So if you could, take your mouse and show us the general area where we should be looking.
You see her come out here, and then she walks, and then goes
So
back
start
there.
from the beginning and you...
She's carrying her purse in her right hand.
Okay.
We're going to watch this gripping video one more time. From the beginning, because the witness forgot to indicate when we saw Sharon. Wait for it. Wait for it. Looks like a bunch of little kids. I don't know, maybe it might be a pet. Might be a dog. Are dogs allowed in casinos? Maybe it's a service dog?
That's her.
All right, I'd like to stop at 1924-51. If you could show us, let the record reflect the witness has identified the female who's just above, well, she's walking the distance, but it's almost like she's just above the big hanging chandelier light, and she appears to be the only person standing on the left-hand side of the photograph. I will be publishing.
Sherry, we love that you're part of the family. Would not be the same here without you.
We're going to publish, the file name will be CAM 408-08-08-08-20-19.
Court starts at noon Eastern time today. The live part starts. We're going to be watching this until they go live.
Let me know when you see Mr. Randolph, Mrs. Randolph.
Sasquatch. Oh, we count motorcycles. Is that the same motorcycle? It's like a whole convention going through motorcycles.
That's them.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identified, Mr. Randolph and Ms. Randolph, 20 minutes, 19 and 17 seconds. Now we're going to play CAM 486-0508-08-2019. You just let me know when you observe them.
That's them.
Can you take your mouse and show us where? Let the record reflect the witnesses identified two individuals walking across the street in front of a silver sedan that has its lights on at 2019-37. Now we're playing CAM 487-08-08-08-2019.
This is all just establishing the timeline, saying basically we can track them from the casino all the way to the gas station, and then leaving the gas station to when they went home. Correlate the arrival at home with the phone call from the neighbor, and basically they're building the timeline, saying from when this happened, from what we know to when what we hear Tommy say there's problems. I do believe he probably did do chest compressions. His reaction and said what he was describing seems to correlate with what would happen.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identifying seeing at 2019-32. Could you? Oh, you have your cursor there. Let the record reflect the witnesses identified 2 people walking from the left of the screen towards the middle.
And they're just all over the roads, no sidewalks, just in front of traffic. They don't care. This is in Las Vegas, right? This is like taking their life in their hands, just darting out in the street like that.
I want to turn your attention to the following day, May 9th, 2018. Should I just hit this blue button to get it to go back? There we go. All right, great. Perfect. So I know that in the early morning hours there's that interview number 1, but later in the day, where do you go to on the very next day? Do you attend something?
Yes, I attended autopsy.
All right. You were present for the entire procedure, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Detective, when bodies are brought into the medical examiner's office, is there some circumstances, or maybe in every circumstance, where their personal effects that are on their person when they make it to the medical examiner's office are collected?
Yes.
Okay. Was that done for Ms. Randolph? Was that also done for Mr. Miller?
That's correct, with the crime scene analyst there with us.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as exhibits 187, 188, 189.
Thank you, Purple Haze. Love the sticker.
187 is Sharon Randolph's blouse and undergarments and her blue jeans.
Okay. 188.
188 is a photograph more centered on her bra and panties, but you can see the blouse and the jeans. It looks like the shirt may have been turned over.
Okay. And I believe this is just numbering wise 189.
189 is the jewelry that Sharon Randolph still had, that she was still wearing at the time.
Okay.
That was, I think, a necklace and earrings. The clips are just for timeline.
Publishing 187. 188. 189. This time I'd like to also approach with what's been marked as 194 to what I believe is 213. Take a look at all of these and let me know if you recognize what you're looking at.
Super sticker with 3.
They've been admitted into evidence already. Detective.
Thank you very much. Lots of pictures.
Yes, I do recognize them.
Are these the personal effects, at least the things that were on Mr. Miller's person at the time he was transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Publishing 194, is this an overall of all of these items?
Yes.
Why are there some items kind of piled up on one leg of the pant and then other items piled up on the other leg?
Most of the crime scene analysts are going to utilize that area of the clothing, and you'll see the little placards that they made saying which pocket the contents came out of.
Okay. Publishing 195, that's a little bit of a close-up of those jeans, is that right?
Yes.
The way she was only shot in the head, it's possible he could have done chest compressions without getting a lot on him.
Is that a close-up of the left front jeans pockets and its contents?
Yes, it is.
he was using those pockets. It's a lot of stuff.
Publishing 197. 198.
I'm guessing these aren't key to the
199.
investigation because we're not getting a chance to even
Are
look
these
at
some
them.
of the papers that were in his pockets?
Yes.
Publishing 200. What are we looking at here?
His wallet that was found in his left rear pocket.
Publishing 201. Are these the items that were within his wallet?
Yes.
Publishing 202. Is that his sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 203.
Thanks for stopping by, and
Is
thank
that
you
just
for the
another
super chat as
angle
well.
of the sweatshirt?
Yes, with defects marked.
We have a great stream over there.
Publishing 204. Is this a reverse angle of that sweatshirt?
Yes, it's on the back side.
Publishing 205. What are we looking at there?
It's a Henley T-shirt that Mr. Miller had underneath the sweatshirt.
Publishing 206 and 207. What are we looking at here?
It's that same Henley T-shirt with the defects marked with arrows.
Publishing 208. Does that just kind of zoom in on the collar of that shirt?
Yes, to show the size and who made the shirt.
Publishing 209 and 210. What are we looking at here?
These are the polyester cotton gloves that Mr. Miller was wearing at the scene.
Publishing 211 and 212.
Right
What are
before
we looking
closing
at
statements.
Those are the size 9D boots that Mr. Miller was wearing.
And lastly, I want to show you 213. What are we looking at there?
These are for doing an EKG that medical had placed on Mr. Miller.
It's an adhesive contact where they can attach wires to you for the EKG. It's like a sticker with a metal button in the middle.
When you went to autopsy, did you learn about the trajectory, according to the medical examiner, about the trajectory of the bullets?
Yes.
After learning that information and seeing kind of the nature of the injuries, did you have a concern about what Mr. Randolph had relayed to you in terms of how things unfolded?
Judge, I object. We've heard a medical examiner as an expert. They even try to put in their cartoon, or they put in that cartoon through her. I do not know why this detective is qualified to make any kind of arguments about trajectory, having heard from the medical examiner.
And that misstates my question. I simply asked if he had a concern. He's the lead detective, and he's allowed to comment on the state of the evidence in his investigation.
Well, you can ask him what, based on that, if he knew something else in his investigation and why he did that.
Understood. So, do you make a decision to do something about a week later with Mr. Randolph?
Yes.
Okay. Is it predicated, is it in part based off of what you've learned at the scene, learned from the interview, learned from the 911 call, and learned from the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do 1 week later?
Actually, the day before, we had decided that it would be a good idea if Mr. Randolph were be willing to demonstrate at the scene what happened, what we call a walkthrough. We've done this before with officer-involved shootings, where we can put the officer back in that situation contextually so that they can get a clearer idea of what happened during the shooting. So we had the idea to do that, and Detective Mogg contacted Mr. Randolph on the 14th, and he agreed to do the walkthrough with us. So we met him the following day at the residence.
There was something else before we move on. You mentioned how much change did Mr. Miller have on his person?
It was $4 and some change. I don't remember a specific amount.
And I just can't remember if I asked you this, but in the second interview on June 3rd, does the defendant say Mr. Miller gave him anything prior on the day of before he left to go to dinner with Sharon?
That he had paid him back $100?
Okay. Did you find $100 on Mr. Miller at all?
No.
All right. So you were kind of mentioning a little bit. So why did you want to do this with Mr. Randolph? Like, what's the purpose of this?
As we've just heard that.
Okay.
He asked the reason why, what are you going to do next week, and was that based on all these different things?
I didn't hear the
And he said
purpose.
yes. And Detective Mogg set it up, so now he's asking the same question again. He's asked and answered.
Well, I mean, I'll rephrase. I mean, let me ask you this: is this a tactic you use or a technique that you use to entrap people, or what's? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, is it for just normal citizens? Is it for only suspects? Like, why walkthroughs?
Because it can give us clarity. Again, putting it in the context of an officer-involved shooting, we'd sit down and do an interview at the homicide office with an officer involved in the shooting, and you may have, what we call cognitive dissonance, where they get things out of order, or they have auditory exclusion, where they don't hear certain things like the gunshots, or you get tunnel vision like you hear described. And normally you can see those things in an interview. So we ask the officer then to come back, again, contextually to the scene, and once they're there, you'll oftentimes see those holes filled, or you'll see them put things in order, because now they realize, hey, you were standing over here, or I heard you say that, I heard this officer say this, now that they're back there. Because of the inconsistencies that we saw at the scene at the Randolph's house, things that to me didn't make sense, we saw an opportunity maybe for Mr. Randolph to come back and in doing the walkthrough have some of those things explained, that it would give clarity in our investigation. Maybe he would come back and we'd get a complete understanding of what happened.
Okay. So, because in theory, I mean, he could have said, I just recalled to me, this is what really happened versus something else, correct?
Certainly.
Okay. But when the walkthrough happens, is the events that he's saying in terms of like the location of where he starts shooting, does that remain the same?
Yes.
During the course of this interview or investigation, did you interview approximately 60 different people?
Yes, there's about 30 transcribed statements in the case file, and we talked to at least double that. Yes.
Okay. And just answer the question, kind of yes or no. You did do some traveling, just yes or no. You did do some traveling to interview some people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This included family and friends of Sharon Randolph?
Yes.
Did it also include family members and friends of Michael Miller?
Yes.
When you start to interview these people, do you start to develop a picture about the relationship between Tom and Sharon?
Yes.
When you interview these people, do you start to get an understanding of the relationship between Michael and Tom?
Yes.
Thank you, Linda.
Focusing on Michael for a second, at certain points, and it may be in the second interview, I just don't remember exactly, but is there a point where the defendant suggests that Mr. Miller might have some outstanding warrants, something of that nature?
Yes.
Did you look up to see if Mr. Miller had any outstanding warrants?
Objection calls for hearsay. Calls for hearsay. Any outstanding warrants calls for hearsay.
Well, I think the question was, did you look that up? You can answer that yes or no, if you looked it up.
Okay, did you look it up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find anything to corroborate what the...
Objection, hearsay.
Can I approach on this?
Yes.
He's like, I didn't even finish my question. They don't want his existing warrants brought in. This is funny. These are Mike's warrants, right? This is not even Tommy. I don't know why they're objecting. It's yoga time. I don't know who that is, but she does a much better job leading us in yoga than Tommy did the other day. I nominate her. If somebody could get us connected, that would be good. Because Tommy lied about it. Let's see. A detective's checking his watch. You're going to be here for a while. That's what the time it is. I thought we heard he did have warrants. I'm not positive on that now. Let's see if they're able to bring this out. I don't think they would have asked the question if he didn't have warrants. Why would the state pursue that line of questioning if there wasn't something at the end of it, right? If it was a big nothing burger, it would just be a waste of time. And they can basically leave it at that. And with the adamant objection from the defense, the jury is left thinking, oh, there's probably something there. For one reason or another, it's not allowed in trial, and it's almost better left unsaid, because it lets them speculate on what the warrant was for. It's a something burger. Apparently, we might hear about it. This is just to prove that Tommy is a liar. Okay, did Tommy say he did have warrants, and that he doesn't? Or did Tommy say he didn't have warrants and he does? Either way, Tommy lied, right? We do know that Mike had moved out to sort of start over anew, start fresh.
Technically, can answer the question as to whether or not there were any active warrants.
Look at that.
Did you find any active warrants?
No, we did not.
Okay, so Tommy lied about that.
Let's talk about one of the things you mentioned. You kind of started to get a sense of the nature of the relationship between Sharon and the defendant. Eventually, do you come into possession during your investigation a will that was produced in June of 2006?
Yes, June 6th.
Specifically Sharon's will?
Yes.
Essentially, is the bulk of everything left to the defendant in that will?
Yes, and executor of the estate.
Okay. Is there a second will that comes to your attention that's kind of dated January of 2007?
Yes.
Is that estate of Sharon being left to Colleen and not the defendant?
That's correct.
He's still mad about that.
I want to ask you about, let's talk about life insurance for a little bit. Do you and your fellow detectives start conducting research on whether there are any life insurance policies in which Sharon's life is insured and the defendant is a beneficiary of those life insurance policies?
Yes.
Okay. This time we're asking permission to publish 328, which has been admitted.
328 has not been admitted.
Oh, I apologize. Any objections to? Okay.
No.
We're asking that stage proposed 328.
I don't think you have the life insurance on this one.
Okay, and we did do 332.
Although if he's found
I also have 331.
not guilty,
We'll do
he
this
might
a
be able
little
to
bit
collect
later,
it.
but it's the June 3rd interview. So we're going to be requesting that be admitted as well.
Any objection to 331?
Just what was previously argued, but otherwise, no.
Based on
I
that.
don't know, maybe he did, because it was like 8 months after. It took a long time to arrest him.
Mr. Arnie, is this 328?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
I think I've heard that song.
Do you come into possession of a life insurance policy from Protective Life, formerly known as Chase Life Insurance?
I don't know that we got a copy of the policy, but yes, we did become aware of the insurance policy.
Well, let's just take a look at this for a second. Here.
Let me show you the evidence before you've established
sorry.
what it is.
Okay. If we're showing you page 4 here, let me zoom in. Who is the insured on this policy? Can you read that? Up
Yes,
here.
Sharon Cause. It's Sharon Cause. It's her maiden name. Excuse me.
I'd like to turn your attention to under number 2. What is the face specified amount?
Thank you, Molly.
$200,000.
I said 8. It was 5.
I want to go to section 3, beneficiary information. Who is the beneficiary of this policy?
Tom W. Randolph.
It says thong.
How much of the proceeds?
100%.
During the course of your investigation, did Sharon have any children?
Yes.
How many children did she have?
Colleen was her daughter.
Okay. Did she have any grandchildren?
Yes.
How many?
I believe 2.
Okay. What is the date of the signature on this application?
January 30th of 06.
Okay. And based on your investigation, it's your understanding they were legally married in 2007?
Yes.
I'd like to turn to page 10 of this particular file. What does this portion of the document appear to be?
Which showing, it's a claimant statement showing Sharon Cause Randolph as deceased.
Okay, so it's an application to receive the proceeds, correct?
Correct.
What is the date on here?
July 11th of 2008.
I want to turn attention to the Prudential Life Insurance Policy. Opening that file.
Lots of
If you
scrolling
could,
going
in
on.
the upper right-hand corner, could you please read what this says up here?
Application for life insurance or policy change.
Okay. Who is the name of the primary proposed insured?
Sharon Cause.
All right. Turning to page 3 of this document. What type of policy is it?
It's a term essential 20.
And what's the amount of insurance?
100,000.
Okay. Who is the beneficiary?
Thomas W. Randolph Jr.
And again, how does Mr. Randolph characterize his relationship?
As a domestic partner.
So it doesn't indicate husband.
Correct.
Judge, just for clarification, this is the application?
Yes.
Judge, then I would say that it's not Mr. Randolph who clarified himself that way, it's Miss Randolph who clarified it, or Miss...
Well,
How does the application characterize it? I think
Sure.
is the best way to form the question,
I
because
think
we don't know who wrote that.
that was going to be exactly my question. I mean, we don't know who technically typed all this information out, correct?
No, we don't.
Okay.
That scroll wheel deserves an award.
And just to be clear, what's the date on this signature?
February 16th, 2006.
And what city and state is that signed at?
In Ogden, Utah.
Ogden? I think it's Ogden. It should be an E-N. I hear the scroll wheel, but nothing's happening.
Here, could you please read where she signs her name on page 12? Oh, it's frozen again. It's tricky bandwidth.
Don't blame the technology. I think the common element here every time the technology fails is the prosecutor.
Last thing I've shown. I've been focusing on my screen, I apologize. Okay. Showing you page 12 of 51. What is the date of Sharon Gause's signature here?
January 16th of 2006, excuse me.
I think both the policies were in Utah. One was in Clearfield, one was in Ogden, which are actually like neighbor cities. Sort of next to each other.
Going to page 27. Section 2 states what? You can read it. Can you see what that says?
It says claimant information. This section is to be completed by the individual claiming death benefits.
So who is the person claiming?
Thomas W. Randolph Jr.
Care of whom?
Of Dorothy Randolph, his mother, at 260 South 700 East, Clearfield, Utah, 84015.
And this policy number matches the policy number on the application?
Yes.
What is the date of Mr. Randolph's signature here on page 28?
June 19th, 2008.
Opening the Stonebridge life insurance policy. Going to page 11. If you could read, what does it say right here in the middle?
It says proof of accidental death, affidavit of claimant.
Okay. Who is the signature?
Thomas Randolph Jr.
Care of whom?
Dorothy Randolph, his mother.
What is the date of this applicant claimant?
June 11th, 2008.
Who is the beneficiary under this claimant form?
Thomas William Randolph Jr.
Okay. Just to be clear, during the course of your investigation, do you speak, or does your partner speak with someone at Stonebridge Life Insurance?
Yes.
And do you learn that this particular policy was an amount of $10,000?
Yes.
Additionally, based on your investigation, either you or Detective Wilson, do you reach out to, or do you speak or communicate with a Boston Mutual Insurance Company?
Yes, Detective Wilson did.
Do you learn that Sharon has a life insurance policy in the amount of $22,000?
Correct.
Okay, and that came through her work?
Yes.
And it was kind of paid, kind of garnished regularly out of her wages, is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. In total, was there $232,000 in life insurance?
That we were able to find. There's no central repository to be able to find all of that.
First of all, I think you got your number wrong.
Is it wrong?
Yeah. You said 230. It's 332.
Sorry, thank you. I apologize. 332.
I thought you said
I'm a lawyer.
332.
I'm not very good at math, so it's $332,000.
Yes, that's what I thought you said.
And just to be clear, in your officer's report, I think you said it was $323,000.
Yeah, I transposed the numbers. It's my bad.
Okay.
It's up to about $500,000 in this one. Now 600,000. Do I hear a 7? Going once? Going twice?
I think at this time,
He's just here for his tech
we'll
skills.
turn our attention to the June 3rd interview. You participated in that interview?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Mr. Randolph wasn't in custody at the time, is that correct?
He was not.
He was free to leave at any point?
Yes.
Was he in handcuffs or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Sharon, before you play that, it's my understanding this interview is a little lengthy. We're going to take a recess before you start playing that interview.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon recess. During this recess, we must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen, news, or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test, or theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or its claims submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 3:25. Will be in recess till 3:40.
Must not form or express any opinion on this case. I'm not sure who just rung somebody's bell, but that was loud. Okay, so we're going to do a quick speed through the break time, because although they get a break, we do not. Just 1 second here. Because we've got to be done before court begins. There we go. Okay. No insurance on his life. He wasn't planning on dying. That's the reason. Interview number 2 is coming up. I'm going to do my best to try to fix the audio. I don't know what we're going to have to deal with. Some things just aren't fixable. So we'll give it our best here.
Please be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present. You have fact on the record in C-250966 states that versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect that Mr. Randolph is present with his attorney, deputy attorneys on behalf of the state. The both parties taking the judgment of our
That's our fast forward sound.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, State, you may resume questioning. Detective Kelly, I just remind you to fill out the oath.
Thank you, Honor.
So, Detective O'Kelly, you had mentioned that you conducted an interview with the defendant on June 3rd of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
Who was present with you in the interview?
Myself and Detective Mogg.
All right. I am publishing what has been marked as exhibits who've been admitted as States 331.
Okay, we're going to hear curse words. Heads up. It might be a little loud, too. I'll try to fix as best I can.
For
Yes.
the record, we started playing around, I don't know, 1340 in terms of the time counter at the bottom.
Those just smart stuff is. Oh, yeah, he'll be able to tell you what we took from the house. And you guys in my car, in my trunk. I don't know. He would be the best one to ask that. Because if he wasn't, he was looking for money. Oh yeah. What's this? That's the autopsy report. Yeah. It's been a while since I read one, but I want to make sure I'm getting it right. What questions did you have? Where was she shot? Where was she shot? Oh, you know in the head, but... I'm going to be whipping around today because I am just not comfortable.
Guilt is just eating him.
I was going to bring you a new one, but I guess it's in the other bag, so I brought you to have that one now. Those are the things. Yeah, they got the guns. Looks like it's mine, but the only one that's mine is the Kawasaki. Yeah, Blocker and all that. They changed the name of the place? No, it's yeah, it is Kawasaki. The other side's not. Yeah, we went into Kawasaki. It was right now. I don't know. Buy a motorcycle once a day. Or buy a motorcycle battery and so what's this one? That's the price of the jet ski? Jet ski, yeah. I'm not going to bring two, let's see. Oh, that was cool. She said it kept up there, it pulled 70 miles an hour with the speeder. Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, it's a life insurance company.
I'll call you back. I'm busy right now, okay?
Let's call in.
Okay, bye. Larry Hockley? Who's Larry Hockley? I think it's her uncle, is who she said gave her the guns. That was a security policeman or something. Yeah. Let's see.
Just trying to figure out how to turn the ringer off. You comfy now, Tommy? Can we start?
right side, right upper side of the head.
That was his cell phone ringtone.
Going upward and toward the left.
Let's see if we can bring
So
some.
was he in the bathroom or was he in the bedroom?
Going to try to bring some closed captioning on.
I had no idea. She was in the dead center in the hallway.
No closed captions. Sorry, it doesn't have any.
Yeah.
So it's right to left and upward. This copy on top sheet.
Oh, you want to pick it up today? You want to pick it up today?
Yeah, just now was going over to the Justice Center, but I couldn't find the fucking place. And when I got there, I realized I didn't bring the papers. They took my suitcase and everything was falling out of it, so I sent the papers somewhere else.
So, let's see, who's on the last part?
He would have asked exactly about a key, the last that I remember.
Okay, refresh my recollection.
And I was guessing that he was going to get the baby and take him out of the door to make sure he can't get in the swimming pool. Actually, Pickles can get him out the door to be able to work with autism, so we put him up above the land thing. And didn't have a key, which isn't unusual, because sometimes I leave it to the shed or I'll leave it if I'm not cleaning the pool. Couldn't find it anywhere, so.
So that's something you guys do as a matter of course, is take that key out. So
Yeah, when the kids are there, and I'll leave it in, and I used to fire somebody at the house, but I couldn't find the key. Then I had asked about, I called and asked him, and he said he found it outside. It is, so, and that's, again, very likely to share him lay on the table when they go out to smoke. I'll lay him on the big table when I'm cleaning the pool or in the filters or something, but he brought her over. I told him I wanted anything because we was leaving. And then when he got there, Sharon went in to plant some plants that was dying that she bought. And she said something about she gave back the key, or he told me later he had got the key back or something. But that was between her and him, and I don't remember seeing it after that, so.
that was that night or previous to that?
No, it had to be previous to that. It had been, because that night he didn't do any work or anything. What happened? No, it had been before we left, like the week before. We just got back.
Yeah.
So, and we got extra keys, and I found my key. I gave one to the neighbor, and when we got back, I got it back. So that was the extra key, and I said my son gave me a little, my grandson gave me a little steamboat bank thing, and it was in there. And when I was, I didn't figure out what I could get this morning, because the key was stuck in the old register again.
So, that day when this happened, when you guys, since you had Nicholas over there, that key would not have been in the lock in the fresh door set.
No, it shouldn't have been. It shouldn't. I mean, see, I don't know if they went swimming or not, because I hadn't been there for a couple hours. I was out running around looking at the boats, and I was going to wash the car. The back was broke, and tried to, and he did that when we unloaded the car to see if he could pick up that.
Let's try to make some corrections here.
data coming through that we present. I might just, if you don't mind, can I just try to hardline it in? Sure. I mean, it may be easier.
So our technical guru here is now going to reconfigure the courtroom audio system and hope for a better result than the existing one. Hope the battery's charged because we've unplugged. We've gone mobile.
Fire stains. Sorry. I have to use.
Bailiff's not impressed. Trying to find the right cable. Looks like HDMI in. That's good. $5 says it's exactly the same as before. He's unplugging it, plugging it back in again. It's been a while since I read one of those. Why has he ever needed to read an autopsy report? I hope the jury heard that. Prosecutor's just surfing Amazon right now. He's doing a little last-minute shopping. Once he's done, we're going to resume the testimony with the video. Add to cart. Let's see. Yes, I'll get the added protection. That should be good. Well, she'll like that. Yeah. I think that just about does it here. Let's go ahead and check out. See if you can remember his security code. It's over here on the notepad on the desktop. Let me read that. There it is. Oh, 1, 2, 3. That's right. 1, 2, good. So enter that here. Okay. And when's it going to arrive? He has to check the calendar, make sure that it arrives before the birthday. He's ordering verdict eyebrows. We're all going to be wearing them. Got the code wrong. Might be ordering a longer HDMI cord. I do that. Tommy's out. This was more than the opportunity he needed. We're getting some good rest here. Good shut-eye. I was expecting slight snores to start coming from the defense table, but yeah, with this much delay, we should have like Dolby surround sound on the interview with closed captioning.
Does that work now?
No, it wasn't working before, and it's still not working now. Judge is over there, not impressed. She's like, "You're screwing with my courtroom."
No, that's how fresh we look like. And there you go.
So here we go. It's checking out now.
So we're about.
It sounds exactly the same.
We had extra keys, and I found my key. I gave one to the neighbor. And when we got back, I got it back, so that was the extra key. And it's in my son baby old, or my grandson baby old.
It's worse. Oh, it's worse.
Main thing, it was in there. And when I was bigger, I couldn't even more money because the key was stuck in the wedge in there.
That day when this happened, when you guys, since you had Nicholas over there, that key would not have been in the lock in the front door, so.
No, it shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have been. See, I don't know if they would stun it or not, because I hadn't been there for a couple hours. I was out running around Bugs, I was gonna wash the car, the back was broke, and tried to, I needed to have them unload the car to see if he could get up by the little rim and pull it out. There's a little car. Sure car? Yeah. Oh. And I sort of just come over and help us unload the car too, because I just can't put the bags in the back. And,
So you took your car to go out and look at the 11,000 or so?
yeah, I was going to wash it because we was taking it to go to, because we was going back to Utah the next day in my car. So, was going to wash it in the stove. And hadn't done it for days because I just hadn't felt well and hadn't slept or anything, but
And you had mentioned something when we did that walkthrough, that he had the same bags that he had in the car?
I don't know if he had the same bags. He had some plastic bags, clothes that he was going to his girlfriend, I assume clothes. I don't remember boots or anything like that, or shoes. I don't remember anything like that. But did you say something about boots or shoes?
No, I was asking, you mentioned during the walkthrough that he had, or you saw the same bags there by the door that he had earlier.
Well, I don't know that they were the same bags. I've seen plastic bags by the door. And earlier when we got there, earlier when I picked him up, he had 2 plastic bags. I don't know what kind they were. It was plastic bags, Walmart, Kmart, whatever. And said he had a date and it was closed. But I don't know what was said or anything did. There wasn't nothing sticking out of him that was obvious to me. I really wasn't looking that much either, didn't care, so.
Just trying to build, obviously, neither one of us knew Mike, and neither one of us knew your wife. So we're just trying to build like a foundation of what he was like, what she was like.
She was wonderful. He wasn't bad. He wasn't, I mean, other he didn't work where he said he did. I guess he didn't work anywhere, but.
When you first met him, did you ever have, I don't know, how do I put this here? I mean, an inkling that he may have had some kind of drug problem?
Well, yeah, obviously he's black and didn't have a job and was buying a 40 ounce or whatever they call them. The big brown, and put in the big bottle. Or
What was your first clue that you might have like a drug problem? Did you don't ask me for any of yours?
You don't have a drug problem.
Oh, that's what I asked.
He drinks. And he smokes cigars you can buy at the street. The sheriff's bought them for him a few times.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's ever done drugs that I know of.
Okay.
I mean, I know he did when he was younger. He said he used to run around, but all of us except Mr. Clinton did.
I knew you to nail. Did he ever ask to use any of your prescription medication, any of your pain pills or anything?
No. I think I might have gave him like half of them. I gave him once when we was out at the bar because he said he had a headache and I was taking mine and I said, you can't take those, you fucking die right here on the table and I'll get sued. So I had some Koji's or something like that and broke it in half and I supposedly aspirin, but no, he's he didn't do drugs as far as I know. He didn't do drugs.
What about anybody in his family that you know of that he may have taken some of your drugs and given them to?
If he took some of my drugs, then he just took them on his own. I didn't give him any of my drugs.
Okay.
And I'm not missing any of my drugs that I know, but
He's focusing his chi right now.
sometimes I don't take, usually I take most of them. I keep them a monthly thing. And I used to have a bottle that had a few extra ones in it, but lately they just, after taking 10 years, they don't work like they used to, so.
What are those patches you had? They look like big 4x4s?
What? How big are they?
I don't know, they came in packages, it was about...
Those are fentanyl.
What's that?
It's a synthetic morphine. It's like, oxycontin, morphine, they use it in,
What do you use it for?
pain.
Oh, for your back?
Back on, put on my chest, put on my back, my neck, wherever, just general pain.
Okay.
But, they just recalled them because they're fucked up. They've been killing people. Like, and I've been telling everybody, these ain't right. And some days you take them. It's like,
Not sure why the picture went
I
away.
thought they just recalled them in general because it was not working. Because I know a couple of times on mine, I'd take them and they'd be dry, like they wouldn't even stick. And there would be times I put them on and just barely just rub them on to get them to stick. And like, you sharp taste kind of, like you get a shot and you get put out at the doctor. And you can start tasting the medicine in them. And I thought, fuck, these things are strong. And then you get sick, I puke. Yeah. And I usually don't puke unless they're pretty strong. And they've recalled them now. And you do these little teeny things that just a waste of time. They are for me, they'd fall off. I did 15, and after the last ones, I think 11 of them was stuck in my hair, my shirt, my pillows, and sheets.
So you didn't have, to your knowledge, then, a drug habit?
Not that I know of, no. I don't even think he's on pot.
Gambling habit?
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, that's where all this money went. And sharing both.
Tell me about his gambling habit first that you know of.
That's why I borrowed all the money. I told him he needed money for this. I was a little skeptical, but he did just show me his license for being, getting his, as an apprenticeship, like a journeyman, but your apprentice first, to do masonry. And he showed me that he got his hours and it was signed off, and he had a meeting, and then he was supposed to pay so much fees, and then started working for the union.
Did you ever go gambling with him?
Yeah, a couple times. Well, actually, he started becoming a problem. He kept showing up everywhere we went, and I wanted to borrow money. Sit down there and put $1 or $2 in, and then I get $5, and, that adds up pretty quick. And Sharon don't like that. She don't like that. She don't like that. Pauline, she don't like that. But my money is her money, and that's all there is to it. Nobody else's but hers. Mm-hmm. So.
How did that make you feel? I mean, he's a friend of yours. You wanted to lend him $5 and she didn't like that?
Oh, that didn't matter. That's my money. I mean, I could what the fuck I want to do with my money. I mean, she's going to get pissy about it a little bit and let it go. But, I have no reason to keep giving it to me either. As I said there at the last, there would have to be a problem. And when his girlfriend or wife or whatever came out, he wanted to borrow money, and it was, it's like, really important. It's my daughter or my son or whatever. And I says, well, I'm going to be gone for a week. So I gave him, I think, 150. He says, so you better not end up at the casino tonight, because tomorrow, if you come to my house early in the morning or at night, I'm just not answering the phone, I'm not answering the door, you ain't getting another penny from me.
So that was when his wife came out?
I don't know if it's his wife, his girlfriend. He's talking to her 4 girls around the table. He wanted to borrow money to take one of them to China, don't do money for that. Paid some of it back. Stratocaster or something like that. Isn't there a big tall building? Stratosphere.
Stratocaster guitar style pickups.
I think it was $10-20, he said, so he's spending my money well.
So, to your knowledge, you were drug addict, but he did have a gambling problem.
Yes, he definitely did. Yeah.
How much do you think, your best guess, what do you think you spent a week gambling?
I don't know.
He went out with you.
I only spent what I gave him, but he didn't pay money. I got $2 or $3. He helped me out for a look at my check and took all of it out, and that was there. And he would show me a check statement occasionally, and he was garnishing his wages. And then he kept saying, now we got to straighten out. And there was something about Mike Miller, Mexican, that was in the union, and they had their social security numbers switched, and that's why he wasn't being paid. And Hispanic Mike Miller threw a fit. His wages were being garnished for child support because he don't have any kids.
You mean that? And you mentioned that Sharon didn't like that you loaned the money to together?
She didn't let me alone, like, Pauline. I mean, just plain and simple. She just, but, otherwise it was really weird. I go out and fight another woman, and she forgave me for that at the time that I was going to give Pauline $100 to go to England. She says, if you give her that money, I swear to God, I'll divorce you tomorrow. I mean, and there was no doubt in my mind, her and Pauline didn't have a real good relationship at all. For a long time, they didn't speak because of money.
How did Sharon and Mike get along?
Sharon and Mike Miller? Good. Everybody liked him. Everybody liked him. Other than he got to be a little bit of a problem. Like I said, he'd come over, just stop in, should have called first. We told you that Sharon, getting pissy about this and sometimes I do get pissy about this. I don't feel good.
Did he ever snap back? Like get pissed off at you or her?
No. If he got pissed off at her, I'd slap the shit out of him. But no, he never. He just, he's always trying to get more money. Please, man, I just need just $5 to get me by. Since I just told you, I'm not even getting out of bed. I'm not even going to get up and talk to you. So get the fuck on down the road and call me later today. And if I feel better, we'll talk about it. And, if I don't call you,
that's piercing.
Don't worry about it because I'm getting up. But he didn't understand. That's why we had him there, is to lift shit and lift boxes and do work. He couldn't grind a nail. He couldn't put a screw in to save his life.
Okay, so I'm going to turn this down for just a second. Mike, they're talking about Mike and about how he never had any money. He was always begging for money. He kept showing up unannounced, asking for money, and wouldn't work at all. He was not violent. He never pushed back when Tommy or Sharon would be upset with him for showing up and asking for money.
What about anything that you might have stolen from him? Because obviously, if he's moving your stuff around and out in the garage or out in your shed.
I think he may have taken some money before and maybe some pills. Because I trust him. I didn't. If I invite you in my home, there's a reason for it.
Why does he say I trust him? After all this, he doesn't trust him.
She was missing a lot of pills that she couldn't find. And I won't stand here and tell you 100% to get it because I don't sleep for days at a time. And I hurt really bad. And I really, I talked to my mom, I talked to others that just one of these days I might just need time to cash in my quality of life. There's 2-3 weeks at a time hurting really bad. As a matter of fact, I got out of the car and I fell down out there and couldn't get up. And I felt really stupid. Somebody walked by and said, "Sir, do you need some help?" I just resting. The heat. I just needed to wait till my nut got back up where it was supposed to be, so I could do this a few times and act like an idiot and stand up and catch my breath.
Describing how he fell down and felt stupid because he couldn't get up.
What else do you know about his past?
Relatives? Where do you have relatives with?
We was going to go down and shoot. Where we shoot, we got land down in Arizona, and we had shot there once before with a guy, and the guy was out of town. I called him. So then I called the guy that actually owned it, and he said, next time you come to town, stop in. It's a small town. Buy me a cup of coffee, buy me a beer. Then I'll know you. It's cool. You can shoot there, but I don't know you. It's a federal mine, so I'd rather you didn't shoot. So that's in Maybe, Arizona. So his uncle supposedly has AKs, and we could shoot his AKs and shoot out in his backyard 20-30 miles before Kingman, somewhere out there in the desert. I don't know if that's true or not, but
so you guys didn't go shoot out there?
No, we wasn't.
He said we were going to go shoot in Arizona. This is in response to where does Mike have family?
And stuff and 3-wheelers and.
So we're going on the range?
I don't do that. I just wild and shoot cans. I just pick them up.
He doesn't shoot at a range. He just goes out in the desert and shoots cans.
Just loaded up the cars a couple times to go shoot. Get them in suitcases and the bullets, and lots of bullets. And that's when he came in to lift them because I just can't lift them. It's that simple.
You had that many bullets, you need somebody to lift them.
Pardon?
You had that many bullets?
He says, I need to bring this guy along to carry the bullets because they're so heavy.
Miles to find a fucking place in Vegas to shoot and shoot what, 20, 30 bullets and come back. That's not realistic, but yeah, actually I got so many fucking bullets, it's scary. I started a small war on a third country. A small third country. A small third country.
He just claimed that he had enough bullets to start a war with a small country.
So, and you know what was really cool? Before Brady got shot in the head, I just seen it coming because I do gun shows and I bought all these fucking AK clips for $2, $1.50. 30 of them for $24. And God, that next day they went up to like $19.95 for the plastic piece of shit. I'm a millionaire. And I bought 2,000 or 3,000 rounds, 2 or 3, well, more than that, but 2 or 3 crates of AK shells, of gun shells. God, the next day you couldn't afford a crate of them, they went up the price on.
So, you're an avid shooter then?
I used to be. I'm not now because of the back and stuff, but I used to.
Just cans or target or?
Cans.
Yeah. Did you ever do any close quarter shooting?
Like in your
Well,
hallway?
yeah, sometimes I have to. I got a 22 Magnum that's about that long. And I'll shoot at it 5 times and then I'll throw the gun at it. And you gotta kick it a few times because you should be able to throw better than for that farm operator. I'm really sure to shoot with it with that gun. It's like the barrel's about that long.
What was Sharon's email address?
Weird answers.
S. Randolph at Cox.net.
And yours?
That's it.
Oh, you say you guys share the same one?
Well, it's on her computer. I have Tommy Rabbit, ThommyRabbit01 at AOL. And if you get on there,
Tommy
you go ahead
Rabbit.
and delete them because there's probably 12, 13, 14,000 messages by yourself.
Work with an email and all sorts of stuff.
I just...
He had an AOL email address.
ThommyRabbit01.
01.
Tommy Rabbit.
So, you said you went out of town for a week and you gave Miller $150 because he said he needed some money.
Yeah, maybe even more than that over a couple of days that he'd been around. But it got to be, he'd come over and borrow, $20, do a little bit of work.
Did he have a key to the house then when you went out of town?
No.
So I'm just curious about that key that you told me about. When he may have had that?
If he had a key, it's either the one Sharon, he took it that day and Sharon didn't get it back, or he needed a copy or something. The night that he said he found the key. And he may very well have found the key because, like I said, I've lost the key and looked for it and looked for it, and it's laying right there on that round table by the pool, but because the sun is so bright you can't see it. I've looked for it for 20, 30 minutes, and then it wasn't like
if you broke into your house.
I was leaving the next day, and we figured the Mexicans did it. I just had some Mexicans not too many days before that unload some stuff, and I took one of them home because we had started.
He's now blaming some
paying them,
some migrant workers
when I get this hair at my ass to leave, and
that he paid, saying they broke into his house.
$200 to load it back up. 2 days later, when I get the hair out of my ass and come back home, and they say, yeah, I understand, get up there and fucking, they've got Christmas decorations with this and that, and so we decided that one of them has to speak English well enough that he can be boss, and we would pay him a little more. But he told me that this one little kid had made a comment, rich man, a lot of nice things, and was actually looking in my plastic boxes rather than putting them up in the attic, or looking in them as it was in the attic. And Mike also came out and said, you better not let him, or he told me, he said, you better not let Tom catch you doing that. He said, fuck you up. And when they both told me that, and then when the Mexican told me too, that his own guy that came with him, and they'd never been there before, this guy. And it turned out later he said that he was a little, maybe mental a little bit. But right then, right on the spot, gave him $20, put him in the car, took him back down to the corner, and that was it. I never got him again.
Because we're just trying to figure out why Miller picks this one particular night. Anything at all that happened that day that he might have said to you when you went, after you dropped him off, you went home, picked Sharon and Nicholas up and dropped
Just left immediately. Grabbed my bag out of the trunk and left.
The three of you?
Put my gun away and left because she...
Which gun?
The gun I shot him with. I actually was wearing it earlier in the day, but we had Nicholas there and I had been gone, and Pauline, Nicholas's mom, has just been going crazy about the guns. So she's okay that I got him, but Nicholas is getting 10.5 and she's afraid he's getting curious, and Thomas is climbing, so she always bitches about my pills because I got the shot finger and then I'm stiff, so I'm trying to take these 50 pills a day, a week, and it seems like they're all the time on the fucking floor. You find them all the time, and that's bad because they'll kill the kids. And so that's one of the things that we've always worked on, is the pill thing, but the guns too. I always try to keep them up and secure. But I had just brought this one back Tuesday from Utah. I brought it back and hadn't had it on since Indiana. Probably 5 years before, so...
This guy rambles so badly.
Around that day, and when we started to leave, Sharon said, "We're just left, and we got to go to Colleen's, and Nicholas is in the truck." I was late, I was running late, that's why I didn't go to the bank. And Ziggy was going to the bank too, because I had to. I told you I have another woman that I was involved with at the very beginning, and I agreed and borrowed money from her to buy into a condo, because that's what I thought I was going to do. And I guess basically I could say, fuck you, I'm not with you no more, so fuck you. Still love you, still care for you, but fuck you, I'm not paying you back the $25,000, $30,000 that I borrowed from your mother.
How much did you have that day when you went out with him?
I never had figured out what the fuck you guys was doing that night. You left the clip in my pocket from the gun. You left a clip in my pocket in my briefcase. I had like 2 or 3 grand, I think, in my...
And we gave you the money back.
Yeah, that's what I say. But I had a couple of grand in my sock, and there's 2 grand in my car. And you guys didn't get it in the car, neither did he.
Were you expecting us to search it for it, or find it, or what?
It's bizarre.
Why would we take the money?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't think he was going to steal my money, but, I didn't expect actually to come out after talking to 911 and have all these fuckers pointing guns at me and handcuff me. And then when I say I'm disabled and, this is really starting to hurt me, one of the pricks, and I don't know which one it was a plainclothesman, I kept saying, what the fuck is taking so long? There's only one, the door's open. I just was in there for 10 minutes. Here's the keys, there's a fucking door pad there. What is taking so fucking long? Because I seen the cops going with the shotguns and the pads.
Blaming the cops.
I thought you guys liked killing people. That's what all the news says. It's just, play your stereo too loud and we'll shoot you. Get a little crazy if you have a screen truck and we'll shoot you.
Well, we weren't there then, and usually the stereo's turned down by the time we get there.
What's what I said? That's what I said. Where's the killer cops when we need them, And I thought, I got a little pussies here this night, And I told one of them, I said, this is ridiculous, fuck, if she's not dead, she's going to be dead by the time you guys get in there. And I realize now, I guess it was in there already and said it was dead. And I didn't know that at the time.
And they got in there, as soon as you came out, they went in.
Okay, we'll see. I didn't know that. They kept telling me, well, we can't get in, we can't get in. They kept coming up and asking me where the pad was, what the keypad number was, and I kept telling them it's really funky. You got to push this first and that first.
Since they had to clear the garage.
Well, like I said, they didn't know. And fuck, I told one of them, I said, fuck, man, I'll drag her to the goddamn door so you guys can treat her, I asked one of them, I kept, I got a rescinding testicle, and he says, lean against the car. And I moved, and one of them set me down on the ground by the collar. He says, you move from there, you're going to know what pain really is like. And I thought, well, you cocksucker. You don't have a clue what fucking pain's like, you know? But, yeah.
So, back to Miller. Well, I mean,
back to the question.
I
is there anything
I can't tell you
at all that happened that day that made him believe that he
All
needed
that-
to get into your house that night?
All that was, did anything happen that made Mike do this?
I took 20 grand out of the bank. I had 20 grand transferred. It was in Utah.
Did you have that cash?
No, I was going to go get 7 or 8 grand of it cash. And Mike's been with me when I've been there. I get the cash and I put it in, we'll send it to Lizzie's mom. You know, get a check and send it to Lizzie's mom.
So he's been with you then when you've had large amounts of cash?
I've always got large amounts of cash, but yeah, of course he has. And he wanted to go with me to the bank that night, and was going to borrow money, but Sharon called and said, come home. And
So you never made it to the bank?
Didn't make it to the bank.
And, so Sharon says come home, and that's when you drop
So he had
him off
20,000 cash, but he didn't make it to the bank?
at this car wash, if I remember correctly.
No, it wasn't at a car wash. He wanted to go to a car wash or something. It was up along the street somewhere. He wanted to go way up by he said his girlfriend was with some car wash, but the gangbanger place or whatever, he said were the brothers. And you know, that was really weird too, because his uncle called me in Utah and didn't know he was that I was in Utah, that my dad had a stroke and I was in Utah looking for Mike. Couldn't find him for a couple of days. Mike said he was in jail and that they didn't extradite him on the felony child support warrants that he had. And he said that somebody had got murdered and robbed, and they stopped a CAT bus. I don't know what that means, but
Just one of the buses.
and took all the black guys off the bus because the guy got robbed, and shortly after that he paid me $100. But that doesn't mean he
Paid you $100?
He paid you $100. Mike.
This is crazy.
Back in,
So you guys are at the house?
I just dropped him off somewhere between there and up by the Fiesta somewhere.
Off Rancho, just on Rancho, along Rancho.
The bus got robbed, and then Mike paid him back $100. So he just, I think he's blaming Mike for robbing the bus.
There, just turned around, flipped around there somewhere. Because he wanted to go further over something about, she just lives down the street by this car wash or something. I said, I gotta go, Mike, I gotta go. And then Sharon called in and said, where the fuck are you? Let's go. Because we had reservations for 6:30. So I missed the bank, but I was going to get $6,000, $7,000 or something out. And I brought the 20 down because I was going to buy a jet ski, I think. I was going to go rent one first and see if it hurt me too bad. But
He can't shoot a gun because his back hurts so bad, but he can buy a jet ski.
I don't know that he can. So I said I was going to try it first. Finally sold a boat because last time I water skied, I couldn't drive home. I hurt so fucking bad I didn't drive home.
Imagine that you get your back problems, and I water ski and I can't walk.
Well, that's what I said. The last time was with Sharon's parents. Sharon's brother, who's a retired warrant officer of the Navy. And, you know, I thought, he's a boater. Cool, I get somebody to pull a boat. The Sharon couldn't drive the boat. And so he got me up, but he's a lousy boat driver. Fuck, it was so, we didn't have a trim right. Just beat me to fucking death. But I only skied 2 skis. I didn't go 1 ski. But that was my last skiing 2 years ago. Because it hurt so bad. I had to sucker a patch and the oxycontins, you know, just by the handful of stone home. I couldn't drive. I had to stop and let him drive home. I couldn't. I hurt so bad. That's last done.
And so you drop Miller off along Rancho there somewhere up by the...
We turned on one of those little streets. I got off the main street there and just looked around.
So he dropped Miller off near his girlfriend's house, which was by a car wash.
How long do you think it took you to get from there home?
10 minutes.
Because we're just trying to figure out how you might have got back to your house.
Could be.
And so you drop them off, you go home, you pick up Sharon. You lock the house, or?
I didn't, because I was bleeding. I just flipped the trunk on the car and got my bag out of the car and put the gun away and left. actually put the gun away first and then got this bad, just not so heavy. And left.
You left with her?
Yeah, I know.
Talking about the timeline before they left for the night.
And that's why she said, just leave me home, because if Colleen sees it, she's going to go shit, because we got Pickles with it. Or if Pickles sees it and says something to Colleen, she's going to freak out.
Yeah.
So.
Plus you're going to a casino, so. Plus you're going to a casino, right? So you can't be wearing a gun in the casino.
Why can't you? I thought only if you're drinking you could carry a gun in the casino.
Well, I'm get visible.
With a gun, you're correct. I may not understand this correctly, but I was under the impression as of November 7th of this year, the legislature said that they're actually going to be reciprocal in the gun permit deal. And it's not registered, so he would probably misdemeanor you, but you can carry the gun in the casino if you have a concealed gun permit as long as you're not in a casino.
I'm not talking about getting you or something. I'm talking about that might have been part of the reason why you left your gun behind is because you're going to a casino.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't give a fuck about that. That means nothing to me.
Okay, Crystal.
So, I carry cash, and I'm paranoid about it. And then, you know, there's junkies out there that'll rob me for $200.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
There's apparently non-junkies out there that'll rob your house and shoot you for $300-400 worth of cheap-ass guns. I'm surprised the Makarov even shot this. Christ, I only paid like $120 for it. You know, but I bought it, 3 of them. I usually buy 3 at a time when I bought them years ago.
This is bizarre. So he didn't take his gun because he was going to a casino, not because it was a casino, but because Sharon's kid would be there.
He said that he never called you or anything after that, after you dropped him off down there on Rancho.
I really don't remember. If I told you he didn't, I may have probably had a better recollection of it. But the truth of it is, when I will sleep for days and then I finally sleep, I can't even find where I put my guns, my pills. That's why I say I won't put. That's what I started to tell you guys, and then I stopped because I lost my train of thought. I will swear to you that he took my pills because sometimes I went up to California recently. One of the things hair up my ass and left, and just grabbed some clothes, a little bit of thing, and found 6 fucking suckers in my dirty clothes, and which was a great thing because I was dying. And they wouldn't fill my prescriptions. I just had them refilled. I guess they don't do them interstate. So that was inclination to come back to Nevada to get my medicine filled because I don't go long without it. 3 days and I'll start doing the withdrawal thing and have a heart attack or a seizure and be like my dad.
Did Mike ever tell you he'd been arrested for anything?
Yeah. Said he did a robbery once of a bakery or something when he was a little kid. Said he had a 9mm. Said he was going to rob a Chinese, I don't know, it was a laundry or a...
Talking about Mike's arrest. He was going to rob a Chinese store?
And something about his brother came in to rob the same place while he was doing it. I'm just reading this is bullshit talk, you know, everybody's got their old war stories. And,
did he ever tell you he'd been arrested for anything as an adult?
No, I don't think so. Because I actually asked him about that. Because I don't want to be around criminals and shit. And I make it real clear with these guys, you know. I cover your back. I don't care if you're black, you're white, you're green. If you're my friend, you're my friend. If you're in my house, you're in my house. If I catch you fucking with me or stealing from me or fucking my wife, we're going to have a problem. And since I got a bad back, you'll probably bring it back with me. And I may even try to find a friend to hold you if I can't catch you because you run too fucking fast. Cause I used to hit like 300 left or right-handed. I had a better batting average left-handed. I had to because I ran so slow. I'm playing Little League All-Stars and the lady says, "Run, you son of a bitch, run!" And my mom said, "He's running as fast as he can." And the fucking right fielder threw me out at first base. Now that's fucked up, you know, but I can't run. I just can't run, but I'm pretty
So we just got a Tommy in All-Star Baseball but could not run, so he had to hit home runs.
And I tell them, every one of my friends, you know, I got your back when we go in, and should do that, and the guy knocks you out, and then 6 of them jumps on you, well, we're going to have one hell of a fight in here. But it's not going to be anything like it is when we get out, because you put me and mine in danger for being an idiot. I don't remember we were idiots either, so, you know, I'll cover your back while I got you, but then when you get out, I'm going to fuck you up, and put me there, and I don't want nothing to do with you anymore.
So Mike puts you in the bad spot?
You mean in general, or?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'd say shooting my wife and pulling a gun on me. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty fucking bad spot.
Why don't you think he shot you?
He was trying to shoot me. I've told you this over and over. He was trying to shoot me. He was going for the gun.
If you try to shoot somebody, you think you'd be able to do it?
Yeah, if you got the gun out. They got on that big old floppy sweatshirt, and then, I don't know what pants he had on, but he don't have any clothes. That's why Sharon had gave him some stuff, and I had looked for clothes that I had outgrown, but 36s are way too big for him. But his clothes must be like he has a belt that's cinched up, 15 holes too big, too small, or whatever.
Rick probably didn't have too many clothes. Have you ever seen him wearing those before?
Pardon me?
You ever seen him wearing the clothes he was in before?
Actually, I think I had seen his sweatshirt. That's what kind of made me think it was Mike at the time. And as I remember, the mask wasn't all the way down. It was like rolled up, one rolled about right here. As I remember, but again, it happened fast, and
You were lucky.
yeah, I was lucky. I went and told my neighbor the other day, thank you for fixing my holster, because there was a lot of excess, it's generic holsters, and a lot of the webbing on it. And I had my neighbor fix it and cut it off so the snap was there.
Did you have...
So you get it, so you were able to draw it easier?
Pardon me?
So you were able to draw it easier, or?
I'm still
You were able to draw the weapon easier from the holster, or what?
Well, that would have been my intention. It wasn't in the holster. It was just laying up in the... I took it out of the holster and just set it up in the shoe rack.
Did you or Sharon have any enemies? Anybody who...
Sharon had friends for 15 years that wouldn't talk to her after Philippe died. Colleen wouldn't talk to her for 2 years.
Yeah, but you know what I mean about enemies. Somebody who's...
Colleen's not Sharon's enemy.
I've got enemies, I guarantee you.
Anybody that would want to kill Sharon?
No.
Anybody who would pay money to somebody else, like if somebody, I don't know, could have gotten to Mike and said, hey, you know what, I have a problem with these people. If I gave you X number of dollars.
Sharon, because it's cheating on her, I thought about that. I actually thought about that with my mother, and my mother said, shame on you. Because Sharon's been talking to my mother a lot since my dad had a stroke, because my mom had the same thing. We moved my father to a different facility because of Sharon's input, and it was the best thing we did for my dad and my mom. It's weird. Sharon and I was getting a lot closer, but she was, I'm talking to my mom a lot, and she was telling my mom the same thing she was telling me about Colleen and some of her friends, and just the same stuff that we talk about. She was
So, I guess I get back, Tom. Is there anybody that you can think of that might have paid Mike money to do this?
No.
No.
We're counting the F-bombs. We're missing some, I'm sure.
So we talked about Mike and his history. What about Sharon? Is there anything in her past, anybody that, might have an input to have something like this done to her, done to you?
Her ex-boyfriend asked to borrow some big money and was going to jail. I think he ended up ratting everybody out. Couldn't blame what he did because I ain't seen the files on him. But because he's a dealer and he was going to go down on methamphetamine and he was stealing some transsexual from the sheriff's office. As a matter of fact.
Well, sheriff's office here. So anybody on her side? What kind of, did Sharon have any criminal history that you knew?
No. She had a horrible gambling habit, but no criminal history.
Tell me about her gambling habit.
Sharon's gambling habit is now the topic of discussion.
really don't know that it's germane. It's really, that's her business. She gambled a lot.
Well, I mean, it should all go toward any kind of motive that Mike had. Maybe he thought, she had money hidden somewhere, or, whatever.
Did he say, I don't know if this is germane
What
to
you
the
think
issue?
may not be important to a case, we might look at it and go, this may have given him a reason over here why he did what he did.
But there's times that we'd go, and I don't gamble that much. I like to play 21, but...
He hesitated to talk about her gambling issue, and now he's spilling all.
Also, they're looking so close, I'm afraid they'll see my holster and think that's my drinking and they never fuck with me, and then I'll become belligerent and they'll throw me out. They can't eat the Santa Fe because I'm hooked on their wings and on Amber's tits when she brings them to you like that. But that's kind of a joke. And she's really a nice girl. She's a really nice lady, and I don't see that much of her tits, but
So Sharon,
what in the
world?
A lot is, for me, a lot is $20.
I just $20 worth of blood, and that seems like a good deal when my mind that's stuck up here. But no, $20. And
What did she, what's a normal day at the casino for her?
Until, well, she maxed out all these new credit cards that she didn't have, that all of a sudden she has, and
With you on them? Not Joyce House?
No, I learned that early on. One of the times I left her was over that. I had to go back east for a hearing, and that was canceled, and
Had to go back east for a hearing that was canceled.
but when I came back, she didn't like being alone. She let me, she doesn't like being alone, so she either out doing something or gambling, and one night her and Colleen sitting there, and Colleen got her machine. Somehow this is Sharon's machine. And I thought it was cute, but I thought, how many fucking ridiculous, But Sharon knew that was a hot machine. And sure enough, Colleen hit it on dimes and won $1,000 or something. And Sharon spent $4,000 to $5,000 that night trying. And bitched him. They got in a fight. Why wasn't she playing quarters? You won $4,000 instead of $1,000. Because I play dimes and play nickels. That's all I can afford. And Sharon was right. The machine hit. I don't know how she did it, but I can't even see as fast as Sharon do that shit. But I didn't do taxes last year because I do my own taxes, and I don't want to talk about taxes now or never. Okay?
Didn't do taxes.
And
don't want to talk about it.
With you guys. And
we are in the old IRS building.
I don't care if you're in the IRS building. I still don't want to talk taxes with you guys. This year I found out, because I was legally married to her, that all of my Social Security counted as did hers. So this year, instead of getting $4,000 back, I actually had to pay taxes. And it's locked up in Sharon's account, which I also gave her money because she said she was overdrawn and blah, blah, blah. So I don't know if she put it in or not because I can't get access to it. But she had $40,000 in an IRA when we met, because we exchanged medical records, financial records, history reports, criminal reports, everything. When we met, decided we was going to start living together, whose house we would live at. We stayed in Miami, Utah for a while. She said it reminded her of New Jersey, two cut up little, big house, but two cut up little rooms, wanted a more Vegas style. So, and she wanted to be closer to her grandkids, I guess. So, because Colleen was just found out she was pregnant, so I figured maybe she, actually as soon as I moved out, Colleen then invited me to their parent-teacher conference, and it was just because Sharon went like crazy. Because she said Colleen just did that to fuck with her, and she did, just to piss her off, because they was still at each other's throat there. But she had $41,000 in her IRA. The first year I didn't go to taxes with her, and this year I did because we found out we had to file jointly. If we didn't file jointly,
This is him not wanting to talk about taxes.
And we filed jointly married. We just got fucked a little bit, and I don't like getting fucked at all. that she spent $19,000 out of her IRA this year and won $1,500. And last year she spent the other $21,000 and won $17,000, I believe is what they said. So, and
So he's saying she's taking out her IRA and gambling it and losing.
The woman that I city called told me that you're too friendly. You meet these people and you just trust them on just, they seem like nice guys and they help you out. And next thing you know, they're here and I'm missing $400 out of my purse, or my mom's shed gets ripped off and Tina's rims and her stereo gets ripped off and torn out in this case. She was right. The guy did it. My next door neighbor that I've known for years that finished my house off for me. Probably did just exactly that because I had him help me move the stuff because I couldn't lift it. And Lizzie had a bunch of cash and left it. This is before Sharon, this is years ago, but left it hanging by the back door. And that's why where she got the keys in the purse. She go by the back. Same thing with Sharon. Thought those keys. What the fuck are you gonna leave your keys by the back door? So when you're on the way out, the guy, you know, the guy that you just was not sure about, Kason, you know, it makes sense to me. I have my keys in my pocket. I hide it in my shoes, and then I fall asleep finally after 2 or 3 days, and I can't find my fucking keys or my cell phone, and then I find them. But I gave Sharon, I think I got a note for $30,000, and I gave her $20,000 when I moved in because I was going to buy equity in the house, and I gave her $5,000 when I moved back this last time from going to California, and I didn't ever do anything in California. I actually packed everything up and said I decided I want to try it with Lizzie. I think I want to try it with her.
How can you get in touch with Lizzie?
805-649.
We're going to turn off the phone number there.
So what's her last name? I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
What's her last name?
Did you say her last name? Labrador. LADADOUR. And I spent all this money to rent a truck and pack it up, and I got there and I felt real bad from the long drive, and I didn't unpack it. I went to bed, and her and her girlfriend helped me out, unloaded the car. And it's in this little California town that's beautiful, but I couldn't get a car carrier because I was coming back. I had to pull Sharon and come back. And she said, well, this time you're going to give me $5,000 so I don't have to worry about this shit again. I don't have to worry about getting a roommate. And all that was about is, if you get $5,000 for Lizzie to pay for the condo that you're committed to, then you should give me $5,000. And, you know, really, when you think about it, that's a legitimate argument since I am married to her. So I gave her $3,500 that she put in a CD and $1,500 in cash. And I think that was probably on that night for some sort of casino. And $3,500, I remember calling saying, you cashed it fucking in and didn't pay off the loan or pay off the, I just found out I got to pay her ex-husband's back taxes. He was dying of brain cancer about the same time my wife was having her heart problems. And he refinanced the house and took a bunch of money out of some account or something. And then he died and didn't take tax loan and Sharon didn't take care of it. And
if you had to sum up Sharon in one word, what would you say?
Fucking wonderful. Best thing that ever happened to me. Nicest lady I ever met.
What about Mike?
He's bummed. He's bummed, but he's a nice guy. I mean, he's I mean, I knew he was a bum. I knew he was a bum. I didn't know he was a bum on that.
How did you sum yourself up?
I'm a cocky fucker. Always have been. But I'm also really nice and generous. I'm reasonably honest. I told Sharon from day one I still have feelings for Lizzie. I told her when we went on a cruise to get married, better tell you this now, I still got feelings for Lizzie.
So that would be your shortcoming then. What would your shortcoming be?
Probably a little too trusting, a little too flashy, too cocky, too cocky.
What about Sharon?
was definitely a shortcoming, because that's just too much money. That's
How about
just
Mike?
maybe about Mike.
What would his shortcoming be?
Cocky.
He didn't work, and I don't know why, because supposedly he had all these job offers. I know he had, working for his uncle and working, well, of course, his uncle didn't pay him anything.
And we've talked about Mike and Sharon's history. I'm trying to...
I like you. You I don't like, by the way. I don't know why, I just don't like you.
Tell me your version. It happened.
Starting where?
Wherever you would like.
I'm a smart motherfucker. I should have been on the dream team. Always wanted to be a lawyer. I got a bachelor's degree, but could have had a master's degree. Just have a few more credits here or there.
What's yours in?
Political science, pre-law.
So you wanted to be a lawyer?
I wanted to be a lawyer. I worked for lawyers for 20 years.
Doing the Social Security thing?
Pardon me?
Doing the Social Security thing?
No, I worked for the lawyers for a long time as an investigator, as paralegal, ran a lot of their law offices, did some security gigs for them when we needed to. Mostly investigations, but, when I was in Indiana, I actually ran a law office. I mean, everything from hiring and firing to building. But, I wanted to be a hippie. It seemed like the girls really liked the air, and I found out I really enjoyed fast cars and nice boats and airplanes and
Some water? Soda?
actually, I hate asking for a Diet Coke since I just told you I didn't like you.
Sorry, I'm taking it personally.
Well, it's not personal. I don't like you. I just don't like you in general, just because you remind me of somebody else. That's fine. I don't like
I
personal.
still don't take it personally.
Okay. Well, that's good, because it doesn't make personal. Diet Coke, you can please.
We're counting every time he swears.
Missed the draft. I went and tried to go to Vietnam, and they said, we'll send you for Benning, but Vietnam's over. And I just thought, should do the military thing. I thought that was part of the deal. But always neglected, always kind of regretted that. And, worked pretty regular, made good money. And I've been there for a while. I didn't work for a long time because I made really good money. Don't want to talk about that.
All right, so
It's back in those days when if you just could sit there and keep, well, that guy slept for a few hours, if you just keep that plane level and 600, 700, 800 feet off the ground and just give him a couple hours of sleep, you make really good money. Really good money. But even I had to take it off if it was a nice, beautiful day. Didn't do it at night, but
yeah, shit. We landed one time.
I didn't know. I'm very smart. I got it there, but anyway, everything was cool till I married Becky, and
Becky is married her when?
I tried to forget. That was a nightmare.
This is.
Oh, there's an objection. There's an objection. Everything was cool until I married Becky. Objection, Your Honor. Objection. We can't talk about Becky. Now they know that Sharon was not the first. He opened that door. He did. He said it himself.
This is a good time for us to take our evening recess because there's enough of this video that we can't finish it today without keeping you guys way later than you want to stay with us. So at this point, we are going to take our night recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way.
Discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors. Voice, phone, email, text, or other means.
You must not do any research, such as consultation or using the internet or using replicators. You must not make any investigation, test the theory.
Don't make any investigation, test the theory.
You must not form or express anything regarding the case, so it's fine to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll start at 9 o'clock.
Okay, 9 o'clock happens in 8 minutes. Okay, so we barely made it. 9 o'clock is in 8 minutes. We're just on time. I wonder if there's any after the jury leaves, if there's any discussion here. Well, if there is, the judge's order, we can't hear it. Bummer. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen with that objection, and I guess we'll have to wait till today. Boom. Yeah, that interview is the night of the murders. No, this is after. This is the second interview he gave, I believe. Let's see. Got to double check this interview. I don't know. I thought he gave 2. Are they going to approach? The judge is talking to them, but we're not allowed to hear. Judge has a little more room. She could ramp it up a bit more and get through that a little quicker, save us some time. They did cut the audio off. The way the judge's body language does not appear to be like they're discussing legal matters. I think she'd be seated for that. I think they're talking more logistics for the morning, about how long the video is going to go, what they're going to start, what the schedule is. Now, possibly, it might be addressing the objection. Or maybe they're asking for defense, how long they have. I think it's probably a defense. Do you know if the interview was after the walkthrough? I think, Lindsay, here's how I remember it. You know, we heard Tommy say, I like you, I don't like you. Okay, and he points to one of the guys like, I don't know why, I just don't like you. We know that the guy he liked, because he liked him, he's the one that proposed to Tommy and said, hey, would you do this walkthrough? Help us understand. And because he liked him, he did the walkthrough. So I don't know if that means it happened after this interview, or if it happened on a different schedule. Jamie, happy 4-month anniversary. Good to have you here. We're just getting ready to start court today. As a matter of fact, let me get the feed pulled up. Let's see. I think this is it. We're here. This is today. We're waiting on that. So let's see. Actually, I need that over on this one. Give me a minute. I've got to do some work here. So this one off. Let's turn that off. Hopefully the audio is going to be a little better today. Okay. There we go. Okay, I want the feed this way because that'll be a little easier for me to fix the audio. Now, where are we watching? We want this one here. Cut to that. Okay, we had like 59 or 60 curses from Tommy during that interview, and it's going to continue. He's not done. But the important part is we left off with Tommy just said, everything was great until I married Becky. Completely unsolicited. It wasn't the police saying, tell us about your previous marriages. He brought it out. And this is an interrogation, which it's like, if this was a problem, shouldn't this have been ruled on pre-trial? Shouldn't they have made some motions to hold this out? Which wife was Becky? Did she get away, or was she one of the ones that died? According to my chart, my chart disappeared. Now I just have, this is all I have. I have jail cells where the chart should be. So let me put the chart back. Okay. According to my chart, which I believe does have some errors on it, but I think Becky is number 2. I think that's right. Becky was the one who died. Originally ruled a suicide. This was up in Clearfield in Utah. Ruled a suicide. Later, he was charged with murder, and the jury acquitted him. Yeah, we're going to find out. We might not hear the ruling. I'm pretty sure we will not hear the ruling because that'll happen outside the presence of the jury, and the judge has said we can't hear those deliberations outside the presence of the jury or those bench things. So, yeah, defense should have put in to be redacted if that was a problem. They did not. Unless maybe they did. And instead of playing the redacted copy, we played the unredacted copy. And this was a big oops on the part of the prosecution, which means we might be looking at big mistrial again. A whole lot of self-snitching. What do you call that? When every time they ask a question, they say, so tell me about Sharon's gambling habit. And the next thing you know, we're hearing about Tommy playing all-star baseball, but he can't run because he's really slow. And so he has to be a really good batter and, hit home runs. And he hit a good ball out to right field, and they threw him out at first. That's how bad he was and how embarrassing that was. The questions and answers just are not matching up, and they just go every time the investigators interject. They're like, back to the question. If we can go back to what we were talking about, they're constantly trying to reel him in and get answers because he's just talking about everything except for what they're asking him. 80s Music Man, you did a great job on the beeps, on the edits today. Let's see, when my friend and I were sued, the plaintiff asked my friend, 72-year-old, an Henri, you don't like me, do you? And she said, absolutely not. You know that. Why ask? This is Tommy doesn't like the other detective, and he has no reason. He said, you just remind me of somebody else, so I don't like you. And then the guy's like, hey, do you want a Diet Coke? And he's like, now I'm in an awkward spot because I've told you I don't like you, and for no reason. I just don't like you, and I still don't like you, but I do want a Diet Coke. So yes, please. I can have a Diet Coke. Oh, man. What a piece of work. I believe it's called deflecting. The investigators have cast some knowing glances at each other throughout this. What was this screeching laugh about? It's hard to remember, honestly. I don't remember what triggered the laugh specifically. There was a time that the investigator laughed as well. A good belly roll type laugh, but it wasn't nearly as piercing as Tommy's. The name Becky doesn't necessarily mean bad act. Red Pen, I think you're right. I don't think we've crossed a threshold that would call mistrial because all we know now is that he was married before, and that in and of itself is not like, oh great, now he's guilty. He had a prior marriage. Clearly, this guy's a criminal. Those two don't add up. So I think even if they ruled that it shouldn't be brought in, I don't think we've crossed that threshold to push into mistrial territory. We shall see. I don't think they could argue a mistrial off this. Surely they wouldn't be that ignorant. I agree. Narcissistic personality disorder. A little bit. It said redacted copy on the top of the screen. Only 2 wives got away. The rest all passed away. Do we know who the detective is that said he didn't like? Was he the last investigator on the stand? I believe we heard from him. I don't remember his name. Oh, yes. Thank you, DMB. They were talking about gambling and how much money Sharon loses in gambling. And he's like, oh, it's a lot. She's got this gambling issue. And the detective was like, well, how much is a lot? I mean, to me, losing $20 is a lot. And Tommy laughed like, ha, 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 $20. And then he made some joke about urinating more than $20 worth of blood, which I'm not sure if that's a typical measurement of blood is, $20 worth. But yeah, this is Tommy. DMB, thank you for saving us on the facts there. Appreciate that. Did he say he married Becky or just mentioned her? Married. Everything was fine until I married Becky. And then it was objection, objection, objection. What did he say about that officer's wife? Jimmy, he said a couple things. He keeps mentioning that basically if you cross him, that he'll come get you. And at the same time, he's saying, I can barely walk. I can barely move. I'm not even sure I can ride a jet ski. I'd like to, but I'm like an invalid. But I'll hunt you down and your family, and I'll make your life miserable. He wants to be both the supervillain and the invalid. But I'm not sure if that was talking about the officer's wife. He also mentioned the things that really tick him off, as if you mess with him or you steal from him, or you sleep with his wife. Those are the three things he's like, those are no-nos in my book. Everything else is good. Married Becky the same day his divorce was finalized from his first wife. Yep. Did not spend much time single at all. I think he also mentioned something about $20 worth of Coke. He throws these weird things in that, first of all, most of it doesn't make sense, but his brain works in a weird way, and he goes off on a tangent that seems not even connected at all. Only if you're selling plasma. Nothing at Tommy's is worth $20, says Twubble. He's very cocky, and he's proud of it. I mean, he admits that he's very cocky. See you, Kathy. Tell them hi over there. I was texting Brandy this morning. Hope she has a great stream today. Let's see. Red Pen, thanks for your help this morning as well. Appreciate you. Becky was number 2, Cass. Number 2. Do I say both? I do. I put an L in there. I was today years old when I realized that's how I say that word. According to her behavior panel, he's doing chaff and redirect. There's tons of body language. Oh my goodness, tons of body language in this. Lots of movements. I mean, we've got the whole, I'm going to hold my head up while talking as if nothing's going on. So there's no other indicator that there's something wrong with his neck. He's just going to hold himself like this. And then he'll twist and turn and right. It was a one-sided relationship when it came to sleeping around. Coke is interesting since Mike had it in his system. It was, I think Tommy liked Detective O'Kelly. He likes Detective O'Kelly. He doesn't like the other dude. O'Kelly's sitting right opposite him, right? Let's see. He didn't explain the whole medical issues. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? Are you hiding? Are you hiding? What? Yes. Do you want to sit in the chair? Yeah. Do you want to talk about an extremely vulgar man who's doing an interview and can't answer a question straight? She doesn't seem excited about that. Mrs. R.A., this is the hardest part of the year, I think, for homeschooling, is doing these tests with the kids, because I mean, some of them have like 11 tests to take this week, and they're like an hour long each. But I think it's Mog on the left, O'Kelly's on the right, and it's the right hand one he said he didn't like. So it's O'Kelly he doesn't like. Maybe that would be why the defense is blaming O'Kelly for everything in this trial. My accent is being dissected. Up until this moment, I only thought I said the word C-O-L-O-R strangely. And I don't know how to say it any different. I say color. It's color, but...
Do you know, I think we're kind of messed up now. The way that we spoke was very clearly Western, and now we've lived here long enough.
I'm picking up the y'alls and everything else in the South, but I still don't have a full Southern accent. Yes, we will have eyebrows for our verdict eyebrows over on Brandy's stream. That's a good time to remind everybody. In this case, bless you. On this case, for verdict day, when the verdict is coming out, when we're on Verdict Watch or when it's being read, I'll be over on Brandy's channel. So that's the only place the stream will be. So you might want to at least subscribe to the channel and just have that saved for that day, and so you'll be notified when we do that. It's probably going to be, I'd say it's iffy if it would be the end of this week. I don't think it would be that soon. Probably early next week, maybe it's middle of next week as well. Well, yes, I've got to. I told you I was going to text Dr. G. I'm going to do that right now. Hold tight. Dr. G.
I'm just going to read your comments while he's doing that so that there's something happening on the air. Oh, you're moving it. Okay. Yeah, laugh out loud. Yeah, down here it sounds like color. Yeah, that's true. That is kind of how they say it. It's okay. I say wash. That's awesome. We try not to use that word around here. We just don't do it. All right, it's because you lived in Utah. Yeah, for real. When we lived in Utah, we spoke just like everybody else. And now we sound weird. People will come up to us and say, I love your accent. And I'm like, why do you not have an accent? The rest of you have an accent.
Good morning, everyone.
I just realized the audio was off, and I turned it on right when the jury came in.
Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect that Mr. Randolph is present with his attorney.
Thank you.
Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state. Do both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury?
Yes, sure.
All right. State, may recall Detective O'Kelly.
State recalls Detective O'Kelly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to pick up his testimony where we left off yesterday.
So, no mistrial. I wonder if they're going to back up just a little bit to play it again and get the everything was fine until I married Becky.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this action will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, we are live. This is live in Las Vegas right now.
Dean O'Kelly.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to resume playing stage 331.
Just going to back up just a little bit.
15:26.
Hey, but I probably teach your kids at school.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, you don't have kids at school?
No.
Well, if you had them, I could teach them if I wanted to.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. But I don't do that no more. I did for the first year I was here, but ever since the hepatitis, I just haven't felt well. 7-minute shadow banning deal. And my family. Sorry.
Oop. Strike a pose, everybody.
I'm sure everybody came down, especially if she was older. Two of them, but am I going to make you nervous if we're walking around like this?
What are these comments? Does it make you nervous?
And that's where I met Sharon. Her husband died of cancer a year later, and mine died a year earlier. And I was on the internet by then, and I was just, man, Lizzie fight all the time, fuck for 2 days and fight for 5. That just ain't fun, so. And yes, there's insurance. I had insurance for 28 years on these policies, and there's some new ones because I picked up a wife and 2 grandkids and a stepdaughter and stepson, and they was talking about having 1 more child and a house payment and a full payment, probably another $300,000-$400,000 in insurance, but there was $675,000 old insurance, and that's just her. It's my insurance. I'm the one that's really insured. You know, it's just a family plan. She gets 40%, 50% or something. The insurance is for me. And I've always kept it active because, like I said, you might be right. I might only land that plane 1 time, and I might land it upside down. Don't know. But had it for a long time. And I said, who would have that much insurance? And I don't know if that makes me a weird man, and I'm a weird man. But
it does.
I see so many people who got insurance, cool. Got a nice house, 3 kids to put through college, and a nice wife, but she stays at home and don't work, and she falls over dead from a heart attack, from a stroke. Some crazy fool breaks in the house and steals your gun and shoots her in the head, and you lose your house, and your kids don't go to college because you didn't have anything else to fall back on, you know. And I never understood that. But I think we just about covered everything I could possibly think of to cover.
Tommy's done. He wants to go home now.
If you got something else on your mind, spit it out quick.
Could you have had, or would there be any reason, and I asked you this the other night when I interviewed you the night that this happened, Obviously, you know, we've talked to a lot of people. Would there be people that would tell us that maybe you had something to do with this?
Yes, because I just went over and apologized to my neighbor today because yesterday when he drove by and smiled at me, I was kind of anxious about picking up Sharon's remains. And I said, don't smile at me. You don't even know me. Why don't you come over and meet me? Talk to me before you fucking talk about me behind my back. And he drove off. And if he would have came back, I think me and him would have probably, I don't know, he's pretty healthy too. He's the boy of the two. But I went over today and apologized to him and said I was just a little anxious. And all he said is he sees the U-Hauls. And I tried to explain to him, 2 of the times you see the U-Hauls, wasn't a fucking thing. And I went and rented them. And there's 2 minutes of Sharon getting crazy or me getting crazy. Fuck this, I'm not putting up with the shit. I already told you, when you start with this shit, I'm gone. And when I rented it, flew back the next day.
You saw the news reports, right, about what happened at your house. Did you see any of them?
All I see was the one with the neighbor and the one with my car when he was cleaning.
Every time they put one of these news reports on, they always put that caveat at the end. Anyone with information, please call secret witness. You've seen that shit, right?
I got nothing at all.
It's there, trust me. And so, invariably, you get dozens of calls from people that probably don't even know you, you know, throwing out their hypothesis as to what might have happened.
Okay.
And so, you know, that's why I'm just asking you, is there anybody that has anything against you that might say, you know, he had something to do with this?
No, because I don't even know any of the neighbors. I knew Alex next door. And now I did tell him because his house had been burglarized and his wife came home and caught a man with a gun. That if that ever happens, just call me, and if he comes to my side, I'll shoot at him, but getting back to your side.
Alex?
Alex, right on this side, on the right.
Okay. This is your house, this is the street.
He would be 1 house further down.
So not the neighbor? The welder. Okay. And his wife came home and somebody was in the house with a gun?
Yeah, he had him do some tile work and he fucked it up and he wanted $8,000 and that wasn't what they agreed to or something, as the story goes, and they came and ripped off his guns. It was somebody he knew, and his wife came home in the middle of the day and caught some guy there with a gun. She ran out the back door to the front door and I ran out the back door and
they ever swatted this guy?
I think they got one of the guns back. I don't think they ever caught him.
Did you ever find out was his white or black?
Actually, I told him I think it was a black guy because I've seen a black older guy walking by 2 or 3 times.
Was Mike already coming over to your house at this point?
Oh, no, I didn't know Mike did.
So it wasn't Mike?
No, it wasn't Mike. I don't even know this face called Mike. Sure, it wasn't Mike. I seen that guy without him. He was an older guy. Well, actually, he's probably not the same age, just looked older. He looked really warm.
Sharon, if she would have seen somebody in the house, I mean, you know her better than we do, what would her reaction be then?
I think she would have fought him. She may have turned and run, she may have just froze, but I think she would have fought him. I really do. I think she would have fought him. But she doesn't see. That's what her disability is. She doesn't see. That's why I was so sick last couple of weeks ago. I know I was not feeling well coming back from Utah because I had to let her drive all the way home. I drove 20 minutes to get us out of Salt Lake. So she was driving Kansas State. I'm busy. I drove again when we got a little further down in the straight section. I said, I can't do it. I'm just not enough.
So if she goes into the house, all right, she walks in through the garage into that hallway. What would have been the first thing she would have done? Because obviously you weren't back in the house yet.
It was my understanding she was going to go wash her pussy and was going to have sex. But that was the plan.
When she walks in the house, what does she normally do?
Depends on what we've been doing. Usually she goes to the bathroom. Usually she goes to the bathroom.
Okay. Did she turn the light on?
a nice little one that you can see me around.
Okay. So she was going to go to the bathroom.
That would be my guess. She always seemed to go to the bathroom.
And then I remember...
But I felt that so we decided not to go to the movie with my own fuck.
Okay.
I slept that night. Actually slept. First time I slept maybe 3-4 hours in a row, 3 hours in a row at least. And got up. That's why I was up that day doing something. That's why we took Pickles. I was out running around and was going to wash the car and fill it up with gas and go get money out of the bank and all that stuff. But,
so if she's coming in and she would have seen somebody, you think she would have reacted?
I would have hoped she would have ran like hell, but she would have came and got me, but then she may have not remembered that she told me to put the gun away that night.
And the gun that you were telling me about in that basket, who knew where that one was?
In the basket.
Yeah. Remember you said that 22 was in the basket? Oh.
It's either in the basket or in the drawer. In the drawer. Yeah, mine. And that's also where the pills were in the drawers. And he knew where the 38 was, and that again was because he said he'd came up there for us to share. See, that's how bad Sharon's eyes is. One of the times I moved out, she didn't think I was going to come back because I had them 15 minutes later, so I was going to be back. She...
Have you ever studied a criminal mind?
Have I ever studied
that? Yeah, I mean, you seem like somebody who's interested in political science. I can't get into political science, but psychology.
Politics and crime go hand in hand.
That fight or flight, when you're faced with a difficult situation.
And which would have been mine too, if he would have not thought he was coming home for 3 or 4 hours, and all of a sudden, shit, somebody's here.
Yeah. And Mike, he'd been in your house how many times?
Quite a few.
Dozens?
Dozens.
Just seems odd that he would run into the garage. Never
He didn't run into the garage. He didn't run into the garage.
I mean, he came toward you. You were in that first bedroom.
Yes.
Yeah.
He didn't run into the garage. He came into the bedroom. And he was screaming something to him. And I think he said something about money, but I don't know. Don't know because it was this here. And I was strictly zoned out. Where the fuck is that gun and the clip? Gun and clip, gun and clip. And when I come back around the corner, we just kind of just almost, well, we did bang at each other. And that's what I said. I think I probably pushed the mask a little bit with my arm, my shirt, my head, and something. Because he didn't act like he didn't, just like he couldn't get it out. And then I started thinking, it ain't because he couldn't see, he couldn't get it out of the fucking belt, because there's 14 fucking belt loops in there, They were so tight. And that's mine wasn't in a holster, mine was already there and loaded, and I didn't stop to ask him. I told you straight up, I just started shooting. And I shot him, and he went out the back door, and I just kept shooting, and then he fell down. And then that's when a couple of seconds later, when the fire extinguisher hit the ground, and I shot him once or twice again, because it scared the shit out of me, and that was reflex.
Yeah.
That was reflex.
So what caliber gun do you prefer? 22?
40 SW.
Not a 22?
Not a 22, no.
Why not?
Because there's 3.1 for everyone in the United States, and
3.1 what?
22 is for every person in the United States.
Oh. It's most common.
Something like that. Years ago, that was the odds of the stats. A 40, because it's the biggest thing you can get. Actually, what I really prefer is my little 380, because it's small. I can't wear the big guns anymore.
Well, if you had to go into a fight, you had a 22, a 380, and a 40. Which would you pick?
AK-47 or 12.
You have that choice.
My 40.
Okay. Just because it's the oldest 22 speed kills.
Speed kills. Not if you hit him in the finger. That didn't even fucking hurt. That didn't even hurt. That didn't even fucking hurt. That didn't even fucking hurt.
How'd you do that?
I just told you, 22. Didn't even fucking hurt.
How'd you do that?
A girl I knew came over and brought her son, and I had been doing a case at the law office, and a girl I knew that the one I was cheating on, oh, God, she was beautiful. Oh. Anyway, her husband had just died, and he had a bunch of guns that he wanted to sell, so she wanted to sell them. And I took a 22 and a couple other guns from him, and I was wearing the 22 in an ankle thing. I'd been sitting up for 2 or 3 days, so you get pictures of these people coming out of the hotels, and I was just tired, I was worn out. They showed up, and we did our little thing, and the boy kept looking at it, and I really liked the boy because I'd known the girl for years and been lovers off and on. And I said, "Oh, Wendy, quit being so silly. It's just like a fucking, it's a hammer, it's a pair of pliers, it's a shovel, for Christ's sake. It's just a tool. It's no safer than, than the person using it." And I says, "Do you want to see it, Jason?" And I started handing this little 22, and then I thought, you've been on some drugs for days, you haven't slept for days, I don't even know if it's loaded, it was in my ankle. And I picked it up, and I went to just pull the pocket back to see if there was a shell in it.
Shot your finger off.
I shot my finger off. And they tried to take my gun license, but you know what was really so fucking just amazingly cool about this? 2 detectives in Salt Lake City doing a stakeout, and one of them decided to like a king. And for some reason, he pulled his gun out and shot his partner in the next car, and then hit and killed him. And then another one shot his partner in the stomach, and then one of them in a training class that happened here in Henderson or someplace. And it says, "No guns in the training class at the Post Academy." And the trainer of the place is in there, and his buddy comes in, his partner comes in, and rouses the gun away from him and killed his partner. What's the moral of it?
What's the most lethal place to shoot a person?
I guess it would be which gun you would shoot them with. I don't know.
You had just a gun. Where would be the most lethal place to shoot somebody?
Wherever I could. I'd shoot the body because it's the biggest area, but I'm not a prize shooter. Because see, my dad got fucked up when I worked for Customs and ADA, because I did do a little of that for a while too. But you guys did that too, though, did you? Right? Yes? You didn't? You're letting me down.
I'll have to see if they've ever heard of it.
Foghorn Leghorn. Who? Foghorn Leghorn. That was the Customs agent's favorite guy. That's who they paid me under. And cash. Always in cash.
Did he just throw something?
Yes. Did Mike tell you about going on any kind of trips or any planned trips he was going on?
Did he need money for?
He needed money for child support. He was going to go to jail for child support. For sure, he needed money for child support.
He needed a trip that you didn't plan.
He did mention something, but I don't remember what it was. I don't know if he mentioned that he would like to go there, or he needed to go there, or was going to go there. But he had said something about going somewhere. But I don't think the trip had anything to do. He needed money for child support because he actually wanted to borrow money for the child support. He wanted to borrow $3,000. I paid my child support up front the whole time. The whole time. I loaned my ex-wife and her new husband $9,000, and the interest is more than the fucking child support. They owe me money. So
you mentioned the Dream Team.
Dream Team.
Gotta ask. You think OJ did it?
Fuck yeah, he did it.
Why?
No, actually, do I think OJ did it? No, I do not think he did it.
Why?
I think he's smarter than that. He had a lot of money. He could have hired it done. But then I could see maybe in a fit of rage. But I don't think he did it because I wasn't there, and the jury of 12 peers said he didn't do it. And you know what?
Whoa.
Ain't my fucking business. I don't fucking care. But you know what? He ain't babysitting my kids, my grandkids. But no, he didn't do it. He didn't. Pardon me?
That would be because you think he did it?
No, just because I would let him babysit my kids. I'm 100% behind the judicial system. It works. It works.
You cracked the seal on that Diet Pepsi, so you know it's genuine.
Pardon me?
So you were the one cracking the seal on that Diet Pepsi, so you know it's genuine. I can swap it out for something else.
I looked at it first. Yeah, I looked at it first, of course. You guys are kind of funny.
You're right.
This ain't funny, but
It's not.
my mom said, don't get nervous. Don't start. Just, try not to tell these guys too much, which I already have. But you already know all this shit.
It would surprise you.
Pardon me?
It would surprise you what we know.
No, it wouldn't.
No?
No, it wouldn't. You should know everything there is. I mean, fuck the world's, it's all internet.
You gotta do a thorough investigation. You have to do everything you can.
So what is your last letter shit tell?
All the arrows. What do you think? You're an intelligent man.
I don't need to think. I was there. I know exactly. Unless there was somebody else there besides my chart.
Well, you saw all the arrows and everything.
He had to be shorter than her because it went up. I think.
Yeah.
Well, see, I don't know that much about
True
it.
either. I mean, because when a bullet strikes a hard surface like a wall or a table or a piece of pipe or a head
Or the ground, it sparks. It sparks, chips the concrete, and then hits the fat lady in the leg, and then it skips over and hits the fat boy in the knee.
So you can't say that somebody's tall, somebody's short.
Well, I thought that's what Dr. Swartz said. No, I haven't done this paralegal thing since CSI came out.
So just knowing what you know and what you saw that night, where do you think he could have been standing?
I don't know. I thought he was in the bedroom. I thought he was in the bedroom because the the clock was down. That's the only reason I thought that. But I can't hear. I cannot get depth perception. And I told you that I got nervous, and then I remember the next day or 2 days later, when you came back to the house, I said I remembered that I got freaked out about the bathroom and kind of went in and flipped it open thinking there was somebody hiding back there. And I heard something, but I can't ever tell where it was. So
I moves really quick when he walks
in the bedroom. That's what I figured, but I don't know. And then I thought he was in my bedroom because that was what was being, and my mind ransacked at the time because the gun was down, the clock was down. But I don't know. I have no idea.
Did he ever try to blackmail you?
Pardon me?
Did Mike ever try to blackmail you?
No, actually he didn't. He actually didn't. That was, and he knew about Lizzie and well, you know,
Your wife knew about Lizzie.
everybody knew about Lizzie. Everybody knew about Lizzie except the street. He didn't understand, you know, what the fuck was going on. I tried to explain that to him, you know. A couple of those times that U-Haul was there, that says, I got the U-Haul because I couldn't afford $40,000 a year gambling. And when it came back, it was a whole different scenario. I got the bank cards, I got the checks, and I got the joint account. And you get your own account, whatever you spend, that's fine. Just make sure you put your money in my account, move it over however you want to do it to pay the bills. But there won't be no more $600, $300 at check fees. Because if that happens again, I'm gone, Sharon. I'm not doing this. And she even stopped gambling for a while, or cut it way down. But apparently, I just thought she cut it way down because now I'm finding out she's got thousands of dollars in bank cards, and the money I gave her's gone, and the 401's gone. And
you going to be responsible for all that, or?
I don't know. I know I'm going to be responsible for her ex-husband's taxes.
That don't seem right.
Well, it's IRS. Aren't we in their building? Could we might have to get a ruling on that real quick, just so I know?
Thinks he's going to be responsible for her dead husband's taxes.
Why don't you come and just tell me I'm under arrest, or you just really need to talk to me to clear something else up? I'm probably not coming back out here for at least 30, 40 days. 30 days.
You think we should tell you you're under arrest?
No, because if you're already fucked up, you fucked up. This one's an easy one for you. This one's an easy one for you because the forensics is there.
It has its issues.
Detective Kelly has
Instead of going
you
in.
had questions about what was taken out of the house?
Can I pee again first?
Yeah, I'll take it.
It's not that I don't trust you, but I think I'll take my bag with me.
He's jabbing at him.
What do you think?
To kill for. Have you seen that with Nicole Kidman?
Is your wife good looking? What do you think? Says Detective Kelly. To kill for, he responds. He brings up unless you guys arrest me, I'm done. Like, why would we arrest you? We're counting every time he swears. In this interview, it started in the previous video, which actually was yesterday, but this is live now. He's jabbing him. He's poking him. He's prodding at Detective O'Kelly. Almost taunting. Very, very arrogant, like Scott says here. He also says, I'm going to take my bag with me because I don't trust you. Or it's not that I don't trust you, but I feel better taking my bag with me. And he pats him on the shoulder or something. And there were a couple times that he moved. Hey, there's Dan. Hey, Dan. There are a couple times he moved really, really fast. Like, for somebody who has a bad back, it seems strange to have rapid lateral arm movement. That's just, most people who have a back that could twinge at any moment are just living on the edge of oh no, it's going to happen. I want to move so gently to not cause it. He thinks he's fooling the detectives. He's like, oh yeah, this is an easy one for you. All the forensics are there. It's easy. They're like, well, it has its issues. And it's Detective O'Kelly that says it has its issues. Yep. If you arrest me, you guys are messing up. We don't have an addict in the courtroom, but I've got a couple contacts there. Detective Kelly is looking at his paperwork saying, yeah, we'll be arresting him soon.
And the more I type, it's just talking to myself, which I do to clear my head sometimes. I called the lawyer, I was going to sue all you guys, and I was going to tell you, just ask you up front, just right off, straight down, start me if you want, so you know I wasn't wired, if this was going to affect you. Because I thought, what the fuck, you guys in Howard get in the house? It didn't, well then I read that.
Oh, okay.
Because it took an hour, I already got a lawyer, I talked to the lawyer about suing.
Minutes, not even minutes, minutes. Because once they got you out, then they were right.
Well, that's what I thought, how did it take so long? Sure, like been somebody, right?
No. Pardon me? What do you think, Tom? I never do these with families. I ask them, what do you think?
I got real upset the other night because I thought she laid there on that cold floor by herself and I could have been in there with her. All those guys were out fucking around with helicopters and dogs because I didn't know that I was doing it.
They were in there when you came out. They took you into custody and they went in.
Because I couldn't get a pulse. I couldn't get a pulse. So.
All right, so you had questions about stuff in the house.
Yeah. Did he have a key?
This is everything that's taken out of the house right here.
He is charged with Mike's murder. That's one of the charges he's facing right now. He keeps poking at the police, saying they did it wrong, they screwed up. Why did it take so long to get in the house? And it didn't. His timeline's way off. He says it took him an hour to go in. Talking about the evidence they took from the house.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize he was talking important stuff because I can't hear him. I almost have to watch your mouth. Well, no, but
This is a property report, okay, and it's attached as evidence in my report. Instead of listing all these things again, right here, there's some asterisks, and it says refer to the attached income report, so.
Is this like a police report that I need, that I had asked you about?
You asked us what was taken out.
Yeah, but I was also asking you on the phone about a police report, and you said it's gonna say,
The ICU.
officers came in to dead bodies, blah, blah, blah. Still pending or something.
Yeah, that's just the crime report. That's what you needed for your insurance company.
One of them, yeah, it said something about if you get it.
Normally what they want is they want it from us for whatever, insurance companies and whatever their infinite wisdom is, that you can't give them something, but I can give them something. I mean, you understand that, doing all that legal shit you usually do.
No, actually, I never dealt with insurance companies much.
Well, the insurance
I've never dealt with
companies,
insurance
they want
companies much.
information, they
That's a
want it
lie.
from us for whatever reason. So just have them contact Detective Kelly or.
That's you, Kelly.
I'm gonna give you a copy of this, but I just need your signature right here. I'll make a copy of it.
Now, is this, you want me to date this, the date it happened, or the date I got it?
No, it's
Date is there.
So the thing that all the properties and how the number is the event number. And that's from the date that it happened. I'll get it right back.
I pissed him off, didn't
He tried to.
I? Not wrong? Well, that's good, because I didn't want to, and I wasn't being kind of, I figured his wife was cute. This is, I think that's the name of it, To Die For, with, Jesus Christ, I love her.
Welcome to all the uncivil law peeps, the raiders, the crew.
Yeah.
Not sure if Kurt's going to make it or if he's done for the day, but good to have you over here.
The guy that played Johnny Cash later, singing and Sharon watching this. And she's in the rain, and Sweet Home Alabama comes on. And she just does that little thing. With that
We're counting the
little
curse
girl.
words
She's a little bit of Penny.
from the defendant in this
It's the
testimony.
sexiest woman in my life.
Interrogation.
I don't watch video movies.
Kurt is listening. Welcome, Kurt.
So it's that we need to eat mayonnaise or ketchup or mustard on our food, except she likes more exotic stuff. I don't know. Pretty common food.
So yeah, like I said earlier, the lab work is still out there. We're at the mercy of our lab because they prioritize everything. And since this one, there's no suspect getting ready to go to court, it goes not to the bottom of the pile, but further down than the ones where we have suspects and we're getting ready to go to court. Because they have to get that done first.
Well, I guess I should just be tickled to death about that.
Yeah.
You should be tickled to death.
You're not a suspect getting ready to go to court.
There's no doubt you're forensics. You shot her, you know that.
I haven't even seen the reports. As a matter of fact, we don't have any reports yet, so that's what we have to wait on.
He's trying to confirm the
That's
forensics.
one advantage I got over you guys. I say, I know what happened.
That's true.
That's true. You do know what happened.
And the guy that was with you, your partner, I thought he was sleeping. I knew he wasn't sleeping. He was playing the sleeping cop. The first night he was in here.
Oh, Detective Hardy?
And then he leans up and says, I don't understand, why was it 22? And we described it, and I said, that one is ours, with the funny handle grips. Why was it on clothes or something? You couldn't understand that? I couldn't have done that again if I tried. I was aiming for the garbage can, but Sharon was packing, but we talked so there. I guess night clothes or something stacked up there. I don't know if I could line one for you, something, and all that stacked up on the clothes. Is this a trick question or what? I've talked to you more than anybody I've talked to in Las Vegas since I've been here, rather than Sharon, probably. I grandkids. So you're like my best friend, dude.
You're my best friend.
You shouldn't have secrets. Right?
Shouldn't have secrets?
That's right.
What do you mean? Well, everybody's got secrets.
True.
Everybody's got secrets.
Detective's messing with you.
Secret witness lines. And there's no name, so it's like, all right. You know, somebody says, well, I think that the guy that did this had a bear. And he took the bear and got into the backyard and did this and did that. You know, it's wild shit that we got to follow up on. Just like when somebody says, well, I think that he did this and he did that.
Are you serious? Somebody said that?
Oh, yeah.
A bear?
No, not that. I'm just saying, you know, these are ridiculous things that we have to follow up on. Just like when somebody calls and says, well, you know, I think I might have seen him at a casino 2 years ago, and I mean, you can't believe some of the shit that we get calls on. You're calm.
Anything else, guys?
He wants to get out. He's looking at the property report for what they took from the house at the crime scene.
I gotta get down to everything. All right.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph, for coming in.
Thank you. You're really not that bad guy, I'm sure. You just, it must be the detective.
Yeah, we did.
You too.
All right, ready to head downstairs?
He was anxious to leave, and now he's not leaving. He's staring at this report.
Oh.
He's been like chomping at the bit, like, I need to get out of here, standing up. It's like, you guys are done?
He had keys to the house.
He did.
It says 2 keys.
Well, I don't know if those were keys that were his to his aunt and uncle's house. All it says is keys.
How do we get a police report?
Had the insurance company called Detective O'Kelly or call me, and so they want the police reports to come from us.
He gets arrested 5 months later. It takes him a while to put the pieces together on this one.
You seen that, didn't you?
It's like $11,779 just.
I was going to rent one first down at the lake to see a small one. Sharon wanted them. It was like about that fucking convertible. Man, I like the little Ram I had, you know, it was just so cheap on gas. And I had an Envoy too that was, oh my God.
He's not under arrest right now.
The most luxurious car I've ever had. And I loved it, but it just used so much gas, but it was pulling a 26-foot boat or something, you know, so.
With a RAV?
No, with the Envoy, the GMC Envoy that has 4 separate controls and speakers for 4 different people, and the seats are heated and cooled and all that. And I traded it in and got that convertible she wanted, and just absolutely useless. I can't hear her anyway. So if I leave the hood, you know, leave the stuff down, I get too hot, can't hear nothing as it is. And it's hard to get in and out of too.
I can imagine.
The way he just pulled himself up, reaching out, and pulling. That's. I just don't think
This
his.
is really for your benefit, because I hate to puke in your hallway. Because I'm not going to clean it up. Can't make. I think there's laws on that.
No, there's no law.
I think there's laws.
There's no law.
I think there is laws that it has to be done a certain way by the environmental. My brother's a scientist for the state of Utah, and that is it's government motion, and it's a body waste function. And I have hepatitis C, so somebody would have to come in there or bioteam and clean it up.
He just throws in. I've got hepatitis C in there in the end.
What was your name again? C-L-I-F.
right, that wraps up, I believe, that video. Hopefully the audio gets a lot better here. We'll switch some of the settings back to listen to court properly.
Okay, stopping at 154.03. If I could just have a second to take my computer down before I get started again.
Okay, lots of stuff to go here. Lots of material they can address. The question we heard at the end of the day yesterday was him talking about everything was fine until I married Becky. There was an objection. Judge says, hey, jury, we're done for the day. And then they handled it. And we don't know how they handled it, but we know it didn't end in a mistrial because we've continued. But they did sort of skip ahead a little bit. So maybe the defense won that one. Little paper ASMR.
Sorry, George, let me do one other thing. I'm sorry. We're going to have to throw some things up here, and I want to make sure that this is set up. So,
Kurt, thank you very much. Glad to hear you had a great stream. I'll have to go back and watch it. Appreciate you bringing your guys over, the whole crew.
Sorry, Ken.
Dan from Dateline is taking his seat. He's ready. He might have back pain, but that's because one, he likely barely moves, and two, when he does move, it's poorly, like the way he just pulled himself up. He has weak glutes, hamstrings, core, and hips. Oh man, yeah, the way he pulled himself up did not look like the best positioning for, preserving the back or what's left of it. I think he has a bad back. I just don't think it's hurting all the time he portrays that it's hurting. Uncivil Law is great because he has over 100,000 subscribers, I believe. That's something YouTube does.
I want to ask you about Mr. Miller for a second. Yesterday we had talked about you looking to see if he had standing warrants, because that was something maybe the defendant had mentioned. Do you remember talking about that yesterday?
I do.
Okay. Did you discover whether or not he had any local arrests here or anything like that?
No, Mr. Miller had no warrants.
Okay. Okay. So no arrests or no warrants that you could find?
No, had he been arrested here, he would have had an ID number assigned to him, and he did not have one.
And this audio is so much better now.
During this interview, there's a portion of the interview, do you recall Mr. Randolph looking at you and saying, I don't like you? Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to July 2nd, 2008. Do you go over to 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember why you had gone over there?
As I recall, it was to be present in what we refer to as a keep the peace type situation where the locks were being changed on the house.
Okay, so they were being changed over. Who was having the locks changed?
And Colleen Byer was.
Okay, so does the defendant arrive at the house at that time?
He did. We were inside the house, and he just walked in and went over to one of Mrs. Byer's children, and then knelt down and started talking to him.
Okay. Does he say something to you at that time?
Well, we talked about the agreement between the attorneys. There was a civil issue at that point in time. We discussed that we were changing the locks and then we were going to be leaving. There was some suggestion of removing property from the house, and I told Mr. Randolph that wasn't going to happen, that there was already communication between attorneys, and nobody was taking anything from the house at that point. Mr. Randolph told me that I was an asshole.
Okay. Did you respond
Still
to
doesn't
that?
like him.
I did. I said, well, I don't think that I am, but you have the right to your opinion. And he said, well, you are. And I said, well, that's okay. I don't take it personally. I later told him the only reason that I was standing there in front of him is because I was the next person that was up in rotation. It could have been somebody else, not me.
On that day, it's July 2nd. You have not arrested Mr. Randolph at this time.
No.
Does Mr. Randolph ask you a question about how long this investigation is going to take?
He did.
Okay. And what do you say to him at that point?
Well, that we were making sure that we, got everything right in the investigation. Mr. Randolph responded by saying that, well, as far as he was concerned, that we blew any chance of that happening on the first night. And when I asked him to elaborate,
Beyond the scope of the question.
Did you want to add something?
yes, when I asked.
Go ahead.
When I asked him to elaborate, he said that his attorneys told him not to talk to the police about it.
I want to turn your attention to that second interview. Does the defendant make comments about Sharon's gambling?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Does he talk about the fact that he potentially has to pay back taxes for a former husband of hers?
Yes, he did.
Does the defendant discuss the fact that there is some sort of IRA that Sharon...
Yes.
Okay, so we get some static here. This the style of this detective, the way he answers questions, are very flat, very factual. He's done a really good job recalling the events. Mostly, he's had a couple little slip-ups with slight discrepancies in time frames and things like that. But he's just got this. I don't give a rat's. Any patootie. I think we need to say about this. At the same time, I'm very professional in what I'm doing and I'm going through. So he's completely detached. And so when he says, I don't care what you think about me, I think he really means that. I really don't care what Tommy thinks about me. I don't take it personally that you don't like me just because you don't like me. With all the notes that Tommy is passing his lawyers, as we see that he is, and questions he wants them to raise, Tommy still doesn't like this detective. I don't think this has changed at all, and so he wants them to probably be very hard on him. So we're going to see some very good cross on this. To be, get your popcorn ready. They're going to be really, really energetic, and it's gonna be fun. From a legal perspective, watching the adversarial system play out with Mr. Detective as a ping pong ball, Mr. O'Kelly. D, thanks for clicking the subscribe button. Welcome. We call that admitting to being an addict. Good to have you here. You're one of us now. Mr. O'Kelly's perfectly ready. He is as chill as can be, cool as a cucumber, and just it'll be fun. And you will see if he gets any jabs in as well, because he can if he's very careful. They have to be very subtle, but I think he'll be able to get a few things in. He's clearly trying to explain a little bit more than each question, because a couple times now there's some objections that his answer was non-responsive or beyond the scope of the question that was asked. And so the attorney says, oh, do you have something to add? And they're getting all that in. But these objections, when there start to be a lot of objections back and forth with this witness, it's just giving us an indication that cross may be spicy. It may be good. Dream and Laundry. Yes, I think the detective, from the defense standpoint, is the reason, or is the weak link, is the problem. He's the big issue. So many other people in their testimony whether it was law enforcement, whether it was investigators, whether it was crime scene analysts, they would say, "Who told you to do that?" And it was Detective O'Kelly. Detective O'Kelly's in charge. So everything sort of goes back and points back to him.
And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just want you to understand that there was a civil dispute involving Mr. Randolph in this matter regarding the house, and the advice that Mr. Randolph was given by his lawyer was in regards to that civil dispute, and you are not to consider that in this case in any way. Go ahead, Mr. Hammer.
Thank you. Did the defendant discuss Sharon's spending when it came to an IRA, a $40,000 IRA that she had?
Yes, he did.
Did the defendant discuss how Sharon treated or used $5,000 he gave to her after giving $5,000 to Liz Lavador?
Yes, he did.
When discussing these topics, what was the defendant's, did he seem happy about her spending habits?
No, he wasn't happy about it at all.
Did he seem happy about having to pay taxes for another husband of hers?
No, he seemed quite irritated with that.
Did he appear to be happy about the manner in which she gambled?
No.
Did you say she gambled?
She gambled. Okay. As this investigation continued, did you take steps to recover or collect gaming records from the Santa Fe hotel?
Yes, we did.
Did you also seek to collect banking records from joint accounts between Sharon and the defendant, as well as the defendant's own personal bank accounts?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also collect kind of records tracking potentially any outstanding debts that the defendant may have had?
Yes.
This time, going to be publishing 328.
You say 328?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just bear with me. I gotta get
Is this another video? It looked like a DVD or a CD. We've seen a couple other judges that are very involved, even asking questions, sometimes directly of witnesses. She seems to be involved to clarify every time, especially when somebody says he said or she said. She wants names used for clarity, and she's fairly consistent that way. This is audition tape for America's Got Talent. That's what we're watching now. Peter, the defense gets a chance. It's not a time thing. Defense basically can ask questions on cross-examination of this witness as well, and then they go back and forth, and it's the scope narrows each time. You sort of are supposed to ask questions more related to what the other side brought up or new stuff they brought up. And so as it goes back and forth from prosecution to defense, it'll get shorter and shorter.
Gambling reports,
typically.
Opening gaming records.
Overseeing
Let's
player
start with
player records.
Mr. Miller. So did you get records for Miller, Sharon, as well as the defendant himself?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Let's first start with Mr. Randolph. Do you see where it says total in here?
Yes.
Before we get to that, what is the time range on this set of gaming records?
It's a 1 month range from 4/9 to 5/9 of 08.
Okay, and what's the total amount that Mr. Randolph had spent, total in on that last month before Sharon passes away?
$462.50.
Opening Miller's records. Now this one doesn't have an overall total, but have you kind of calculated how much it is when you add up all of these coins in?
Yeah, so it was around $1,900.
Okay. And just to be clear,
this is Mike's account.
That's kind of it deals with, you've got here starting on kind of May 7th, and it goes all the way down to February. So from February to May 7th, it's approximately $1,900.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's a lot for somebody who doesn't have a source of income.
So look at Sharon Randolph.
I would say that might even be problematic at that point.
What is the date range from here?
The same as with Mr. Randolph, from 4/9 of 08 to 5/9 of 08, 1 month.
So this is the last month of her life, correct?
Yes.
How much money did she put in the slot machines in that month?
$23,468.70.
It looks like a lot, but a lot of that is
Opening
played
folder
back and
of
forth.
banking records.
Winnings and losings, winnings and losings. It's the same money going back and forth.
Did the Randolphs have a joint account at Wells Fargo?
Yes.
Opening Randolph joint bank account.
Still, that's a lot of time spent in front of a slot machine. And it was with coins usually.
These records span from
like
January
dimes,
of
nickels.
2007 all the way to July 31st of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes.
First going to go to page 221. These records. If you could, can you please read to me what's the date here?
That's April 30th of 2008.
I'm not sure these are admitted yet, not that we would have an objection, but
328 was admitted
Was
yesterday.
admitted.
They're all
Okay.
That's why I clarified it was 328.
It was. And it's on the same CD with the insurance.
Thank you.
What is their total amount of assets at the end of April?
$1,041.60.
And with this account, for this specific account, what are their total liabilities?
Shows $39,897.11.
And that's 8 days before she's passed away, correct?
Correct.
Does there appear to be kind of a home equity line of credit associated with this account?
Yes, this shows an interest rate there, and it's increased from the previous month.
Okay. Now going to 228. Not 228, I apologize. 227. What's the date of this statement?
May 31st of 2008.
So this is obviously the end of the month in which Sharon passes away on the 8th of May, correct?
That's correct.
At the end of this month, what was the total amount of assets?
$2,297 even.
And it started obviously with the ending balance for the prior month of $1,041.60, correct?
Correct.
What were the total liabilities?
$39,867.75. So it's actually decreased. They're making payments apparently.
Okay. But still a negative balance of approximately $37,000. Would that be for subtracting the assets from the liabilities?
Yes.
You did also acquire, though, a bank account through Washington Mutual that related only to Mr. Randolph, correct?
Yes.
these records span from August of 2007 all the way to May, the end of May of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes.
This particular one was less than a month, though.
I'm going to go to page 17. Well, before we do that, let's go to the beginning. In the beginning in this account, how much money, let's look at the date here, and I apologize, I just don't have my mouse here, so it's a little harder for me to navigate. Okay, so this is on page 3, and can you see the upper right-hand corner? It's stating that this covers essentially the month of August. Would that be correct?
That's correct, from 8/6 to 8/22 of 07.
And it looks like their payment periods probably start a little bit earlier, but this is apparently when the account is open on 8/6 of 07, correct?
WAMU is
Yes.
for Washington Mutual. It's a bank.
There was $117,000, approximately $939.17 in deposits made in this account when it first opened. Is that right?
Yes.
What is the ending balance at the end of this month?
$86,919.17.
Okay, now that's August of 2007.
Correct.
I want to turn your attention to the month in which Sharon passes away. I'm going to page 17, these records. Can you read me the statement period from when to when?
From April 23rd of 2008 to May 22nd of 2008.
Please tell me what the beginning balance was at the beginning of this statement period.
Is the cursor right there? Is that an 8 or a 3?
I'm so sorry.
That's right. $815.35.
Okay. And there was a withdrawal made on April 28th, right?
Yes.
How much was that?
$800.
And that's prior to Sharon's death, is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the ending balance in this account?
$15.35.
Opening the
So
Equifax
$100,000
records
disappeared? Is that what they're trying to
these
say?
Equifax records tracked kind of outstanding debts that he had financially, correct?
Yes.
These are documents that were presented to the grand jury.
With respect to an American Express account, you see the balance, it says date reported is June of 2008, is that right?
Yes.
What is the balance amount?
$404.
With respect to this Bank of America account, the reported date is 2008. What is the balance amount?
$152.
Going to page 6 of the records. Moving on to page 7 of the records. With respect to Chase Bank, the top of the page 7, the date of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$7,628.
With respect to the second Chase Bank account, June of 2000.
Just clarify whether we're dealing with bank accounts or credit cards.
Okay. Well, Chase Bank, we'll just do it this way. Chase Bank USA account number 426-684-106085. What is the balance amount?
$7,628.
There's a second account under Chase Bank of 5222-763-00999. As of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$20,491.
So it's a fair chunk of change on
With
the debt
respect to
side.
Citibank, bank account 542418086438. As of July 2008, what is the balance amount?
$16.
Moving on to page 8, with respect to Citibank, account number 542418088207. As of June of 2008, what is the balance amount?
$5,781.
Somebody just broke the doors down.
with respect to a Sears account of 504-994-802-353 as of June of 2008. What is the balance amount?
$706.
Moving on to page 10. Moving on to page 11. Wells Fargo account 6506-50097-9047 as of June of 2008. What is the balance amount?
$39,254.
And essentially that matches up with that home line of credit from those Wells Fargo's records.
Exactly.
So when you added that amount up, did it come out to approximately $84,808?
Yes.
That's the court clerk typing.
I'd like to have, almost done, Detective, but if I could have at least these three marked.
Almost done means almost cross time. And it's going to be Beano. Mr. Bean's going to cross-examine him.
Okay. We're requesting admission states 333, 334, 335. May I approach the witness?
Yes, are those being admitted?
I believe so, without objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are those being admitted?
Showing you states 333, who's that?
Tom Randolph.
Showing you 334, who's that?
Michael Miller.
Showing you 335, who's that?
Oh, this
Sharon
is the end of
Randolph.
their case. They're almost done.
Yeah, can I have those back?
Yes.
They always use these pictures at the very end.
Publishing 333, 334, 335.
I believe this is the final witness for the prosecution, if I'm not mistaken.
So, just to be clear, you had mentioned you calculated approximately $84,000 in money owed. Approximately how much life insurance would he have been a beneficiary of in light of Sharon's death?
Approximately $332,000.
And underneath the very first will from June of 2006, did he also stand to inherit the house, 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
Yes.
Did the will also enable him to inherit any potential bank accounts that were out?
Yes.
Open? I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess before we start cross-examination of this witness. During this recess, she must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text,
Tommy
internet,
doesn't need to hear this
or
part,
other
so he took the
means of
headphones off.
communication with social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference material. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. And you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case in the comments made to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 10:15 will be in recess till 10:30. All rise for the jury.
Okay, while they're doing that, let me out something. I have the ability to repeat what I hear. I practice this in the car usually when I'm listening to two people on a talk show, and as they're talking, I will just repeat every word back and forth that's going on in the conversation. So I keep listening and I keep reading. It's like translating, but I'm just saying the same thing over again. I might need to do this in one of these trials eventually, but to do that, I have to turn off. I can't hear my own audio magnified back into my ears, so I'd have to have my audio off. So I couldn't hear myself or have it turned down, and just have them play in my ear so I can hear the next things that are coming to repeat it. But I thought about doing that because I could make out what was being said during the interview. The only problem is I'm not able to quickly rehash that and say it again with editing. I would accidentally say bad words. That's why I didn't offer to do it then. But in the future, let me know if we need that. You need me to translate for you. All right. what the judge was saying, nobody knows what the judge was saying there. It's a secret. Maybe at the end of the trial, she'll tell us what it was. Oh, no, she's basically saying the same instruction a jury gets every night. Basically, don't do any, don't talk to anyone about this. Don't research anything. Don't visit a crime scene. Don't form any opinions. Don't do anything that would further your work as a jury member on your own. It can only be done at the right time and in the right setting. So they're saying basically, enjoy the lunch, enjoy the break, but don't do anything else. Don't let anyone talk to you. Don't talk to anyone else. Don't ask about it. Don't Google this. Don't look on social media to see what people are saying. It's just a whole list of restrictions on what they can do, and hopefully they're following that. There were only 101 bad words. There were more than that. We counted 101, and he had some crass stuff in there as well. What if she does auctions in her free time? She gets her words slurred together just a little bit. Not slur, but almost mumble a little bit when she gets really excited. Break is for 15 minutes, so we have about 13 minutes and 50 seconds left. Just tuned in. Anything exciting happening? Vivian, you missed the second interview of the defendant, where he swore 101 times, roughly, and mostly just answered a lot of questions that they didn't ask and avoided questions they did ask. That's what happened this morning. And then I believe what we have right now is the state has given their final witness. We've got the last of their testimony. There'll be some cross and some redirect and things like that. So that's going to continue a little bit. But then I believe the state's going to rest. We're going to hear the state rest today, and then it turns over to the defense. I believe defense is going to put on some witnesses. I do not think Mr. Randolph is one of them. He did not testify last time. Even though he's a bit of a narcissist and likes to hear himself talk, I think he is also smart enough to know that his own weakness can get him into trouble on the stand. So I don't think he's going to testify in his own defense. Yes, you can't even look up in the dictionary what things mean. The restrictions on there are real, on the jury are real. How do you know when certain people should have been here? Jessica, also, yes, that would be something super helpful for hard to understand interviews. Jessica, if you type !late in chat, my little computer will calculate when we started the live stream and how long it's been going, and basically tell you that that's how late you are. So it's just one of the commands you can do. It's automatically triggered. So Jill typed that in right there, and it says, "Hey, you should have been here 4 hours ago," because that's when we started. It's just one of the fun commands. We have a lot of commands that are triggered by exclamation points. When you see those in chat, some of them actually trigger sound effects, which, like if you type exclamation point peeps, it will make a little chirp, a little chick chirp. We have just a few. Oops, this is a fun one. And object. These are both audio ones. We'll hear those play in just a second.
Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Sometimes they come in multiple times. Okay, we've got lots of commands coming in right now, but it's like magic. It is. This is my way of helping you guys be able to participate in the in the events, in the the whole circus that is this true crime world. We do keep the sound effects turned down during testimony of trials, just because a lot of times it's not appropriate to have
kickback, taking it easy.
That happen. While somebody is testifying in an emotional moment, or and honestly, some of you think that you're live in the moment.
That is not relevant.
But you might be like 20 minutes behind the rest of us. I don't know why it happens.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
All the sound effects are being used right now. But somebody you might have accidentally paused or jumped back in time accidentally, and now you're
not a camel.
Back there, and whatever you're watching, the sound effect is perfectly appropriate for that. But where the rest of us are and where the sound effect plays is 20 minutes later, and it might not be appropriate. That's why we turn it down for that. But we have a few sound effects, and we do like to add to that list as well when things happen. So we've taken a couple sound effects from various trials recently and added, and we're probably going to drop a few of them off as well that we've had just for too long. They've gotten a little stale.
Is that correct?
That's correct. A lot of times if you see a comment that says Recovery Addict to the front, like I said something, it's probably my automated response
Stole it.
to that. There's one command we only use a couple times, and that's party. And yes, it's turned off. I keep the party sound turned off unless we're celebrating generally a threshold. When like when we hit 20,000 subscribers, that was a really awesome day. So we have it on for that. So it's off right now. But the party sound, I'm not sure if I even party sound is right here. You can imagine how annoying that would be if it's just nonstop going. The woman behind Joshy has interviewed Tommy quite a bit. Is that going to be? I think that's going to be. Is it Courtney?
I don't consent to that name.
From Court TV. I can't remember. Chanley from Court TV. Is she back in Las Vegas? She was up in Idaho for the Brian Koberger thing. I thought she might have flown back down. Okay. I was watching random YouTube shorts last night, and someone had that sad piano song you play for emotional times, and I was triggered in a good way. Yes, I don't have exclusive right to those songs.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
I do have right to use them, but I don't have exclusive right. So somebody might say, "Hey, I heard your song on somebody's video." It's not really my song. They can use it. It's okay. Jessica says, I can't believe you put it on screen. I mean, it was way cool, but I totally wasn't expecting it. Haha, embarrassed, grateful for you. PSS, loved when Mrs. R.A. helped out. Anytime, Jessica. Glad you're here. There are no bad questions. I appreciate you tagging me. That helps me find them as well. Janley's so pretty. She looks really good on camera. She does a great job. She's very professional. And we like watching her. Let's see. I heard some songs on TV shows. Some of the songs from here.
Because he's the guy.
I can put almost any comment on the screen. You have been warned. Yes, there's no. I will say that even though I appreciate very much so, and I can't say this enough. Those who are supporting us through membership, that is a huge thing for me. And what makes this possible. You don't have to be a member to have your comment appear on screen. A lot of times I'll just filter through, and if the question is appropriate or adds to the conversation, I'll go ahead and put that up on the screen. It doesn't mean I catch all of them. A lot of times I'll miss some very great questions or comments.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Yes, I'll do that as well. Okay, about 7 minutes left, and we're coming back. Any questions about this court case as we're nearing the end of the prosecution's testimony portion? Let's see. Paula says, Carrie H. was slightly embarrassed this morning when he congratulated her. She immediately asked how I found out about the nomination.
That is not relevant.
Well, I will tell you, Carrie H., it was not from Paula. So it was a secret, though. Michelle says, I was at auction last week. There was a U.S. flag 5x7 with gold braid, Admiralty Court, and an eagle atop the post, which I would have sent.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We need an Admiralty Court flag in the background for sure. I might be able to superimpose one on the court scene.
What more do we need to see?
We could have it. Let's see. It'd have to be on my right, so it'd be on this side. Is that the right side, or would it be on? Which side would be right for you guys? We have to make it look right for people who are watching. Let's see. Does the jury know this is a retrial? This is a great question, JJ. The jury should not know this is a retrial because it's that information about that first trial that caused the appeal. So I believe they don't know, but a smart juror can put this together. A smart, a citizen who looks at this and says, why are we just now going to trial with stuff that happened way back then? What is this? Wasn't there, it shouldn't take too much to be able to say, hey, yeah, this has been to trial before. Any update on the jury members being shouted at? Johnny, unfortunately, we did not get any update. All we knew was that someone, when the jury left, I think it was on Friday, shouted out, and they were dressed like a security guard, as what we heard, shouted out something about if you were any sort of politician, you would vote guilty. We heard that the judge said she wanted to speak to each member of the jury about that, and that may have taken place outside the presence of the camera or off camera, but we don't know what the result is. It didn't end the trial. We haven't heard of any jurors being dismissed. So we still think we have the 12 jurors and 2 alternates, but I don't know anything beyond that. See, Kimbers, Ohio. Can someone help me be approved for RA Facebook? I keep getting denied, and I think I'm answering the questions correctly. Kimbers, Ohio. Make sure you're scrolling down because there are more questions sometimes, and if you leave them blank, that might be an issue. I think one of them asks if you're a camel or not, and I think I'm not a camel. Might be the right response. Victoria Rose, RA, continually appreciate your work. May God continue to bless your channels. Thank you very much, Victoria. Thank you for being here as well. I appreciate you being here. That is wonderful. Would not be the same without you. Thanks for that. Jessica says, was there ever the idea that he put a hit on his wife and that's why she was killed? I thought there was. Yes.
I'm not a camel.
The hit, not it was like that he put a bounty on her head. I think it was more directly arranging the person to fire the shots. The state is saying that Mike's the one that killed her, that Mike physically pulled the trigger. He's the one that shot Sharon. They're not saying that it was Tommy and Tommy's blaming it on Mike. I believe that the evidence does support that as well. What if you are a camel? Yeah, then we've got problems. Jury questions are bound to ask why this trial has taken so long to get going. Peter Steele, we know that there have been jury questions that have been presented to the judge that have not been read to the witness.
Murdoch stole it.
So that it's very possible that they have had some questions that maybe were not appropriate or outside the realm of what was okay. Because the jury can only ask questions that would be permissible in court, the same way an attorney can only ask questions that are permissible in court. So if the question that came in was outside of that, like why is this taking so long, or has he been tried before, the judge would just set that aside. There would be no answer to that question. What was the command for O? She found out.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case?
Oh, she found out.
Oh, she found out. That's not a command for that one. I've just got it on my pad over here. I'm on Bank 8 purple button. That's the one. And the previous one.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020.
7:44 p.m. How does the FBI find people, and people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case?
Oh, she found out.
Yeah, that was a great time from the Letitia Stout trial. Okay. For the camel question, I answered that I was a dead horse keeps getting beaten. I got in. I think we're going to get rid of the dead horse sound. I think that's going to go away. Yeah, I would be more curious if the judge says, write your question on a piece of paper and hand it in, and we'll ask the witness, and then they don't, you see them get the paper and they look at it and they never ask.
Horse go unbeaten.
That one. That was Mr. Harpootlian from the Alex Murdaugh trial. Interesting little, that point was during, I believe it was during an objection. He was objecting to how much they were going into a certain fact. And he was saying, it appears to me that the prosecution's whole theory is, our whole approach to this is let no dead horse go unbeaten. They're just going to hit the same thing over and over and over and over.
Stole it as well.
It was a pertinent comment at the time because we heard financial testimony for, it seemed like, years in that trial. I'm interested in what kind of case the defense is going to put on. Well, Tasha Turtle, they're going to put on a solid case. Honestly, if we look at the opening statement from defense, that's our best indicator.
About stuff that is not relevant.
We're going to hear. Sorry. I could set that up to work, but I don't have it yet. We're going to hear them basically say, "You've seen all the evidence, and we're not disputing the evidence, but you're looking at it through the long lens or from the wrong angle. If you look from this perspective, all that evidence can exist perfectly fine with a different story, with a different scenario playing out." And so you're going to hear them try to say it's just a matter of perspective, and the state from their perspective said this happened, but from our perspective, the same events fit this setting. And if that works, if in their head you're like, yeah, you're right, that story does work, that's reasonable doubt. I think that's what they're going to be going for. They'll also try to attack, I think, O'Kelly specifically, because they're going to say that he, from the moment he showed up on the crime scene, decided what he wanted to prosecute, and he made up his mind, and then everything from there on was to further his purpose. Let's see. Was the idea he had become acquaintances with him to carry this out or paid him to? P.S. This has been incredibly humbling that you acknowledge me in the wild. No. No, it's your good questions. Yeah. When you listen to the testimony we heard today, the interview, when the interviewers are asking, or the interrogators, the investigators are asking him about Mike and what they thought, and what he thought initially. It's like, did you see him as somebody who might have a drug problem? And he's like, oh, he was a bum. Definitely was a bum. Nice guy, but he's a bum. Doesn't work well. They're sort of getting into this. Why him? Why all of a sudden do you meet this one guy, this one random dude, you being the cocky, I don't know what he described himself as. Did he say SOB? I'm not sure what he said, but he's very cocky, loudmouth and brash. Why are you drawn to Mike at 7-Eleven when he's buying a 40 ounce to get drunk? Why suddenly is it like, hey, match made in heaven? How did you guys, make that connection, and why? I think at that point the defense is basically saying, or prosecution is basically saying, he had his mark. He found a guy who was weak, who had very little money, so money could manipulate people. He had some sort of dependence on drugs or alcohol that could be exploited, and he was in a position where he's like, hey, this is the guy I can shape. I can get him to do things for me. I think so. That's the hitman that he groomed for this. You're going to need pickles for this cross. I have half a jar. I did have 2 jars of spicy maple bourbon pickles the end of last week, but now I have only half a jar of spicy maple bourbon pickles left. Had some this morning before we went live.
Correct?
That's correct. I can't remember what the sound was for Letitia. I don't remember which one you're talking about. I have a court date on October 17th. How can I request Recovery Addict to consider covering it? Mark, send an info on the burner phone. First, what state it's in, because state laws play a big part into what cases we can and can't cover. Then I just have to go through the process of requesting access, and obviously the content is going to be a factor as well. We generally don't follow. We generally don't follow a lot of civil cases. Although we have done the Gwyneth Paltrow civil case, but send me some information about it. Obviously, if it's your court date, be careful sending me information. I don't want to be a witness in your court, so don't give me too much that will put me in the spotlight. But let me know a little bit about what the charges are and about maybe the judge and the date. I'll have to look all that up to get the information to fill out the media requests. And that'll take some time, but October 17th is plenty of time to arrange that if the state allows. Okay. Yes, everyone wants to know. They say don't send it to the burner phone, send it in chat. But obviously, you don't need to do that. We can keep it very personal and private. But if we do cover it, then however it's covered in court, that would come out. Let us have the party horn sound when Tommy's verdict comes back guilty. That's mean. That's mean. Yes, will there be cameras? That's also a factor. Will there be cameras, or do I have to bring my own cameras? I'd have to be there in person for that. Okay, are you still screen splitting to the Apple TV, on the Apple TV? Or how are you screen splitting on the Apple TV? My Apple TV is right here, and my computer is right here. See how there's a little different shade difference? That's just how the signals are processed. I'm running all of those through my ATEM Mini Extreme switcher. It's an HDMI 8-port switcher, so I have 8 different inputs. Everything from our counter, from the Would You Agree counter, which actually was a curse counter. All my different feeds come into that, and I split them, and I can actually shape them and move them around on the screen using my switcher, what a slob. I've had this Pop-Tart wrapper on my desk all day, and you guys didn't tell me. This controller controls the switcher as well, and then I have my iPad way over here that also controls the switcher. All the same buttons over here can be controlled that way. So these 3 things can manipulate the... Like here, I can change see this little box. It's barely on the screen, but I can drag myself around to the screen like this, just that easy. Does that answer your question, or was that completely unrelated? Did I just assume that's what you were asking? So Apple TV I can put behind me if I wanted to. So there's Apple TV behind me, but this is the one we're listening to, which is a few seconds off. So HDMI into the switcher. If you want links to any of this equipment, if you're interested in doing some of this sort of stuff, I can get you links to everything and help you get it set up. Okay, here. So the idea is there. Charges aren't right. Also, what's the burner number? You post it randomly. The burner number is !burner. That is to my burner phone. That's right here. Thank you, Ashley, for doing that. That goes to the phone that's sitting on my desk, which is generally I don't always answer it during the live stream, but sometimes we do take some calls, and I do read texts there occasionally. Kimberly, Ohio, you made it to Facebook. That's wonderful. Thank you. Hill CT says, regarding sidebar communications.
Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
In what states are transcripts of such communications concealed? I understand they were unsealed recently. For example, in the Amber Heard case. I think it's, well, every state does have different rules about what is public and what is not, as far as records go. But, so I don't know. I don't have a list of states that I could tell you that. We'd have to look up each one. And sometimes in each court, depending on the proceedings, the judge might seal the records until a certain point or until everything's done. So that could be the case there. But Amber Heard was up in Virginia, I believe. Pickles and Pop-Tarts, breakfast of champions. When is court back from break? They're supposed to be back right now. They're late, so we're just waiting for, I guess, the jury to come back. The audio's turned on. We're not getting any signal right now, so we're just waiting. You and the mods humble me too. I feel so seen today. Jessica, this is a fun community. Honestly, this group, it's a fun place to hang out. A lot of us, even though we may not have met in person, we feel like friends because we know each other. We share, a little bit about our lives, and sometimes things are going good, and sometimes we reach out to each other for a little support and help. And this community has just grown that way. So it's a very fun place to be, and so feel free to jump in and share. Just remember that we just try to be respectful to everybody. Even if they disagree with us, we can agree to disagree and continue having fun being together. I feel like they could have done a lot better, says Amanda. Bummed out about it. Amanda, yeah, they didn't have a lot of the information that we've heard through watching the Dateline show. Through watching the updates about the previous trials and how his other wives died, all this stuff that really shapes and fills out this image of who Tommy really is. They couldn't go there. This was off limits, so they were limited a little bit that way. I think with this last witness, they did a good job putting the timeline together, helping us really see that Mr. Randolph's version of the events couldn't really happen with the facts that we have, with the timestamps that we have, with the calls, with the videos. It just, something doesn't add up, and he's not telling the truth, which is going to be the biggest hurdle for him, is his own words in this case. But it is still circumstantial. We're going to see if the jury can convict. Upset about the way that the state presented their case. That's what I'm hearing. They didn't deliver that passionate punch that we could have seen, and we have seen other times. It seems like correct? It was very matter-of-factly, but it wasn't. Their heart wasn't in this. There were a few times that he did get a little, animated, but I think there could have been more power or personal passion. How's that for alliteration? Behind some of this, the questioning and the reasoning as they're directing through these witnesses. Amanda Ray, welcome to the gallery. It's so good to have you with a blue courthouse by your name and your name in green now. Do know that as a member you have reserved seating, so just type !seat and you'll be ushered to your reserved seating on the front row. Okay. Where are we? Is court on lunch? No, that was just a 15-minute break, but it's taking more than 15 minutes. So we don't know why. I might actually check the app formerly known as Twitter to see if there's any updates on this. Not seeing anything yet. One of the problems we have, oh, holy cow. One of the problems we have is this judge has ruled that the cameras cannot show, either televise or play audio for any sidebars that happen outside the presence of the jury. So they could be in court working right now and we do not know it. They're just not allowed to show that. She's also said that we can't reveal the makeup of the jury, like how many women, how many men, approximate ages, can't be shown. Let's see. Ashy Snow just gifted a membership. Let's see. I don't know who that went to. Oh, it went to Dreamscape. Congratulations, Dreamscape. Stephen Blevins, 5 months.
All
Thank
rise
you very
for the
much.
jury.
Next month, you'll have a yellow courthouse. And then Savis Gunn just gifted 5 memberships. Those went to Jessica McNaughton. Welcome. Chandra, one of our great mods. Denny, Mike Savage, and Linda Cutshaw. Congratulations to all those, and thank you very much for the gifters, Savis and Ashy Snow. Okay, we're back. Who's the heavy breather? Is that Tommy?
All right, we are back on the record.
Huge size.
6250966, State of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect Mr. Randolph is present with his attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. Do both parties stipulate to the presence of our jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Long, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here comes the cross. Let's see.
Good morning.
Good morning, Counselor.
Detective O'Kelly, it seems that what you told the jury yesterday is that there was a briefing that occurred in the late hours, early morning hours of May 9th, 2008 that you became aware of.
Yes,
a briefing, right?
It was on May 8th. Yes.
And you told the jury that based upon the briefing and you heard during this briefing what Mr. Randolph thinks he had said had occurred inside the house, right?
Yes.
And you became suspicious of some of those things, didn't you?
Not at that moment, not during the briefing.
You became suspicious as a result of talking to Detective Mogg about things that he talked to Mr. Randolph about, again, in the early morning hours of May 9th.
Yes, that was early morning when Detective Mogg came back to the house.
Okay. So let's look for a second, if we could, at State's Exhibit 287. Okay? Do you see that? That's a picture of Sharon and Thomas Randolph. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. Then I want to show you a picture of 334. Who is that?
That's Michael Miller.
Okay, so now one thing we definitely know that occurred on May 8th, 2008, is that man, Michael Miller, murdered Sharon Randolph. Is that right?
I agree with that.
Michael Miller took out a .38 caliber gun and put it on the back of Sharon's head and shot and murdered, didn't he?
I don't know that we have evidence of a contact wound, but he shot her in the head with a .38, yes.
If I was to tell you that the medical examiner told the jury that it was a contact wound, would you have any reason to dispute it?
I don't have any reason.
And you would agree with me that Michael Miller killed Sharon Randolph, who was married to Thomas Randolph, right?
Yes.
Look at him pacing back and forth.
That was
Adding to the
Sharon's
tension.
husband, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That was a weird appearance. Yes, that's Thomas Randolph.
And that's Sharon Randolph.
Yes, it is.
Why do they have like a backlight on these pictures? It's not a transparency.
Thomas Randolph told you that on that night he had been to the charcoal room, correct?
Correct.
And police obtained video of Thomas Randolph and Sharon Randolph at the charcoal room.
Yes, we did.
We saw video of that yesterday.
Yes, we did.
And we actually see them leaving together, don't we?
Yes.
And do they appear to be hand in hand?
Yeah, they appear to hold hands the entire time.
And so what Thomas Randolph told Detective Mogg turned out to be true about being at the charcoal room, right?
Yes.
When he talked to police officers at the scene, Thomas Randolph, He didn't have an attorney, did he?
No.
When Thomas Randolph talked to Detective Mogg later that evening, early morning hours of the night, he didn't have an attorney, did he?
No, he did.
He told Detective Mogg that he had gone to Funny's gas station, didn't he?
Yes.
And police obtained video of Funny's, didn't they?
Yes, we did.
And it showed exactly what Thomas Randolph said. He had gone there, they made a purchase, and then they had gotten gas.
That's correct.
With regard to the Funny's video, it was introduced, but there's two of them, one by the defense and one by the state. Did you have anything to do with when the video was cut off showing the car leaving, the Randolph car leaving? Did you have anything to do with that?
I didn't see that it was cut off.
Okay.
I must have missed I didn't see both that you're talking about, so I only saw one.
Did you see the vehicle leave and then head towards a stoplight, and that the stoplight, the vehicle stayed there at the stoplight for approximately a minute?
I don't think that we played it that long, no.
Okay. But that would definitely go to the timeline, wouldn't it?
It would show that they stopped at the stoplight and then drove after it turned green.
You were asked questions about a timeline in this case because what you were trying to show is that, and I think you said, that the Randolphs got home conservatively at 8:30 p.m.
That's approximately 8:30 p.m., yes. Based on leaving the Funnies and the time that it would take to get home, yes.
Okay, but you're aware that there's a Michael Bartlett who was a neighbor, correct?
Yes.
And Michael Bartlett told authorities that he was on the phone talking to his friend when some of these events occurred. Do you remember that? He was on the phone, he heard gunshots.
Yes.
Okay. He also has told this jury that when he was on the phone, he saw the Randolph car show up. Did you know that?
I wasn't present when he testified in front of this jury.
Okay. So, what time did the phone call start?
20:33:36, so 8:33 and 36 seconds p.m.
And it lasted for 270 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So we know that if Mr. Bartlett was on the phone at 8:33:36 and he sees the Randolph car show up, they couldn't have showed up at 8:30 because it has to be after 8:33:36. Do you agree with that logic?
I don't know that I would call it logic. I would say that it took over 7 minutes for them to get home.
That's not my question. Mr. Bartlett said he was on the phone and he saw the Randolphs coming home. He saw them, the garage door open, he saw them enter, he saw the garage door close. Okay?
Okay.
That means that the Randolphs came home after 8:33:36. Do you see that?
According to Mr. Bartlett's statement, as you describe it, then I would agree.
Okay.
He's
Because
not going to be
obviously
flustered.
you didn't know that fact, right? It just became apparent to you right now that Mr. Bartlett saw them come home while he was on the phone.
Again, I wasn't here for the testimony, but I'm aware of his statement that night.
So it's fair to say you never tried to duplicate how long it takes for the Randolph garage door to open,
8 seconds.
Miss Randolph to go in, Mrs. Randolph to go in, the vehicle to come in, and the garage door to close, plus 25 to 30 seconds. You never did that, did you?
Plus the 25 to 30 seconds.
He said he didn't hear, he heard shots after the garage door closed, plus 25 to 30 seconds. Okay? Did you ever do any kind of experiment like that?
And we did the walkthrough video the week following with Mr. Randolph.
Okay. With regard to what Mr. Bartlett had said, are you saying you just didn't know this? Are you saying you just didn't know this information regarding the timeline?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Mr. Bartlett's version has testified in front of this jury.
Yes.
Again, I wasn't present during his testimony.
Okay. Mr. Randolph told you that he had difficulty hearing. He said that over and over in different interviews, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Okay. But he tells you that when he enters the home that evening, something spooks him. Do you remember that?
Yes, after he entered the door.
He saw Sharon Randolph lying, he said, in the center of the hallway down by the master bedroom. Isn't that what he said?
Yes.
And in fact, you found Sharon approximately in that area.
I'd say approximately, yes.
In other words, it wasn't in the front room or in the garage or anything like that. It was pretty accurate as to where she was.
Yes,
right?
within a couple of feet, yes.
He tells you he sees this red bag that was, he at first was unsure what it was, but it was actually the take-home food from the charcoal room. Do you remember that?
I do, and he said that he thought it was blood at the time.
Then at some point he says he sees something out of his eye. He sees something, but he doesn't quite know what it is. Do you remember that?
Right, either something jumping across in from one room to the other or someone poking their head out and ducking back in.
He then says he goes into, and I'm showing State's Exhibit 214. I want to concentrate on the hallway. He says he sees somebody
Nobody can see this.
down towards, or sees something towards the east bedroom, just for lack of a better purpose. He may not say east bedroom, but down towards where Mrs. Randolph is, right?
Exactly, we're calling it the drum room. That's where the drum set's at.
Okay. He then says he pops into the northeast bedroom to what's depicted in that sort of box. That's, I guess, a way to describe the closet, right?
I agree.
Where the 9mm semi-automatic is kept.
In a hanging shoe rack, yes.
He says he grabs it, doesn't he?
Yes, and an extra magazine.
An extra clip, yes. He says clip, but the proper term is magazine. That's right.
That's correct.
Okay, so he puts this magazine, takes the magazine, he takes the gun. He says as he comes out of that room, he bumps into Mr. Miller. Pretty much bumps into him.
Yes.
Now, if you were standing where Sharon is, do you see that? You're standing, looking down that hallway, right? In that proximate area. And somebody had popped into the northeast bedroom to get something from the closet. You wouldn't see him, would you? There.
Not while they're in there, no.
So Mr. Miller is then, at some point, we presume proceeding down the hallway, bumps into Mr. Randolph, according to Mr. Randolph, right?
Yes.
Mr. Randolph tells you, and he repeatedly says, that he sort of pushes him back because it's sort of startling, it's a frightening situation, right?
Correct.
Then he tells you that he shoots him as many times as he can, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Now, I want to talk to you about perforating injuries. Mr. Miller, this murderer, had 5 injuries, bullet shots to him, didn't he?
Well, if you're talking entry and exit on 4...
No, I'm not talking entry and
an
exit.
entry.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying he suffered 5 gunshots.
Yes, 5 gunshots.
One of those gunshots was penetrating, but not perforating.
Correct, the one to his left side.
To his chest. To his chest area.
No, to his left side.
Okay, I'll come back to that. One of the injuries that comes in the front of Mr. Miller is non-perforating, correct?
No, that one exited up here next to his right collarbone.
Okay, I'm going to show you if I showed you a copy of the autopsy report, would that refresh your memory as to exactly what gunshot wound to the left lateral aspect of chest would be?
Okay.
Permission to approach you.
Yes.
We're going to have to admit his laptop into evidence.
Yes.
Thank you, Detective. Do you see I'm showing you what appears to be the autopsy report?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, does that, if you look at that, does gunshot 4 appear to be aspect of the chest?
To the left lateral side of the chest.
See that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, it's not perforating. It's penetrating, right?
Intact small to medium caliber copper jacketed projectile. Yes, on that particular wound, yes.
So on that wound, on the chest, the bullet was found inside his body, correct?
Yes, the one to the left side of his chest.
He doesn't like that. He wants it to be in the front.
So we know that Mr. Miller took a front shot that went in and did not come out. That one that I just showed you, right?
Side shot.
The one to the left side of his chest, yes.
Yes.
He wants it to be front.
Remember yesterday you told the jury that you would expect to see a bullet strike. If a bullet is through and through, I'll just use that term. When I say through and through, what does it mean to you?
It's a perforating gunshot wound, through and through, yeah.
But if a man is shot in that hallway and the bullet stays in the body, there'll be no bullet strike other than to his body, right?
That would be correct.
And if Mr. Randolph had shot Mr. Miller that time, which he didn't go through the body, we do find a cartridge in the hallway, don't we?
Yes, by the door to the garage.
That's listed right here as number 3, right by Mr. Miller's feet.
That's correct.
Inside, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about how far it is from that doorway in the northeast bedroom to the heels of Mr. Miller in this picture, okay? We have a graph. Do you see that graph at the top? And I'm gonna really zoom into it if I can. Do you see that there's a 5-foot graph, right?
Yes, I do.
And so that's what that means is that is approximately 5 feet within that diagram, right?
Yes.
So now if we go back up to the hallway in the bedroom, you see from where my finger is the doorway to the northeast bedroom, and again I want to concentrate on where Mr. Miller's heels are. Would you see with that graph that that's about 5 feet?
From the northern edge of the door
Yes, sir.
frame, yes.
So it's fair to say that from where Mr. Randolph comes out, says he encounters Mr. Miller, until Mr. Miller is laying dead, is approximately 5 feet. Fair?
Well, Mr. Randolph is in the center of the door, so you'd add, probably
But
another foot and a half.
You don't know where he was, right? You weren't there. You don't have a video. Fair?
No, he told me where he was.
He said he came out of the room, right?
He's standing in the threshold of that room when he fired the first shot, according to him.
When most people shoot, they extend their hands.
That's correct.
I mean, proper shooting, is to extend it all the way.
It
right?
depends on the shooting
Okay?
incident, yes.
But most people don't shoot like this.
No,
They bring their hand out.
correct.
You and I are reasonably small men. Yeah?
I am average height, officially 5'9".
I love this guy.
When I put my hand out, would you agree that's at least 12 inches?
Yes.
There was no soot or stippling on the body of Michael Miller, correct?
No.
Which tells us that the gunshots are coming from the barrel of the gun approximately 2 feet or more away.
I'd agree with that.
So we're dealing with this 5-foot area, and if Mr. Randolph comes up, now presuming that Mr. Miller's heading towards the garage door, his arm is extended, you'd agree with me that's at least a foot, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that Mr. Miller must be at least 2 more feet away not to receive stiffing.
No. In this case, Mr. Miller was wearing a thick hooded sweatshirt and another shirt underneath. That
So was
stippling.
his clothing tested for stippling? Yes or no?
The clothing?
Yes.
Stippling doesn't occur on cloth.
Burning doesn't occur? They can't see burning on
No,
cloth?
The fragments from the rounds, you could have an indication that they had hit the fabric, but stippling is like a small contusion that occurs on the skin because of those fragments hitting it.
So the very fact that there is none of this on Mr. Miller shows that he is some distance from the gun. Correct? It's not contact.
On his skin or on the clothing?
Either one.
Well, again, I would expect to see it on his skin because he had a thick sweatshirt on and a shirt underneath that, so you wouldn't see it on
How about
his
on his
skin.
clothing?
On his clothing, there'd be gunshot residue and soot.
And there wasn't here.
Well, we didn't have it tested for gunshot residue.
So you didn't have tested for gunshot residue?
I did not know.
So even with a foot, we're talking about 5 feet. If he takes up an injury that penetrates his body, right? And then he turns around and he starts going out that door. Again, for big guys, some of these big guys, that's about 5 feet. Easy? What I just did? 2 big steps?
Easily, yes.
Those aren't big steps. And Mr. Tomchek, come out here, it'd be a lot bigger, right? But that's 5 feet, right?
Big step is about a yard, yes.
So in this area, this 5-foot area, Mr. Randolph told you he came out, or he comes in contact with Mr. Miller. He shoots him as many times as he can, and he shoots him into the garage, doesn't he?
Yes.
He tells you, excuse me, in his very first statement to Detective Bogg, he is asked, did he shoot Mr. Miller in the garage? Do you remember this?
Yes.
And he said, he's actually asked, did you fire shots with an S, shots in that garage? And he says yes.
Yes.
Okay? Is that right? Is that correct?
Yes.
So what we know is that Mr. Randolph shot Mr. Miller in this 5-foot space in the hallway, right?
Yes.
He said. And that he also shot him shots in that garage, right?
Yes, the headshots.
Okay? Well, he says shots, and then he, at some point, talks about later on how he comes and shoots him in the head. Correct?
He said he shot him as many times as he could until he went down to the floor of the garage.
Okay. And then, at some point, he shoots him a couple of times in the head.
Right. He had come back into the house to see how things were, and then he said he heard the fire extinguisher fall, and so he shot
Did
him.
he really say that, Detective? Did he really say he heard the fire extinguisher, or did he say he heard a loud noise and assumed, because he saw the fire extinguisher, that that's what it was?
That's accurate.
Okay. And in fact, there was a fire extinguisher on the ground.
There was.
Would you agree with me, irregardless of a fire extinguisher, that Miller, who murdered his wife, that in that quick few seconds, he had a right to shoot Miller as many times as he wanted to till he went to the ground and died? Is that fair?
He had a right to do that because he said he had a gun and he was defending himself. I agree with that.
And he just murdered his wife.
Add to that, yes.
But put a big hole in her head.
Yes, he did.
After they were holding hands minutes before.
Yes, they were.
Enjoying Mother's Day at the charcoal room. Right?
They were at the charcoal room, yes.
When we look at Mr. Miller, we know he's a thief, don't we? You know he was a thief, right?
Did I know he was a thief? I mean, we had in his property, there was some identification and some cards that belonged to another person, so I don't know if he stole it. I don't know if he had it on him, if he found it, but...
Okay, well, let's start with that. So in his left, in his wallet, he has some ID, doesn't he?
Yes.
It's not his.
Yes, that's true.
And that is from a person named Michael Hogue, isn't it?
Yes.
And it wasn't just his driver's license, it's also a card for, I think, food stamps.
And Costco, I think.
Where did you locate and interview Mr. Hogue? Could you give me the date you interviewed Mr. Hogue?
I did not interview him.
When was the date that detectives that you caused to interview Mr. Hogue? What date did they interview Mr. Hogue?
I don't believe Mr. Hogue was ever interviewed.
So you've told this jury that you suspect that Mr. Miller is a thief because he had Mr. Hogue's identification on him. Fair to say?
If he took Mr. Hogue's wallet, then he's a thief.
You never went and talked to Hogue, did you?
No, I did not.
In the 60 witnesses you interviewed, you didn't think it was important to go and establish whether Mr. Hogue had his stuff ripped off, right?
I never spoke to Mr. Hogue. I don't know if he had his stuff ripped off or if he lost his wallet. I don't know if it was taken.
Well, even if he lost his wallet, that doesn't give Mr. Miller the right to shove it in his wallet, does it?
No, and for all I know, it could be Mr. Hogue's wallet that he had. I have no idea.
Okay. There was also something in Mr. Miller's left pocket that was of interest, right?
Yes, there was.
It was a channel set, a diamond channel set gold eternity ring, wasn't it?
It was gold and it had clear stones. Yes, it was channel set.
And when you say clear stones, you're not a jeweler, are you?
That's correct.
What was the appraisal on that when you had it when you had it appraised?
We never had that appraised.
Yesterday you told the jury that the jewelry was costume. Do you remember saying that?
Primarily in the bag that we found was costume jewelry.
With regard to this ring was most certainly not costume jewelry, was it?
If in fact it was diamond and it was gold, then it was definitely not costume jewelry.
Okay. And he specifically had it in his left pocket, right?
Yes, he did.
And that led you to believe that he was stealing Sharon Randolph's jewelry, right?
I believe he had every intention of leaving the house with Sharon Randolph's jewelry, yes.
And I'm showing what's being marked as, or admitted as State's Exhibit 196. Do you see that?
I do. That's the channel set ring that you were talking about.
Okay.
Amongst the change that he had in his pocket.
Court's indulgence.
What if that was a ring he was going to give his girlfriend when they were going to leave the state?
Did you check the worth of that ring?
No.
It's not cosmetic, though.
If in fact it's diamond and it's gold, then it's not cosmetic or costume, excuse me.
Okay. And that was what was in his left jeans pocket, right?
I don't see the placard, but I would agree with, I have no reason to dispute it. Yes, left front jeans pocket.
So obviously, Mr. Miller thought that that was particularly important, right? Because he put it in his left pocket.
I would expect.
And he also put a whole bunch of jewelry into a Walmart bag, didn't he?
We found a fabric Walmart bag filled with jewelry and a towel and a t-shirt, yes.
Was there a solid gold antique watch amongst that jewelry?
I do not know.
Would you agree with me that a solid gold antique watch could not be considered cosmetic or
costume?
Yes.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Would you agree that there were multiple gold hoop earrings in there?
Yellow metal hooped earrings, yes, we don't value them.
Because when you say yellow metal, that's because you did not have this stuff appraised, did you?
We did not.
Was there a towel that jewelry was wrapped up in the bag?
There was a towel in the bag, the jewelry was all mixed in, and there was a t-shirt as well, along with the key to the house and key to the safe, and then the high security keys.
Did you cause that white towel to be tested?
No.
Did you, in fact, turn over all of that jewelry to Sharon's daughter, Colleen? Did you give it to her?
No, I did not give her.
What happened to the jewelry?
We laid it out on the dining room table and photographed it to document it for our case file, and it was left at the scene.
It was left at the scene?
It was left in the house. I didn't turn it over to anyone.
You never turned that, you just left it there?
As far as I know, I don't know who it was turned over to.
It was never impounded?
No, it was not.
So you just looked at it. What about the coins? Do you remember there's some gold and what appeared gold metal, silver metal coins in there?
I don't remember.
Would you agree with me that when somebody gives a channel set diamond and gold ring to somebody, they may feel proud of that? Would you agree with me that the display of jewelry we saw, that there are a lot of human beings who would be proud of their jewelry?
Certainly.
They would think maybe that to them it has value, right?
Yes.
It matters perhaps what income level you're at, right? Depending on the kind of jewels you can afford.
I'd agree with that.
Okay. Bill Gates can afford more expensive jewelry than somebody who may be struggling financially.
There would have been no costume jewelry there, yes.
Okay. This, States 201, is a picture of the Costco card, the Advantage card, and the California driver's license of Mr. Hogue, isn't it?
Yes, there are some Michael Miller documents and cards in there as well.
You would agree with me that that man, Mr. Hogue, looks nothing like Mr. Miller, correct?
He does not.
So now I'd like to go through some of Mr. Randolph's statements. In his first statement, now you told the jury this story about the garage light. Do you remember? And the garage light made no sense to you because you timed it. It's 5 minutes, 8 seconds, and it turns off, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what we're telling the jury, or what you're telling the jury, is that if somebody comes in their garage door, the door opens, and when the door closes, the light in the garage will stay open for approximately 5 minutes, 8 seconds.
On this particular garage door, not on everybody's.
Okay. But you checked it 3 times, and it's 5 minutes, 8 seconds. You said that's pretty close, maybe 5 minutes, 7 seconds, but it was...
5 minutes, 8 seconds.
All right, good. And so what you concluded is because you were going from 8:30 at night, because you were unaware of what Mr. Bartlett had said, you were concluding that if the garage door closed 8:30, 8:31, 8:32, the light would go off after 7 minutes. Fair? Or after 5 minutes, 8 seconds.
Correct.
So if it was, let's say, 8:32, it would go off at 8:37.
Correct.
And yet, Mr. Randolph started the 911 call at 8:44, 54 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And so the light would have already been off, right?
Yes.
Didn't Mr. Randolph say in both the walkthrough and the initial interview on May 9th in the early morning hours that either he had tried to, after the events, at some point he tried to go out to the garage. Either Mr. Miller was going out to the garage and pushed the button, or that Thomas Randolph was going to tell a neighbor and started pushing the button to the garage door and closed it. You remember this?
I remember that Mr. Randolph, when he stepped in and he saw Sharon laying at the other end of the hallway, thought for a moment to go to a neighbor, so he hit the garage door and then closed it again at that point. That's what he described to us. And yes, in the other statement he talked about that the light had gone out and he turned it back on and then was in the garage and the light went out, but it was a much shorter period of time.
So that would reset the light, wouldn't it? His effort? Yes. Okay. So now we know that we really can't rely upon the 5 minutes starting from when the garage door first closes because he reactivates it. Fair?
He did. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, it started.
He also told the authorities, told police, that he believed Miller was trying to open the door.
Yes.
Garage door. Right?
As he was going out into the garage, he thought that Miller might be reaching for the garage door opener.
For the garage door opener? Because he says it, doesn't he?
Well, he initially says that he goes to the door, that he went to the door to the garage, and then he thought that he had turned back and that he might have gone for the garage door opener.
Yes, he says, I mean the garage door opener. And you ask where, or detectives ask, where's the garage door opener? And he says you come in the door and just reach around and you can turn on the light. Right? That's what he said.
Right.
So that most certainly would reset this whole timing thing on the light, wouldn't it?
It would if he reached it, yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say that what you told this jury about the 5 minutes, 8 seconds is accurate. It's 5 minutes, 8 seconds. But every time somebody touches that, it reactivates it. Fair?
That's fair.
That night, did you go to the Millers, Billy Miller and Vita Miller's home?
I did not.
But you know that Vita and Billy Miller said that they were missing some cloth gloves. Do you remember this?
Yes.
In fact, you memorialized that in a report, that both Billy and Vita said that they were missing cloth gloves.
Yes, and a ski mask.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll get to the ski mask in a second. But just so we're clear, because there was a point where it was important we prove these gloves, Mr. Miller didn't remember that. You can tell us that Mr. Miller, in fact, said he was missing a pair of cloth gloves.
Yes.
And you found gloves on Michael Miller, didn't you?
Yes, we did. Polyester cotton gloves.
And one thing polyester cotton gloves do is they stop me from leaving fingerprints. If I want to be working on this thing and I don't want anybody to have my fingerprints if I wear gloves, it'll help me.
Fingerprints and more than likely DNA, yes.
It'll stop it, won't it?
Correct.
People have housekeepers that clean houses, right?
Yes.
People have handy women that do things around the house, right?
Yes.
Sometimes those people are in more, not public areas, but they're doing things around the house, but maybe they shouldn't be going in. Housewife, house husbands, nightstand drawers. Fair?
That's possible, certainly.
So you would be aware that Mike Miller would have been in that house, the Randolph house, multiple times, right?
Yes, we were told that he was.
He had done work for Colleen, right?
I think on one occasion there was some work that he did.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. You were aware that Mike Miller had watched movies over there?
Yes.
Being invited to Easter dinner?
I don't remember Easter specifically, but I know they said that he had had dinner there several times.
Fair enough. Mr. Randolph told you he trusted that man, didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you after the death, he referred to him in a column of bum. Do you remember that?
I do.
He said he didn't have any talent with screw driving or pounding a nail, but he could lift stuff, right?
Correct.
And that helped Mr. Randolph because he's got a bad back, right?
Yes, he said he does.
But Thomas Randolph said repeatedly that Mr. Miller didn't have a drug problem. Do you remember that?
I know he was asked about it and then clarified it that it was a drinking problem.
Okay.
But he answered initially to the question about drugs.
And at one point he said he doesn't even smoke pot, right?
Right.
Well, that was wrong. Mr. Randolph was absolutely wrong because this man, Michael Miller, had cocaine in his system. Were you aware of that?
I didn't see the toxicology report on Mr. Miller.
So one thing we can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury is Mr. Randolph was wrong. He thought, he said he trusted the man. The man didn't even smoke pot. And we know that he did something a lot more powerful than that, right? Cocaine is a lot more powerful than pot.
If he had cocaine in his system, then yes.
You were a bike cop for a while, I think you said.
Bicycle, mountain bike. Yeah, I rode mountain bikes for 2 years.
Okay, and when was that?
That was back in 93 to 95, over by Clark High School.
So as a bicycle cop, you probably were dealing in some low-level narcotic stuff, people under the influence, things like that.
Certainly, it was high-density, low-income housing, so a lot of gang members.
Okay. And you probably have some ability to spot back then when people were under the influence of different controlled substances?
Yes.
Do you agree with the following statement? That violent behavior and crime are associated with cocaine use, and that paranoid thinking and the need to get money for cocaine may cause violent criminal behavior by cocaine users.
Objection!
Wow. I wish that was a clean sound. I wish it wasn't two voices in there. Yelling objection. Yeah, that objection was fantastic. That was really good. Objection. I told you this is going to be a spicy one. The defense is basically having to play all their cards here on this one witness. It's a soundbite. The problem is we've got too many people talking, and it doesn't work very well when that happens. Back it up. Let me back it up over here on this one. Play this one.
Spot back then when people were under the influence of different controlled substances?
Yes.
This is a replay.
Do you agree with the following statement? That violent behavior and crime are associated with cocaine use, and that paranoid thinking and the need to get money for cocaine may cause violent criminal behavior by cocaine users?
Objection!
That is just awesome. That's all in one ear. Sorry, but that was from Apple TV to catch the objection. He's saying cocaine use while he says objection is the only problem. I wish all these guys had individual mics so we could independently take sound bites from them. Defense is losing and knows it. That got my attention. The defense is going to take every opportunity to point out just what a bad man Mike was. This murderer, this bad man, this thief, this drug addict, every single thing they can. They want the jury, when they think of a bad guy and somebody who did something wrong on that date, to think of Mike and not Thomas. Jerry, defense is outgunned. He's going up against a very smart, very capable witness that he can't rattle, and his only coping mechanism is to pace back and forth in the courtroom and raise his voice. Okay, here we go. Objection was sustained.
You said you were a bicycle cop.
Yes, I was.
For a couple of years.
Yes.
You said you worked gang territories.
Yes.
And in those gang territories, did you happen to make arrests for cocaine?
Yes.
Do you know the effects? Do you know, as a police officer, the effects of cocaine on our society?
Generally, yes. Oh, on our society?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a blight on our society. It's awful that people are addicted to cocaine.
Could you repeat that, please?
It's a blight on our society that people are addicted to cocaine and crack cocaine.
Why?
Because they're not...
Relevance.
Well, I think this is outside the scope of what any of this was doing, Mr. Owen. He's talking about people being addicted. You don't have any evidence.
Yes, sir.
Outside of the scope. Prosecution won this one.
It is fair to say that you examined the inside of that scene, correct?
Yes.
You looked for different things, Did you look at the master bedroom?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you notice that beyond where Sharon's head is, see where I'm pointing? Do you see? That's the master bedroom in there, right?
Yes.
And there was blood all forming and sort of stained into the carpet of the master bedroom, right?
Right, there was blood pooled into the carpet, and then there was the areas all around it where the blood had been smeared and transferred.
You're familiar with footprints, aren't you?
Yes.
Footprints at a crime scene.
Certainly.
Footprints can be very valuable at a crime scene, depending on the situation, right?
Yes, and depending on the analysis of that individual footwear, yes.
If somebody steps in blood and then continues to walk, you make good blood prints. In other words, where you can really see the form of the shoe.
Yes, they're referred to as patent prints, where you transfer blood from one object to the other.
And it's fair to say that there are experts in law enforcement that can actually look at footprints like that and determine whether they actually match a particular pair of shoes.
Yes.
Depending on the situation.
Depending on the shoe, yes.
Depending on the shoe.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to show you, first of all, what's being admitted as State's Exhibit 86. Do you see that?
I do.
And by the way, before I move any further, that's a phone on top of Mrs. Randolph's legs, right?
Yes, it is. It still displays 911. It was still connected for quite a lengthy period of time.
Well, before I move on, when you say it displays 911, it actually doesn't. It displays 9114, doesn't it?
If there's a 4 after that, I know it's when he connected to 911 and it continued on. We were able to trace it back to the time that he called.
Right. So it was a 911 call, but the face shows you the numbers, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And I'll come up with another photo that's a little more clear on that. But you don't independently remember it saying 9114?
No, I don't.
Okay. You see the blood all, and I am going back to Exhibit 86. You see the blood in the master bedroom, right?
Yes, I do. It's pooled out onto the Berber carpet.
There's absolutely no blood prints into that master, is there?
We didn't find any blood prints, no.
And when I say blood prints, I mean shoe prints of any type.
Right, where someone had transferred it into the master bedroom, no.
And in fact, in State's Exhibit 106, we can see that there is a sort of a house carpet, for lack of a better term, now placed over the blood, right?
Yes, we found those in each room. There was a carpet.
And that's done so that law enforcement or first responders could actually come in without doing exactly what we've been talking about, leaving blood prints all throughout the house.
Law enforcement, meaning us processing the scene, not first responders, because the body, Sharon's body, has been removed from the scene at this point. So this is afterwards in documenting the scene.
Now, in that same picture, we can see that there are drawers that have been removed from cabinets, right above.
Yes, that's correct.
And what appears to be a jewelry box?
Yes.
So it appears that Miss Randolph is laying there bleeding, leaving this big stain of blood, and yet we can clearly see these drawers removed and no blood prints towards them, right?
That's correct.
States 108 is a picture of all those drawers, right?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody had gone through drawers in that house, fair to say?
Yes.
In different rooms, right?
Yes.
You have had situations in your career, let's say with bank robberies, where a bank robber is interrupted in the middle of the bank robbery and there's some kind of shootout or something happens, something goes wrong during the bank robbery.
Certainly.
burglars sometimes get caught because homeowners come home or they get caught red-handed running out a door and there's a police officer there. It happens, doesn't it?
Yes, we have that. It's called, we refer to it as a hot prowl.
There were many officers at that scene, weren't there?
Yes.
I think I counted with Detective Mogg somewhere over 30. Seem out of place?
That's fair to say on the, looking at the CAD printout.
And on the 911 call, we can hear Thomas Randolph, and at one point he's like, should I open the door? Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. That was right before he started CPR at 6 minutes, 30 seconds.
There was a place before CPR where Mr. Randolph says, should I go lock the door so the man can't, the man can't get in because I can see him. Remember that? He wants to lock the garage door.
Yes, that's about 3 minutes into the call.
And then at some point, he's doing CPR, and he's saying, should I open the door? Do you remember that? And the fire department says, no, keep doing CPR. Do you remember this?
Yes, it was right after he completed the instructions for CPR and right before he started the compressions. He suggested he open the door.
And he's calling for help for his wife, right? He's calling 911 and asking what to do. He doesn't know what to do with his wife, right?
Yes, he said that early on, about 45 seconds into the call.
The only way that paramedics are going to get in that house is if he opens and unlocks the door to let them in, right?
Yes, I mean, the paramedic said, tell Metro, tell your officers to get in any way they can.
So what he's saying is, if I go unlock the door, maybe they can come in and help. Fair?
Objection, speculation.
It seems like if he can answer the question.
If he knows.
That's what he's saying.
I know right before he started with the compressions and the paramedics telling him to focus on doing this for his wife, he said, maybe I should go unlock the door, or open the door. Is not unlock, but open the door.
Okay.
And the paramedic said, no, you need to focus on this.
Yeah, just a second. After Mr. Randolph leaves the residence, he's ordered out, isn't he, by police officers? When they see him, they're telling him, come out.
Yes.
Standard procedure. They don't.
Certainly.
It's a very dangerous situation. They want him to come out, right?
Certainly.
Mr. Randolph complained numerous times in these statements that it took so long for help to come to Sharon. He says it took 30 minutes. They didn't come. Do you remember him saying these things?
I remember him saying that, yes.
At one point he says to you, did she die instantaneously? Do you remember that in the statement we just
Yes.
heard? He said, because he thought of her on the cold floor.
Yes.
That 911 tape is over 18 minutes long, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And what it shows is that paramedics never come. In that 18 minutes, nobody comes in there and helps Mr. Randolph, do they?
I can't tell that from the actual call. I know that in 7 minutes and 30 seconds that Mr. Randolph leaves to open the door and you can hear officers challenging him. Then you can hear the maybe 3, 4 voices of officers clearing the residence.
Okay,
You can
so
hear
let me stop.
paramedics asking for Metro to give a code 4 so that they can go in, but I don't hear paramedics.
Okay, so before we listen to a portion of the 911, you said yesterday that you thought this crime scene had been preserved, right?
Yes.
Officers go in and they walk around what appear to be walking around the area of this hallway before that crime scene is secure at all. In fact, they're sweeping the house, right?
Yes, you can hear them clearing the house, yes. They're
So they
conversing
would-
with each other.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. So they would be walking around in the area where potential evidence could be.
That's possible, yes.
Okay, could we hear that? While we're waiting for that to happen, you would agree with me. Have you listened to all 18 minutes?
Yes, I have.
After there's a sweeping of the house by, you said maybe 3 officers, because you really can't tell, you're just hearing voices, right?
3 or 4 voices, what I hear.
One's a female, right?
Yes, talking to Toby Maldonado. I can hear her
And you-
use Toby's name.
And you actually hear them identify there's a body there, where they're realizing their body's in there.
Yes,
It's obviously probably very kind of a scary situation, even for police officers.
certainly.
And so we know that those officers are going around in this particular area where there is evidence to be collected, correct?
Potentially.
And when you're sweeping a house, you're not worried about kicking a cartridge, are you?
That's not true. It's protocol to make every effort to preserve the crime scene even though you are performing that function. Officers know that. So this isn't a SWAT entry where they're doing a dynamic entry and running through the house. This is a slow and methodical clearing of the residents. They would see obvious evidence if that was presented to them, and they wouldn't disregard it.
Detective O'Kelly, these people in that house are looking for potential suspects, shooters, something along those lines, right?
Certainly.
They're looking for somebody who could just turn around and shoot a police officer, right?
Yes.
So you imagine their focus is danger. We've got to make sure there's no danger, right?
Their focus is everywhere as they're clearing the house, yes.
And you would agree with me that in doing that, in clearing that house, that one thing that they would want to do is make sure that there's nobody hiding in bedrooms, under beds, anything along those lines.
I'd agree with that.
And they want to make sure of that because they don't want to let some poor paramedic come in. They don't want to let some poor paramedic come in and then all of a sudden the paramedic's dealing with the hidden guy under the bed with a gun, right?
Correct, or crime scene analysts or responding officers afterwards, yes.
Okay. So if we could play that now and just hear the portion of the officers in there.
Okay, get a flat on your back. I want you to tilt their head back, okay? Did you do that? Okay, tilt their head back. Okay, tilt your head back. Listen, okay? We're just going to do compressions, okay? Okay. All right, now listen, I want you to find the center of her chest, okay? Okay. All right, right between the nipples.
We're going to jump ahead to 7 minutes at this point.
Sir.
And now to 8. Can you tell me when you can hear officers come in?
We got a code for him?
They still haven't given the code for it in the radio. On this code.
Tell him we need a code for him. We need to go in. We need 911 to go right. You two clear that. I don't think this is bad. You know what? We gotta clear it, Sandy. Okay, let me go left. Okay, everyone take right. Clear the whole residence. Yeah, I know. And this said, can they get us on the code before to enter? Alright, I copy. Alright, well, just find out any caller. Yeah, but sure, we can't have you popping out. We can just pull out right now. I'll just get yeah, nothing. Alright, that's fine. We're going to talk for that.
Okay, Detective, that appears to... I stopped it at 12 minutes. And after that, the jury can listen to it because it's being admitted. But we just hear sort of a silence after that for the rest of the 18 minutes. Fair?
Yeah, yes, we do until 911 says disconnect. You hear her say, I'm disconnecting right before it. Stop.
The reason we can hear those officers sweeping that house is because that phone is live. It's live to 911 on Mrs. Randolph's body, right?
That's correct.
That's what we're hearing. We're hearing the officers, and the speaker is that phone.
Yes.
And I guess another point that I want to make sure is fair is that for that whole 18 minutes, she doesn't get medical attention from paramedics, right?
Yes, from beginning to end, I don't hear paramedics treating her.
In fact, paramedics are delayed because of the dynamic situation in this scene.
Yes, it's even in the report that FD held off for the Code 4.
We can see that there were life-saving efforts made upon Miller, right? On Mr. Miller. There were life-saving efforts made on his body.
I don't know that I would qualify it as life-saving efforts.
Did you see the plastic on his wrist and the plastic right around his body?
Right. Yes, I did.
That's paramedics at work.
That's making a determination whether there's signs of life.
Okay. So work was done by paramedics upon Mr. Miller, no matter what it was, right?
Those sensors were placed on him, yes, at some point.
But none on Sharon Randolph.
Didn't see any on her, no.
Mr. Randolph complained in those interviews, because Mr. Randolph would have been right outside, right? He was taken outside, and he's either sitting in a patrol car or sitting on the ground or something along those lines.
I'm certain, yes.
He would be the one who sees, no one's coming in to help my wife, right? And that's what he says. You people didn't help my wife. Words to that effect.
I don't know where he was to be able to see the entry and then the officers coming out, but yes, that's fair to say.
It's fair to say he was really frustrated by that, and he expressed it, didn't he?
He did in interviews, yes.
That's what I mean. In interviews, he expressed frustration that nobody'd come to aid his wife.
Certainly.
In one of them, he said, well, I don't know if she's dead, right?
Yes.
He said it was horrible. He strike that. The body being turned over was rolled over for him to do that. Do you remember the paramedic fire department saying, roll her over so that we can do CPR?
Yes, I do.
And at some point you hear Mr. Randolph start screaming, Sharon, Sharon, right?
Yes.
While he's performing, while he's on the phone to 911, he says, I can see the man out there, right? I can see who we now know to be Mr. Miller. He can see him.
Yes.
And he's worried about it because he's unsure if he's actually dead or something along those lines.
Yes.
But we know the door must be open to the garage because he's saying, I can see him, right?
Correct.
he was asked, Mr. Randolph was asked what he thought of his wife. You could describe her in one word. What did he say? She was effing wonderful.
Yeah.
And another time, even before he was asked that, he said she was wonderful.
Yes. Best thing that ever happened to me, he said.
He, at one point, you know, his father had a stroke recently, right? Because they were going back to Utah.
Yes.
And he said that they actually put his father got some better medical care because of the advice of Sharon. Do you remember him saying that?
I don't recall it specifically, but I'm sure that's true.
We heard this statement yesterday. Do you want me to show it to you, or would you accept it?
No, I'll accept it, certainly.
Going back to the Millers. There was a mask. You remember I talked to you about the gloves, and now I want to talk about the masks. Police went to the Millers within hours of this incident to interview Vida and Billy Miller, right?
I know they were shown the address, and I think the interview occurred later, but yes, it was done pretty quickly.
Mr. Randolph showed officers where they lived.
Yes. He didn't remember the specific address, but he knew where it was, so he showed officers, yes.
So he cooperated and showed officers, this is where that guy lives.
Yes.
And when Vida and Billy Miller were interviewed, both Vida and Billy stated that they were missing a mask, a ski mask.
Yes.
And in fact, Vida said that she hadn't seen the mask since December of 2007. Do you remember that?
Yes.
When did Mr. Miller move in to Vida and Billy Miller's home?
In December of 2007.
So once Michael Miller shows up on the scene at the Billy and Vida Miller's home, Vida doesn't see that mask again, does she? She said she didn't.
She said it's the same month, yes.
And one thing that was told to police about that mask is it had a big mouthpiece. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You've seen the mask in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And it's got some kind of sewing of the mouthpiece, like almost looks like a fishing line all the way.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
I do.
Is there somebody closed up a mouthpiece?
Right.
Did you obtain, for purposes of Ware's DNA, Billy Miller's DNA, to compare to see if it was on that mask?
Billy Miller?
Yes, sir.
No.
Because that could have told us if, in fact, that was Billy Miller's mask that had gone missing.
It's possible.
As a result of Vida and Billy Miller saying that this mask was missing, the house was searched, wasn't it, for a mask?
Yes, officers checked for the mask.
And no mask was located?
No.
No gloves of any relevance were located?
No.
And that's because the only place you're going to locate that mask is about 2 feet from Michael Miller's head. Isn't that right?
That's where we found the ski mask, laying face up.
And in fact, in police statements, Mr. Randolph says that that mask was laying right by Michael Miller. Do you remember that? He said it was laying by him.
I remember him saying that, yes.
And on multiple occasions, Thomas Randolph tells you and other detectives that when he bumped into Michael, something happened to the mask. It pushed up. Do you remember that?
Yes, he told me during the walkthrough that when he bumped in, he bumped up and he could see his chin.
And he had said that in the first statement to Detective Mogg, that something had happened with this mask where maybe he couldn't quite see, right?
I remember that in the second interview. I don't remember the couldn't quite see part in the first interview.
He says it. He talks about this mask being pushed up multiple times, doesn't he?
Yeah, I remember in the second interview, he talked about it possibly being rolled up.
Okay. Would you agree that if a mask is obstructing your view, one way to get rid of that problem is take that mask off? Right?
I would agree with that.
You're aware of the DNA results in this case, aren't you, as the lead detective?
Yes.
Thomas Randolph is excluded from that mask with DNA?
Yes.
Thomas Randolph told the authorities that he went and looked in these bags to see, bags next to Mr. Miller, to see if he could locate the gun, right?
Yes.
And this is the .22 caliber we're talking about, right?
It's the gun that Michael Miller had, yes.
So Mr. Randolph says he touches these bags looking for the gun, right?
Yes.
And at some point, he says, Thomas Randolph, that he takes this .22 Smith & Wesson 6-shot revolver and he throws it away from Mr. Miller into one of the bedrooms. He throws it actually into northeast bedroom, which is depicted as number 14, right?
Yes, he said he was aiming for the trash can.
So I just want to make sure this is clear. The .38 caliber Smith & Wesson 6-shot revolver is the murder weapon.
Yes.
And again, just so we get this down, there are two revolvers in this case. One a .38, it's got a wood grip. Smith & Wesson kind of looks like the .22. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, they're about the same size, K-frame, yes.
But one fires .22s and one fires .38s.
Yes.
And we know the .38 is found near the body of Sharon Randolph, right?
Yes, in the drum room against the south wall.
Just for purposes of this diagram, don't mean to pick, but it says east bedroom. Just for purposes of the diagram, I know what you're saying.
Certainly.
Right, okay. 15, the .38 is the murder weapon, right?
Yes.
Mr. Randolph doesn't say he takes, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 90. That's the .38, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And you see there's a mark right on the wall. I don't know if it comes out very well. Right above it, you see there's like scratch marks.
I can see it. I'm familiar with it. You can see it from here, it comes all the way down to here.
Almost like the gun hit.
Actually, I think it goes further up. So maybe here, and then all the way arcs down.
Like the gun, some portion of the gun had hit the wall and sort of scraped down. Something along those lines.
That it scraped against the wall, possibly. Just that it's in the area of where the grip is. It just seemed odd. I did document it.
You found in your experience in law enforcement that oftentimes people will want to dispose of a murder weapon, right?
Yes.
One way to dispose of a murder weapon if it doesn't belong to you and it's not your house is just to leave it there, right?
It doesn't really dispose of it. It's there at the scene.
It doesn't connect the murderer to it by leaving it at the scene.
Well, and again, that depends on whether or not you're leaving DNA or if there's fingerprints on the casings inside the cylinder. There's other ways to connect a person to a weapon.
Was that gun tested for DNA or fingerprints?
Yes.
And Mr. Miller, we know, had gloves on, right?
Yes, he did.
So Mr. Miller would know I'm not really leaving fingerprints because I've got gloves on.
Certainly.
Not leaving DNA because I got gloves on.
Yes.
I throw this gun down and don't take it with me. It can't be really caught at my house, right?
No, not unless he touched it without gloves at some point.
And I'm showing you what has been admitted as States 128. This is a picture, not a very clear one, but a picture of the suitcase that had the .22 caliber on it, right?
Yes, you can see the trigger guard and the barrel.
And I don't, see if I can put that over it. And that's at 14, right? It's
in the northeast bedroom, the office. Yep, number
right
14.
There. Okay. Thomas Randolph grabs the non-murder weapon that he says is by Miller's body, and he throws it, and he says he's trying to throw it in the trash can.
He was aiming for the trash can, yes.
That is not the murder weapon. The .22 that he's taken from Mr. Miller is not the murder weapon, is it?
No, it is not.
The .38 is.
Yes.
was a safe in the house, wasn't there?
Yes, there was in the master bedroom closet, a Sentry safe.
It was a little safe.
Yeah, small one.
Could you show us just with your hands approximately how big?
I'd say it's maybe 1.5 feet wide. It was kind of a drawer type safe where once you unlock it, it disconnects from the fixed locking mechanism and pulls out, and then there was a top that lifted up on it.
Well, tell us more about the big safe. Not that one. I don't want to know about that one. I want to know about the big safe in the house. Where was that?
We didn't locate another safe.
There was another safe in that house, wasn't there?
So I've been told there was another safe in the house.
In fact, do you remember there's some closet doors, and they are not removed, but sort of off the tracks. Do you remember that?
I believe the inside door in the drum room was off the tracks, yes, and leaning into the closet.
What was in that closet?
Various items of clothing and just what you'd expect to be found in a closet.
I am going to show you what has been marked for identification as proposed Exhibit R. May I approach her?
Yes.
Now, Detective, I'm going to show you this picture. There was a point in time where you were back in the house and there were pictures being taken, right? Do you remember you went back in the house with Colleen, Sharon's daughter, and there were pictures being taken?
I don't remember pictures being taken, but we were back at the house a couple of times. We just mentioned the one on July 2nd. We were there. And then September 11th was there as well.
Do you know where she's standing?
It appears as though she's standing on the east wall in that room, the drum room.
And what is she standing in front of?
In front of a brown safe. It appears to be a brown safe.
A large brown safe?
Yes.
Okay. I move for submission, Judge.
No objection to R.
No objection.
May I publish?
Yes.
A new crime scene picture we have not seen yet. The
Okay,
safe.
so
we
I
can see
want to
the corner
show
of.
you State's Exhibit 99. This purports to be the drum room, right?
Yes. It's the interior door on the closet. As I mentioned, it's off track.
So that door is off track.
Hey, Chris, can you just put it through briefly?
They're going to approach really quickly. Let's see what. It does seem strange that the cops did not find the very large safe that was in the closet. That does show up in the pictures. At least the corner of it appears to show up in the pictures. It's a long little sidebar. It looks like they got it worked out. Here we go.
Okay, Detective
There's one more picture we haven't
I am showing
seen
you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 99, and we were talking about the drum room, okay? And you mentioned that the doors seem to be off track, right?
One of them does.
And do you see, I want you to concentrate on in the closet, on the bottom by the clothes, do you see a brown object?
Yes, I do.
Metal or something along those lines?
Yes, it appears to be the safe that you showed me in the previous picture.
Okay, because now I'm going to show you what we have just admitted as proposed Exhibit R. And you can see Colleen standing by a large safe.
Yes.
When I say large, to be fair, about 24 inches high?
I'd say it's a 2-foot cube.
2-foot cube?
Average size.
Okay. Is it fair to say, Detective, that there are no pictures of that safe taken by crime scene analysts?
Except for the one that you just showed me, and we don't see it discernible as a safe.
You realize that's not a crime scene analyst who took that photograph. Somebody else is taking that
He's
photograph.
not talking about that photograph, he's talking about the other photograph.
The one you can see a portion of it.
Okay.
It was taken that night.
Okay, so the only one, in other words, crime scene analysts don't take a picture of that safe like we see it here.
Showing you that it's a safe, no.
Was it open on May 8th/May 9th?
Was the safe open?
Yes, sir.
I have no idea. I mean, the door's up against it. I can't expect that front door of the safe is open.
Was there lots of valuables taken out?
I have no idea.
So fair to say that in this investigation and preservation of the scene, there's a large safe that's not discussed in any report. Fair?
That's fair.
No pictures taken. Fair?
Other than that one where you can see a portion of it, yes. It's not discernible as a safe. I agree with you.
I'm going to show you another picture. It's going to be proposed exhibit T as in Tom. May I approach?
Yes.
Detective O'Kelly, do you see what appears, do you recognize that person in the picture?
I do. It looks like Colleen with one of her children.
And is this the same drum room?
It is.
Okay. You recognize that?
I do.
Move for submission.
Introduction to T?
And I can publish.
Yes.
Seeing the whole family photo album.
That
here.
is Colleen and one of her children in that drum room where we can see the closet door, right?
One closet door. It looks like the outer one's not even there.
It's clearly off its rails.
Yes. We have them in my house. They're very annoying.
I hate them. He says that it's completely flat. We have them in my house. They're very annoying.
There is a picture, maybe you can remember it, and it shows yellow tape out in front of the house. Do you remember this?
Yes.
This is something you've probably seen more times than you can count in your life.
Certainly.
It means some, I presume, patrol officer is, he or she is taping off the area, telling people stay back, get back, don't come in here.
Yes.
And one of the reasons you do that is for preservation of a crime scene.
Yes.
You dealt with homicides a long time, right?
Yes.
You saw some very startling things in your career. Right?
Certainly.
Bodies and things like children's bodies, right?
Certainly.
And one of the things you don't want is you guys are trying to work in there maybe life-saving procedures or, you know, trying to preserve the scene, take pictures of the scene. You don't want some incredibly anxious mother who's like, where's my child? And going in there, right?
No,
You don't
we
want
had that happen. Yes.
because it's highly disturbing to police doing their work, right?
It's more preservation of the scene. It's understandable that you would have that reaction.
And it's understandable because human beings that have lost loved ones, this is very tragic, right?
Certainly.
And the concept that you could see.
Can we just briefly approach on this?
We cannot get through 2 minutes of cross-examination without a sidebar here. I think the state asked for this one. Prosecution asked for it. I think Chanley just headed out to do a live hit. She in blue, right? From Court TV. I don't know what they're trying to say with the second safe. It's not big enough to hide a person in. It appeared to be, not involved. That room was not rummaged through. Probably a lot of red herrings in the safe. Maybe that's what it was. Still discussing it. Inadequate investigation, lazy and sloppy. Well, what's their job in that? They're not investigating the burglary, since the items that were supposedly going to be stolen were recovered on the suspected burglar. They don't have to inventory everything in the house that wasn't taken. They don't go through the kitchen and show all the silverware or the china or the TVs or... I mean, they took pictures of the other rooms that weren't involved. I think it's okay.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of T and R have already been admitted, but I would move for the admissions of... Yes.
No, Your Honor, and there is a stipulation also on the record that all of these photographs that have just been shown were taken on July 2nd, 2008.
That's correct. So S and U will be admitted. There is a stipulation between the parties that defense exhibit RS, T, and U was taken on July 2nd of 2008.
Okay. So July 2nd of 2008 is 7 weeks, a lengthy period of time after the incident. Fair?
It is.
So I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 1. You see, that's the crime scene tape I'm talking about, right? You see that there? It tells people stay away, keep back, let's preserve this crime scene, right?
Right. They've established an inner and outer perimeter as well.
Okay. And just this that I'm showing you, the exhibit I'm showing you, is taken on the night in question. Maybe in the early morning hours of the 9th, but it's the 8th into the 9th. Fair?
Yes, I can see Lieutenant Roberts standing right there.
And we can see you too, can't we?
Is that me?
Isn't that
Possibly
you
me.
back by the Pontiac, sir?
I was heavier back then. Better looking.
It's better looking.
That's me.
That's you, isn't it? You're right back there where one of those cartridges is found, right?
Yes.
Yeah, back there kicking it
And
around.
the questioning I wanted to do is make sure that you were talking about, you don't want mothers coming in there because it could be really upsetting, besides the preservation of a crime scene, right?
Certainly.
You don't want family members, strike that. I'm going to show you and publish Exhibit U. Do you see the arrows up on the wall?
Yes, I do. And the ruler tape.
This was put up a long period of time beforehand by by Mr. Randy McPhail, crime scene analyst.
On May 15th, directly after the walkthrough.
And what it depicts is those arrows depict blood and brain matter. Fair?
Blood and tissue and, yes, cerebral spinal fluid, yes. And the bullet impact.
What you appear to be doing is explaining that to Colleen. Fair?
Yes.
Is Colleen holding somebody?
I can't tell on that photograph.
Okay. If I showed you, Exhibit S.
Objection relevant? And we can approach on this before we start.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Hang on. He just showed... Was S admitted? He just put it up for the jury, put it on display. It's probably Colleen with her kid, wearing something that indicates that's what she was holding in her arms, was her kid. Is it Colleen? It's Colleen, not Colleen. Waltz around playing with the fire extinguisher. We've got a relevance objection here. Let's see what the judge decides. Apparently they had talked about this before. And that would not be good for defense if the judge had ruled on this and they went over and did it anyway. You have to be quiet. Tommy is sleeping. Debbie, it wasn't accidentally shown; it was purposefully shown. He said, "If I show you Exhibit S," immediately the objection came, but he already had put it up on the Elmo, which puts it up in the courtroom and all the displays. They're still arguing in front of the judge. I think it's wrapping up here. If they violated a previous ruling, judge is not going to be happy. How do you fix that? I sang with Brandy's Lullaby briefly one time. It was beautiful. Oh, wow, he's getting water. He needs a drink. Sidebar's taking so long, he needs refreshment. The objection was about him, and he just walked away from his own sidebar. Might be a little bit. Sing the song Jolene and then say Colleen. So Jolene and Colleen. I smell trouble brewing. Uh-oh. I think Tommy's bleeding out of his eyes or something right now. Hey, Mrs. R.A., welcome back. We're going to unring the bell. The judge is going to strike that image from the memories of the jurors. Judge is yelling at defense counsel. Is that why he walked away to get a drink? Doesn't like being yelled at. She does seem to be looking in the direction of defense counsel. And she has been somewhat animated. There's a big word. Animated. There we go. The judge is yelling over the white noise. Let me see if I can zoom in on that. It's the same size for you, but it's bigger on my screen. Josh is distancing himself from Mr. Bean, possibly to try to avoid the wrath of the judge. The judge is practically crawling over a bench at them. The prosecution isn't done. They have some more to say. A little hand waving. Everyone's talking at once. Now they're done. Okay. All right. Let's see where he goes. Do we get to see S or not?
Yes or no, detective? Are you in that photo S?
Oh, yes.
Explaining, and when I say S, and in you, explaining the crime scene to Colleen and her child? Yes or no?
No. I'm explaining what happened to her mom.
Okay.
explain what happened to her mom.
On the night in question, the 8th into the 9th, you told us that Thomas Randolph had talked to law enforcement at the scene so that they could get sort of a better understanding of what they were dealing with inside that house, right?
Yes.
He did it voluntarily.
Yes.
He then accompanied Detective Mogg and Detective Hardy down to the police station, homicide, and he gave a lengthy interview, right?
Yes, he did.
He cooperated and answered the detective's questions.
Yes.
He then was involved in a walkthrough with you, right?
Yes, 1 week later.
Okay. Several other officers there. Detective Mogg, Sergeant
Detective Wilson, yes. Sergeant Albee and videographer.
Okay. And he answered the questions that you asked him, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
At the beginning of the video, did you see that his eyes appeared a little droopy, did you notice that?
I noticed that when Don Bell put the camera up on his shoulder that Mr. Randolph exhibited those traits, yes.
But he still answers all your questions to the best of his ability. He gets down on the floor, right?
Yes, he does.
At one point, you tell him to get down and show you how he was trying to help Sharon, right?
No, actually, he was doing that on his own. Nobody told him to do that.
You were asking him to reenact the scene,
Well,
right?
we're
You were
going
asking
through the
him to
scene.
reenact the scene, right?
No one asked him to get on the ground. He did it himself, yes.
You asked him to come in there and reenact the scene, didn't you?
Yes, we're going through the scene.
And he got down on the ground to show you how he had done it.
Yes, he did.
He then, DNA was taken from him, wasn't it?
At that time,
At some point, DNA
Yes.
is taken from him. And when you take DNA from somebody, I've actually seen you do it on video before. You pull out gloves and you pull out a packet and take what looks like a long...
Q-tip.
Yeah.
Yes.
You rub it in the mouth.
They rub it themselves. It's a kit. The gloves are in there. All the paperwork's in there. The Q-tips are in there. The boxes they go in are in there. But you hand them the Q-tip, and then they go on both sides of their cheek.
Sometimes you get warrants to get people's DNA, don't you?
Sometimes, yes.
But in this case, Mr. Randolph said,
Voluntary consent.
Yeah, he voluntarily consented.
Let me help you with the
He
word.
voluntarily consented on May 8th into the 9th to let officers search the house as well.
Yes, he did.
And then he gives another interview that we've just gone over, and that is on, for accuracy, the 3rd of June.
Correct.
And he voluntarily proceeds to the police station and answers your questions.
Yes, he did.
Just so I don't forget, there's a mention of a Brady being shot. Do you remember that? A discussion of do you know who Jim Brady is?
Yes, I do.
He was the man who was badly injured when
With Reagan, yes.
And do you remember when there's a discussion about Brady being shot, that's what it's in reference to?
Yes, I think he was referring to the Brady bill, yes.
Okay. Mr. Randolph told you that Michael Miller had made these statements. We heard that in the interview about how he'd been involved, Michael had been involved in criminal activity. Do you remember that?
I don't remember specifically which criminal activity you're talking about.
Do you remember that Randolph said, oh, I didn't believe him, and he was talking about all these things he did?
Like a robbery, there was something?
Yes.
He did, yes,
Yes.
I remember him talking about that.
He didn't believe him, did he? He said, nah, I didn't take that seriously.
That's what it sounded like.
I thought he was just making up his little story, right?
That's what it sounded like, yes.
Lois Cox, thank you very much.
And then
for
he
the super
continues
chat.
to tell you how he trusted this murderer, Michael Miller, right? He told you
Yes.
trusted him
He
a number of
He
times.
told us multiple times that he trusted him, yes.
He told you that Michael Miller knew that Sharon and Thomas were going out to eat at the charcoal room and then a movie, right?
Correct.
Tommy tells you They didn't go to the movie, right?
Yes.
And then they went back home to, for lack of a better word, have sexual relations.
Yes.
He just says it in a bad way, doesn't he? Right.
Yes.
You knew that Mr. Miller, or you being told, had a key to that house.
Yes, that he had it at some point, but had returned it.
There was no sign of forced entry, was there?
No, there wasn't.
But there's a pair of keys. There's a pair of keys in a lock to the shed. Do you know what I'm talking about?
A pair of keys?
Do you remember some keys that are left in a...
Yes. I remember the photograph of those keys, yes.
Thank you, Ellie,
Where
for the gifted
was that
membership.
leading to? What was, if I went in that door and walked in, what would I be going into?
I'm not sure. I'd have to see the reference shot for that particular set of keys.
What? Whose keys were those?
I don't know.
If I wanted to show them to the jury, did you impound them? Were those keys impounded?
No, we only impounded the keys that were inside the black fabric bag.
There was, you know, on a set of keys, sometimes they have, I do, like you have your shopping or card. Do you know what I'm
Yes.
talking about? On these keys, it appeared that there were things like that, shopping. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Whose name was on?
I don't know. Which keys you're talking about?
The keys that we're talking about that are in that lock.
I'm not sure.
So it's fair to
Different
say
attorneys the first time
there
around.
is a set of keys out there that was not impounded, right? At that house. It was in a lock.
Yes.
Wasn't impounded.
No.
Wasn't tested for any forensics.
No.
We didn't record who is on those cards at all.
No.
We don't know whose they are.
No.
I am showing you what has been admitted as States 15. Do you see those keys in the door?
Yes, I do. That's the reference shot I was referring to.
And so fair to say, we know it's a pair of keys, set of keys, we just don't know anything about it. Right? I mean, that's...
I don't know whose keys they are, no.
Your Honor, given the parameters, what you've told me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are going to take our lunch recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits.
Don't communicate with
Either by
anyone.
voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means
In
of
any way.
communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news,
Don't
or
read,
media
watch, or
accounts
listen to
commentary
news.
about this case. You must not do any research.
Don't
such
do
as
any
consult
research.
dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation,
Don't
test
any
theory,
investigation,
any
test
aspect of the
theories.
case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your
Or in
own.
any way investigate or
You must not
learn about the
express any
case.
opinion regarding this case or its findings.
Don't form any opinions.
It's 12:25. We will be in
Go to lunch.
recess,
That's what she said.
For 1:40.
All rise for the jury.
I can't speak as fast as the judge does. I can't do that. And they're gone. Wow, they blacked us right out. Tasha's Turtle says, defense actually did a good job, I think. So fast. See y'all after lunch. What does given the parameters mean? Carol, basically it says knowing that what's coming up with the schedule, with lunch approaching, and how much more we need to go into, or the length of time that I'm going to be taking, it's probably best to take lunch now. That was I give the condensed version, like the Cliff Notes. That is where we're going to end today on this one, because they're going to be at lunch and they're going to continue until late in the evening. We are going to pick up tomorrow morning with what happens this afternoon, and then we're going to have what happens tomorrow live. So it's getting good. It's getting really good. Tasha, I'm not covering after lunch, but Brandy Churchwell is, and I'd highly recommend you go over there. If you haven't gone over and checked out her channel, you can type !Brandy, that's BRANDI, in our chat, and it will send a link up on the page, and you can click that to go over to Brandy's page. Brandy will cover the afternoon session. I'm not sure if she's probably taking a lunch break. She deserves one, but that would be good. Let's see. Thank you, Ashley, for typing that, and Kim, everybody. It's taking a second. It will respond. Give it a minute. There we go. So there's the link. That'll get you over to Brandy Churchwell. We are trying to get Brandy up to 10,000 subscribers. So if for some reason you have been to the page or are going to the page and you have not clicked the subscribe button, please do so. Brandy's going to have an amazing giveaway contest or session, I guess they call it, when she does her 10,000th subscriber stream. And she has all sorts of prizes. I just ordered a bunch of stickers, some custom stickers that will only be given away at that stream on that channel when she hits 10,000 subscribers. They're going to be mailed straight to her. I sent her the proofs, and she loves them, so they're good. They're a combination of both of our channels. It's a unique sticker. It looks really flashy. It looks really cool. Might even go well on outside of a clear mug if you want to put a sticker on a mug or something just for the shelf. Anyway, so those will be available. Limited edition, very limited. They won't be available for sale. You would have to be there at the time. So that'll be cool. Anyway, so those will be given away as well. She's got a lot of other things, some merchandise she's going to be giving away. So we're trying to get her to 10,000. So bring a friend if you do go over there. If not, what is Brandy's channel? It's called Brandy Churchwell. Brandy Churchwell. And we love her. She's amazing. She makes great charts. This is her name right there if you need to know how to spell it. Brandy Churchwell on YouTube. But she'll be following this court live this afternoon. We're going to take what she follows this afternoon, and we're going to follow that tomorrow morning before the court goes live tomorrow afternoon. It's just they're so far ahead, behind us in time zones. It just makes for a difficult day. Thank you, Thadam Nusky, for that. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of you in chat. Brandy's walking Lucy right now. She's on a little break. Lucy needs a break. She needs some outside time too. Defense was trying to, you could tell, but the witness was cool, calm, collected, and didn't let the defense rattle him into making any comments that would go against the prosecution's theory. Somebody mentioned this already, but this witness, this Mr. Dean O'Kelly, is an incredible listener. And so little details that they kept trying to twist, like when they were talking about Mike getting shot in the chest, in the front of the chest, and he's like, no, that's not how it happened. Every single time he's correcting and saying, oh, it was in the side, it was in the side, it was in the side. He's very good at not getting flustered and getting roped into something that he did not mean. I want to win Lucy. Well, I don't think she's giving Lucy away, but you can try. Let's see, make a portal to Brandy. If she's open, I can do that. I can portal everyone over. Let's see. Open. Redirect to Brandy. She is live. I think she's on break, but we've set up the portal, so that'll set up now, which means we can wrap up for the day. You guys have been amazing. Our mods as well. Thank you very much for the great work you do here and keeping everybody happy and entertained and welcomed. Welcome to all the new people who joined us, who became subscribers or clicked the membership button today. I appreciate that. The gifted members as well. Thank you very much. We're going to do this again like we do every day tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So in the meantime, wait. I have to have my music. I can't get this right without music. There we go. In the meantime, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll be back for the rest of today's testimony out of Las Vegas as they're going late into the evening. And I've got things to do and people to see, so we can't cover that now. But we'll cover it tomorrow. If you do watch on Brandy's channel, that's great. Come back and join us in the morning and share your thoughts and things you learned over there. That would be great. I think that's it. Happy birthday to those who had birthdays. I think we're good. Somebody turn out the lights. Who's the last one out? Buckle up. Yes. Buckle up. Swab daily. Ivan says, thanks for keeping me happy, being a newbie and all. Well, Ivan, we'll welcome you, and you'll feel at home in no time. With that yellow courthouse. See you on the other side. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the great comments and commentary throughout the day. We'll need to get a portal to Weather Watch, who is minus air conditioning today down in Texas. Oh, that is not fun. Not fun at all. Anyway, let's go ahead and fire up this portal. Everyone buckle up. Put on your tinfoil tiaras, because it's time to portal over to the 13th jurors. We'll go make sure when we get there that we all click the like button, deposit our DNA so that they know that we were here. That would be great. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks. Here we go. Let's count down from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Firing up the portal. Takes a couple seconds. Wait for it.